Some key economic data coming out this morning at 10 o'clock, the big one. We'll get the Conference Board's consumer confidence reading. Can move the market, definitely, if it does come out one way or the other unexpectedly. So mark that down. We'll bring that to you live when it does come across. Just got the durable goods number, month over month, 1.7% there versus negative 0.8 expected. So a little bit better to the upside. U.S. durable goods as well, 0.6 versus flat reading that was expected, but this is the one I was mentioning there, the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index coming up at 10 o'clock. So mark that down. We'll bring it to you, as I mentioned, live when it does come out. A number of things to keep in mind this morning as well. A whole bunch of things moving around. We talked about that Snowflake conference in Las Vegas. 4-day conference got underway yesterday. The keynote or fireside chat featured Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, and they announced obviously a partnership. I think everyone was expecting that. Snowflake and NVIDIA both to the upside this morning. Let's see if we get some follow through from both coming up at the open. Lucid back on watch as well. It was higher, fading a little bit here in the pre-market, but coming off that announcement yesterday with Aston Martin. Aston then comes out after the close and increases their full year numbers right across the board, pointed to this deal as well as the start essentially for them into all things EV world. Going to be an interesting day. It's Tuesday, June 27th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Market liking these numbers so far. If you missed it, they're at 8:30. Durable goods coming out higher than expected. They're 1.7% versus a negative reading expected, negative 0.8 expected there on the month over month. Core durable goods as well, higher, 0.6 versus basically a flat reading expected. So both the NASDAQ and S&P back to the upside so far here. To kick things off this morning, we'll see if we get some follow through. Nice to see, though, coming off of what we saw yesterday. I mean, the overall trend in the market still very much intact, but the pullback continues.
Yeah, and probably volatility on deck as we have Fed Chair Powell probably going to make some statements today. He was quite hawkish last week. I'm interested to see how hawkish he remains this week and how the market reacts to that, Brendo.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we'll get these two at 10 o'clock as well, some housing data, some consumer confidence. So again, both can and have in the past moved the market, but we'll see what happens as we get to 10 o'clock. Meanwhile, we head into the final couple days of not only June here, but the quarter as well, coming into the end of Q2 to kick things off, guys.
Yes, sir. Good morning. We're halfway through the year almost, I suppose. And quite frankly, I think it's setting up to be another interesting one. I know we're popping a little bit here, but if you saw the way that we turned around yesterday, Bitcoin notwithstanding, by the way, we'll get to that in a second. We're underneath 15,000 on the NASDAQ. It's just hard not to be looking for some fade plays there. Lucid didn't waste any time, already starting to turn around. Lordstown, I don't think anybody's terribly surprised that they're filing Chapter 11. That's how these things usually end up. It's always sad to see. We'll trade that a little bit. It does feel like it could make a bit of a dead cat bounce because it broke back above $1. And don't forget that on the year, Bitcoin is trying to break out. So it's not all doom and gloom. If we had a turnaround yesterday, it really wasn't that big of one in Bitcoin. It held the 30,000 mark. If you have like the local high here, just sort of going back into April, that was just over 31. So decent chance this could break. We trade a little bit of Mara. Going to be looking at Coinbase again as well. So if you're looking for something which was holding some strength yesterday, at least relatively speaking, then crypto can be it. That said, NVIDIA, huge downturn. Tesla, huge downturn. All the big tech names looking relatively weak off those tops. And I think you got to be looking initially for shorts based on that.
Of course, the biggest tech ride in Lordstown, filing for Chapter 11. We got Unity moving around. What's up to everybody there? Canadian wildfire smoke reached Portugal all the way across the Atlantic.
That's crazy.
Is that true? You would have thought that would have just over the water would have somehow
that's impressive.
Or, wow. Yeah, it's sad. I don't know if it's one or the other. But here's Ride. We had Ride looking at $1. So, I mean, I just marked it down on the sticky note that obviously a $1 break is something that we want to look for short. Anytime you get below that dollar, then you have NASDAQ issues, and then you're always talking about reverse splitting and things like that. But if you're going to file for Chapter 11, you cannot be listed on the NYSE or New York Stock Exchange too much longer after filing for Chapter 11. I don't know the exact rules. I don't know if we have Mendel today, but we can ask him about how long that takes. But right now, down 58%. Pretty sad for investors of this name, and it just sucks because just like many of these weed companies, many of the EV companies also going the way of Chapter 11 and or being bought out for pennies on the dollar or something like that. So we'll wait to see here what happens with Lordstown Ride. But yeah, problems with Foxconn and everything seems to be a problem for them, obviously, and shareholders left holding the bag. We haven't been positive on NVIDIA for a very, very long time, but I think today we've had a nice move down yesterday. I can't believe yesterday we didn't get to 380. That's bad, but we got to 400, and that was a very, very interesting dip off right there. I'm looking at this 412 area, possibly where we were shelved before. It broke. When shelves break, this is what happens. You sort of collapse to the downside, and there's that bottom yesterday at 402, 401. So we'll see if we're lucky enough to pick up some NVIDIA down there. But if I'm right, and the market is bullish today, possibly back up to that 15,000, maybe 15,100 before we turn around, then yeah, this 410, 412 area is something to look at for me on NVIDIA. So yeah, we got a couple short ideas, we got a couple longs. We're excited to start again today. It's Tuesday, it's just another day in the market, and we're excited for it. So let's go back over to the desk and see what they're talking about.
Yeah, just another day that we could see, hopefully, a bit of a bounce after this pullback, as we were saying, multi-day pullback now on the overall market continues. Yeah, key economic data, the main headline to watch for. We got that durable goods reading there at 8:30, better than expected. I want to mention this, the ADRs, Chinese-related ADRs across the board to the upside this morning. There's a negative note on Alibaba specifically and a downgrade on Alibaba, but more stimulus coming through from China announced overnight. So bit of a bounce here across the board for all of those. There's also a nice note for Meta this morning. This one, Citigroup, raising their price target to 360, saying multiple headwinds or multiple tailwinds should help them out going forward. Meanwhile, the Fed funds tool here still pointing to a 25 basis point hike to come in July. Better part of 77% now in favor of that.
They're still not buying Fed Chair Powell's two rate hikes this year. We'll see. He's up on deck again today. He'll be making comments. Yeah, with respect to Meta, interesting how they want to use WhatsApp to allow businesses to reach out directly to consumers. Personally, I felt that the platform has stagnated somewhat. I get a lot of my spam through there, Brendo. So. Yeah. Kind of not a good look on that part, but yeah, interesting to see what they do with that kind of relationship.
Yeah, we'll see if it's and if you missed it, it's essentially they're going to or they're rolling out testing for this business-based WhatsApp service that will allow companies to directly message customers, I guess, with advertisements of some sort. Brief's chair's falling apart. If anyone was wondering.
I'm trying to stay chill.
All good though. Yeah. If he falls over, you know why. Here's Meta, though. Relatively strong so far today, guys, to the upside.
I sat on Brendan's seat doing that after-hour show with Pratt, and I said, I don't know how these guys do that.
They're terrible.
I would just refuse to sit there. They squeak. They're all over the place. I don't know if that was a screw that came out there. You can't have
screws coming out of the chair when you're sitting on it. We just got the thumbs up from Sharif. He says he's all good.
Yeah, of course he's good. Meta 52-week highs yesterday.
That's all good.
And then coming out with WhatsApp news. And I think the more opportunities you have to monetize, the better it's going to be for Meta. I mean, 52-week high already. Now a new opportunity to make more money. I've been loving Meta for a very, very long time, and that just continues to be the case. So I think we stay long Meta. It's the #1 name on the sticky note. I'm looking at a 280 level.
Yeah, I have a level in case it's super strong. If we're super strong today, let's say the market has a rebound day, I think the two names that probably stand out the most, one, I mean, Snowflake has the event and they're up, so that's kind of obvious. But Meta, I'm looking at that 84 to 85 channel. If it breaks out from there, not that I want a 930 break, but if we start breaking out and you're holding above 84, 85, I think you can get back up to that 290. If there's a stock that can do it, it makes sense that it would be Meta. There was a rejection of that level yesterday and then fell down underneath, and you're gapping. So it has to break out and take out that 84, 85 for me. I had the 75, 76 drawn from a while back. We didn't really test that on the bottom, so I would probably respect a little closer to 78, even though I'm not going to get rid of those lines. I've liked this channel that Meta's been in. It probably lends itself that you could short into 85 first time through, but if that breaks out, I think an 85 break today could really catch everybody off by guard. I think this is a name worth watching. We already talked a little bit about Snowflake, but not to change topic too much here, but I want to quickly jump over to Walgreens, because we always talk about stocks that are hwadunking, and yesterday there were two names that made bounces off of being SSR to the downside, being short sell restricted. CCL got to 10% down and did an SSR bounce. I believe it was Mara. Was it Riot or Mara? One of the two. I think it was Mara, actually. No, Mara went 10% down, got the SSR bounce, and then was fantastic off of that bounce. So Walgreens has a chance to go down that 10%. Might not be the type of name that's an automatic, okay, the big tech, highly traded, highly active name, where you'd be looking for that bounce off 10% down. But it's within earshot. The guidance was the problem for them. Obviously, people predicting that they're going to go into recession, that could be a little bit of a reason why the chart looks like this. So Walgreens has been downward trending for some time. Missed on their guidance, and that's never going to be a good thing here. If they hit the 10% mark and show any kind of pep in their step, then I'd look for a little bit of a bounce, just risking a couple of pennies off that 10% mark.
Hey guys, yeah. No, I was just looking at the chat there, answering some questions here. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, I've worn this shirt before, and Neil's. I like Neil's shirt. I was saying, I don't know if you ever get that. Like, I trade so much that sometimes, like, don't you ever hit your watch?
I do. So you see this, like already, like this wears up, and
right. That's because I wanted to do that, put these up, but then the watch always hits.
Yeah, that's why I usually I'll roll it up sometimes if it gets a little warm, which it is right now.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
All right, let's. Yeah, you know what? Actually, just stay over here for a second, Fabian, because I know Neil just talked about Walgreens, but this is breaking and broke its 52-week low, and I actually would like to add this one to the sticky note as well, because they talked all about COVID and COVID spending not being there. Obviously, COVID relief products not being around and no one buying them anymore, and sort of foot traffic not coming through the stores. I mean, anybody that invested in Walgreens over the last little while seems to have missed the boat. I mean, when tech's going crazy, like Neil said, you've seen big names like this, grocers, pharmas, retail, like just getting hit, right? We saw Target go all the way to the downside. Walgreens, pretty bad stock here, and heading even lower right now. I mean, that $30 mark, that's a short. If you get any sort of a rip up in Walgreens today, I probably will add this to the sticky note, maybe make like an amend to it or something, because I saw this note on the CNBC app when I came in and then just ignored it. So I'm glad that Neil brought that up, because often I'm just looking at tech names or whatever's moving, and this is a name that's moving today down that 8%. And yeah, so watch out, 8% down off of 31. So you probably need about another 50 cents before this thing goes SSR. So we'll look at like 28, 25, 28 break, and this thing goes SSR, and that's short sale restricted. Someone in the chat said, what do we mean when we keep mentioning 15,000? That's just the NASDAQ level. So, that's right here. We held it for a couple days, or I guess a couple weeks, made new highs up to 15.4, and then now we're trading below it. I think it's an auto short everything when we get near this 15,000, just to see what happens. But at the same time, I feel like I have NVIDIA breaking 412, so it's probably not going to break that unless the NASDAQ gets going up to 15,000. So it's going to be a really tricky trade. What I told Sharif is that if we break 15,000, then I don't think you really want to short anything until 15.2-ish. Up here, 15.150 maybe you want to start at, which gives you a little bit more here. That's where the 200 period is on the NASDAQ. You're down at, VWAP is actually at 15,000 proper right now. So any kind of a break upside on that VWAP trade is also something that I really like. So we're going to have to watch out for that. But thank you for asking the questions about 15,000 and what exactly we meant. No, we don't mean Tesla's price target by Cathie Wood.
That's like...
Strength this morning in some of the airlines, specifically Delta. They came out this morning with an update, I guess, to their current quarter and full year. This line, obviously the first one that they released here in this dump, but the CEO saying the airline industry is in for a, quote unquote, very, very good run to come. So they increased not only this quarter, but their full year right across the board. Earnings coming up. I was watching this as well. Something called Fuzzy Panda is short XPOF, if that matters. Very late volume, but earnings coming up for Delta in a couple of weeks here.
Don't you love when these companies front run their earnings report when they have good news? They won't tell you about bad news, but they'll be sure to front run it with good news. No, in all seriousness here, this is just another reflection of the story we've been talking about all year, which is spending has shifted from goods to services. This is another reflection of that. They've got excellent adjusted profits per share of $5 to $6 for 2023. And they're saying, Brendo, that their margin products like business class and the upgrades, they're seeing a lot of demand for that, making up for a lot of the profit.
Yeah, we saw what happened to some of the cruise lines yesterday coming off Carnival's seemingly positive report, but there were a few question marks. Maybe this is just front-running some fears coming back into travel. But July 13th, we get Delta earnings.
Yeah, I mean, after the way Carnival traded on that report, do you really want anything in the travel space long today? I don't know.
I always want Airbnb, but maybe not today.
Yeah, it's hard to like this one, as you were saying. Like maybe they're getting out in front of some concerns and some worries. It maybe doesn't help that Delta is approaching resistance on the daily anyways at that $45 mark. I suppose it would take a lot to get there. But, you know, if it happens, it's flat right now. It was doing a little bit better earlier in the pre-market. If it were to break 44, I think you probably just wait for 45 and start thinking the fade. It's hard to believe in this, quite frankly. You guys just referenced CCL yesterday, which, quite frankly, you know, they didn't make money, but they did beat across the board, whether it was on top and bottom lines. The guidance was actually a little bit better than expected, and quite frankly, they just got absolutely throttled in the market when the conference call started. They took another leg to the downside, so like nothing was said in the call that actually helped out. As a matter of fact, the start of the conference call was the start of the next leg to the downside. It bounced off 14. Initially there was an SSR bounce. It got to 10% down, and that was the move into $15. Then the call started and it flushed to the low. This is oddly flat. I wouldn't be surprised if CCL had a bit of a bounce here today. It does have, I want to double check, it probably hasn't updated, 12% short float. That's the same as yesterday. My guess is that might have actually changed a little bit. There's probably some shorts that were covering a little bit yesterday, taking advantage of that flush. But either way, it made the bounce off 14. If it gets to and breaks out from the 15 level yesterday, I could see this floating upside with a little bit more short covering. And quite frankly, it had broken the trend and was a big runner, so there is more room to the downside. I think you could easily be at like 12.50 to 13 if we trend down for the next couple of days. But if it gets to 15, you just got to accept that maybe it's squeezing back up there. My initial look would be to fade that level. The only reason I didn't trade 15 short in yesterday's trade was because of the conference call. If we get a chance to do a fail break short in CCL, I'll take that shot, but I wouldn't get stubborn about it because of that 12% short interest.
Yeah, look, I think that's the reason why we didn't trade it yesterday. But I mean, the conference call was over. You know, we could have done that.
After.
But yeah, that's the problem. Is that Roku signed a need? Ooh. How about this, Brendan? Roku streaming Stream 11 Formula E races. Okay, I thought it was Formula One. I don't know if that means the same thing or not, but I don't think so.
I don't know.
Okay, so anyways, I thought that was a big deal there for Brendo and Pratt and all those guys. But we just talked about Airbnb, so that might be a nothing story. Maybe Brendan can mention that. I don't know. I don't know why I just said that, but I thought it was Formula One. I don't know. It says Formula E races. I don't know if that's a mistake or if that's actually a thing. Maybe that's electric. Electric formula. Okay, so right there, 130 on Airbnb. We talked about that, you know, hitting that level, and just goes all the way back to March, 130 there in May, 130 now again in June. So as March comes through, oh, and I just got an email as well. Sean will be hosting an optional batting practice on Wednesday there for our team.
Not optional.
Sean will be coaching.
Optional
we have 4 coaches.
it's not optional. They got to come to batting.
They got to come to batting practice, yeah. So my arm will be a little bit sore. Hopefully I can get the pitching machine going. 130 there on Airbnb. I really like that level. If we can get up to there, especially, I want to see it break, but I'm long Airbnb, so that's why. But that's been the top. So I think you got to watch out for this. This could fall back into this 115 or so area for Airbnb. There's nothing going on today. It's only 6,000 shares, but we talked about the travel space. The name that always seems to be doing volume these days, regardless of what happens off the open, is Uber. And Uber is one of those charts, man, that just looks like this again. Not a Ponzi scheme, but Uber really nicely done to the upside right now. We took this was a risk that I took before earnings off of this level, and was really actually not lucky, I guess lucky that they beat, but lucky that this move extended and took out 37. So I actually did get some out up here at the first move up. But look at Uber, just continues to work higher here. I still think you want to get long this name. Look, up another % today. I can edit this, but then my charts will probably crash. But let's just look real quick. This is $45 for Uber. Like, if that's not a break, then I don't know. Doesn't it look like a break? So let's just wait to see here. Some nice accumulation down here at 44.50. You have this beautiful bottom here at 43, 44 and change right there for Uber. Going long at 45. Remember, we're just day trading this. This is not to say, Sean's putting Uber in his long-term account or anything at $45, which I don't think is a horrible idea anyways. I was at an event on Sunday night there and try to get an Uber after any event is over. You literally see about 1,000 dudes looking like me, all with their phones out, looking for Uber, trying to refresh the app, trying to get better prices, surge pricing, this and that. And then this is a funny story. I'm actually nervous now about going up to generic cabs and asking them for rides. I don't know what price. I don't know.
It's actually not that. I took a cab recently, once in the last few months. And
but I just wonder. Bad. Yeah. So I don't know. Anyways. No, I don't have a problem taking cabs. It's just everyone's sitting there. I see cabs around everywhere, and everyone's waiting for Ubers. So I feel like Uber's become a word now. It's probably in the dictionary for ride hailing or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And whenever you have that kind of a push forward, I think it's a must-own stock. So we'll wait to see Uber at $45. Is today the day that it breaks? Probably, but we'll see if it has any momentum. So Uber right now to the upside. I like that $45 break. Thanks, Lamont Hutchison, by the way.
Yeah, no, 100%. We were just saying, there's been so many times I've been standing on the side of the street waiting for an Uber to come, and there's been 3 or 4 cabs, just sitting around. And you're just what am I doing?
I know.
No, 100%, Sean, 100%. It's hilarious. A few things of note as far as what else is moving this morning. There was a bit of a dip, to say the least, in oil. I was watching Roku on that. Formula E is just the electric version of Formula One, if anyone was wondering. But it's actually really cool. I have become, over the past couple of months, definitely a fan. Anyway, I was going to mention on the other side of the spectrum, oil down 1.2%. If you remember what happened yesterday, we saw that initial move lower and then kind of got a bounce throughout the afternoon. We ended the session, really, the equity session, back towards highs for crude oil. So some of the energy stocks worth a watch, I guess, once again today.
Yeah, and they were strong yesterday. We were talking about this on the midday show. I think that they were helping prop up the S&P above the NQ yesterday, which suffered from tech's decline. Yeah, looking at the chart on the CL August futures contract here, 67 3/4 bottom. We made that earlier on, but 67 on the daily has been an absolute level on WTI. I'll be looking for this level if it comes into play today, Brendo.
All right, a few analyst moves for you this morning, upgrades and downgrades to talk about. There's Unity on the watch list, Carnival from yesterday, huge move down, as we said, Barclays with a positive note this morning. Meta, as we mentioned as well, and then, 2 days in a row, or 3, maybe it's 3 days in a row, Alphabet here, downside. Alibaba downside as well, Bumble and Hilton worldwide as well.
Yeah, Alphabet 2 days in a row. The bad thing for Google here, at least technically, was that it was one of the only big tech stocks that without yesterday was already breaking its channel down. And that was it had taken out 122 support last week. And whatever flag you want to call it, bull flag, consolidation at the high, whatever it is, it had broken last week. There was a rally, and that obviously fizzled yet when we got through there for good, that 120 mark. This is a short the pop if it gets above 119 situation for me. Once you break a channel like that, the bottom of that channel, which was support, turns into resistance for me. I had a line drawn here. Let me just do this. Just loosely draw it back at 120, and then I have to hit save, and so that'll stick around. But if once we get above 119 on Google, even if the market's looking relatively strong, this was 2 days in a row. The downgrades isn't necessarily the bigger story. Everyone's concerned what's going to happen. Is their search going to get threatened by Bing? I think that's probably a little bit overblown, to be honest with you. Long term, they're probably fine. Their valuation isn't really much of an issue. This is just strictly about momentum here. And when you break support, if we're beneath 15,000, and as a matter of fact, if we get to 15,000 on the NASDAQ and we're testing 120 on Google, all the better, because then you're getting resistance in the overall market and you're getting Google in that channel that you want to make the fade. Once you get above that price, I think all bets are off. Kind of like Sean was saying, once you get above 15,000, if Google's also above 120, you probably don't want to be fighting a short at that point. You should just be giving in and realizing that maybe yesterday was a blip. But until that happens, it's a short the pop situation for Alphabet. As far as BOBA goes, BOBA's a weird one, given the fact that they get the downgrade, but they're moving up. I find you just let the Chinese ADRs make an early trend and then decide if it's strong enough to join, or you just sit them out.
Yeah, the trend, as they say, is your friend. And I've lost way too much money getting into stock too early these past couple days. But we'll look at one today that's on that upgrade and downgrade list. It is the #1 name today on the sticky note. You guys can find that. We went back to original sticky note levels or format yesterday, so I don't know. But anyways, right there. I like Meta here. We always talk about holding yesterday's close. It looks like he got a lot of support, I mean, to say the least. I mean, 278. I don't think we're going to drop down $3 today on Meta. The market's up. We got that good news about WhatsApp. We got an upgrade from Citigroup. You know, plus we hit 52-week highs yesterday up here at 290. I really like this name. Sure, we dipped. I mean, you want to talk about NVIDIA. You want to talk about some of these other names. Obviously, when you get higher in price, moves are much more dramatic. And we saw that yesterday with Tesla. We got run over at the end of the day there, buying at 243, and then it didn't even, just kept going down and didn't even stop. And we lost our profits on Tesla in one trade yesterday at the end of the day there. But look at Meta, man. Meta fell $12 from the top yesterday, 290 for closing near 277. So let's give it about $13, probably 12 and change, right? But then there, right at the close, you get a little bit of bump up. Of course, we always talk about the closing prices and what that means as far as market on close and balances. So we don't really take the last 10 minutes too much into counter as far as I am concerned. So I'm looking at like a 280 level, 280.50, something like that. If we dip down on Meta, I don't think we're going to do that. That's the level that we wrote down on the sticky note. We'll look to see if it comes through. But what about this area right here, 283? We may break that rate off the open. So if we do that, I do not. I don't know. I don't want to be in early on breaks, but they've been okay. So we'll have to watch for 283.50. But then if we miss that and it really does just take off and I'm like, I missed it, won't feel that bad about taking a 284.50. So I feel like we're going to talk about Meta soon anyways on the rundown. So let's do that. But this is the area I'm looking at here, man, between 284 and 284.50. Probably that's the buy zone because we still have a half hour to go. So if the market just sits here, then I could see myself taking 283.50. If the market goes down, let's try to pick some up on weakness. If the market is strong, then we want to trade Meta. So the trader tip of the day that's going to get sent out is play in stock names, or in play names. It is a stock. So you want to play names that are moving around for reasons. Today, Meta's up 1.48%, hit 52-week highs yesterday, plus upgrade, plus new features on WhatsApp. I like Meta here today, Sharif.
Just going to talk about this. I saw a few people mentioning this BDTX. If you missed it early on, there was a positive cancer treatment, or lung cancer specifically. Data, anyways, was released from a positive trial that they had. So BDTX, I haven't checked the float or anything on this, but still a big move up through $4. One that you typically look at throughout the day. Yeah,
the rocket ship that is BDTX. As soon as I saw this one, I yelled over Neil. I'm like, BDTX. That was when it was breaking through 3. These guys have been running in the pre-market, Brendo. I would posit to you that this is the best time to trade these small cappers. They seem to have less bamboozlement earlier on. Anyway, strong, looking to curl back off for 350 VWAP.
Little one to keep in mind for the day. First segment of the show, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to our friends over at Surge Trader. Let's get a check of the overall market here to kick things off at 9 o'clock. Sharif's going to have a look at the futures.
Yeah, let's look at the ES September contract. Yesterday, we closed out at 47.30. We're right back at that level. Quite frankly, there is really no level of support below where we are here until we get down to that 43.12, 4,300. That's a bit of a buy zone. That takes us all the way back to June 5th to June 8th. We were around those levels. Upward, obviously, I'll be looking for a 4,400 reclaim, but we'll have to trade above there and show that we've reclaimed the level, Brendo.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open here on a Tuesday morning. Use that QR code if you haven't done so already. Super easy. Watchlist.tradertv.live will also get you there. Enter your email address, and then you can have that for free every single morning before we come on at 8:30. Here's Snowflake, 4.5%, trying to get back to session highs right now, which was also a key level over the past couple of days here. A little bit of a pivot yesterday and then going back to Friday as well. But if you missed it yesterday, we were talking about this AI and quote-unquote big data conference they're having this week in Las Vegas. It's 4 days, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Obviously, Monday was headlined by a fireside chat. There's a new graphic for Prad coming up later tonight. Stick around for that. Headlined by fireside chat with NVIDIA and the CEO, Jensen Huang. New partnership obviously comes from that.
Yeah, this is a match made in heaven, guys. It basically takes the hardware component of AI and then the actual data component of AI, which is Snowflake. They help you amalgamate and consolidate your data. What they're going to give you the opportunity to do is you use your own proprietary API, connect that to the AI, use large language models, other chat responsive tools, Brendo. So match made in heaven, I think. Let's see what comes out of it.
Overall, the market very weak yesterday, as we were talking about. So maybe part of the sell-off coming from the weakness in the NASDAQ yesterday. Snowflake, obviously, on New York, but tech was leading downside all day. Here we are back upside nicely, guys, for Snow.
Yeah, up that 4%. I mean, the story, I mean, you knew they were going to be partnerships, and who else was it going to be with, quite frankly. So I don't know that we're getting too much of a surprise there, as I think Sharif already mentioned. If we break out at 178 at the open, then it probably does so without me, because I just don't want a tech breakout long at 9:30. I've been saying that for a while, and there were a couple of decent ones yesterday if you were long early, but I was kind of catching moves instead of playing breaks. This was the lower high resistance right at noon when we rolled over again. It was at 178. You have a 78 top, so it is set up for potential break to maybe reclaim 180. I'm talking about Snowflake, obviously, here, back into 180 to 83 area. But that was a big rejection. If we got all the way up into the 80s, I would think there would be a short somewhere 83 to 85. That'd be a first look if it got to that price area. If we're holding above 178 after the open, give it time to calm down. I think going into a long above that price makes sense. If it's not breaking that price, then I don't want to pick a bottom when 170 is the obvious level. We closed at 170. We had support at 170 last week. So buying it in the middle, I think you can be guessing at 175, which isn't the end of the world, but I'd rather see confirmation above 178 for any kind of a long there. And as far as NVIDIA goes, look, NVIDIA at major resistance on the daily, top of an upward trend channel for a while, and you saw it reject that 420, not reject that 420, break through 420 yesterday. Anything up into that range, 420 is a short. I think 415, if we get there at the open, that could be another level. Just pop into the 3 minutes, you can see a little bit better. I think the 415 area could be another short opportunity for NVIDIA. So I just doubt I'm long NVIDIA today. Maybe 400, 396 is a level. I think that could be a bit of a bounce zone for NVIDIA if we do have another downward pressure day. And just keep in mind, at 406, which is where we closed, that's that $1 trillion mark again for NVIDIA. So there was there was some significance to that 406 level in the afternoon. I wouldn't write it off that we still kind of chop around when we get to that price.
All right, so I put it here on the sticky note today, right here. Whoa, yeah, NVIDIA here, partnership with Snowflake highlights potential. Look for a rebound day, right, with support near 410 if we get above it. So we still have to get above 410 before we even look at this right now, but this is what we talked about here. Big potential, I feel like, with their chips. Not AI stock, but AI. It should be I guess, hashtag AI. Yesterday, so we already know about that. We can look at Palantir as well. That could could see something right there. But this is what we've talked about. We've called this 8% move down. We've been shorting AMD for the last week and a half. We haven't shorted NVIDIA because we've just been looking at AMD and Intel. And we've actually been going long on Intel more than short. But AMD has definitely been a short. So has NVIDIA. And honestly, I was saying about Tesla buying some maybe at 220. Maybe NVIDIA's a buy down here at 375, which it will get to at some point, 375, 380. It just takes one downgrade, and you're going to come in one day, and this name's going to be at 360 probably. But for now, here's 410. So this is what I'm talking about. It's got to break above that level. That's probably a long. It's kind of like what Neil was saying there. Do we really want to take longs here right off the open? So what I was sort of hoping is we could get above. That's actually 411, not 410. It's in here is 410, kind of the pre-market high. If we could break above that, hold it, then there's lots of room to the upside. I mean, this drop, we talked about Meta's drop of $12. This is 426 down to 402. So you get $24 out of this name yesterday to the downside. That's at the ultimate bottom coming from the ultimate top. But at the same time, yesterday at the close, we held this 407 area, right? So I still like it. I think it's good news. We're up today. It's up, I guess, the same as the market, yeah. So, relative strength probably not going to be there in these names. But we do know that if the buyers come through, we want to be long this name. Obviously, if we get a bump up into that 420 area, something like this right there, where was the drop spot yesterday, then we'll probably sell whatever we still have long. But that would be pretty sweet if it gets up to there, especially if we're going to be right about our 412 call here. So let's wait to see. It's only 9:06. What we really want to see is imbalances come out, probably to the buy side. You can see today it's littered with all buys. The only sells on here is Oracle, which is very, very small, 83,000 shares. That's nothing. Coke, who cares? And then down here, VPG. I don't know, was that a vape company? Who cares? Neo, Pfizer, WeWork, again, nobody cares about that either. Carvana, down to $21. Man, the steam came into that name, up from 25. Here's Palantir. I think on the Snowflake, again, with big data, I'm pretty sure Palantir already announced something with NVIDIA a while back as well. But anyways, as we go, we have a nice bottom here of around 390 for Palantir. So probably looking at that, going back a couple days, 390, it's 385, but 390, 390, 390. Yesterday we get as low as 395. So yeah, I think Palantir also has some dip buy opportunities. I heard Obi say this yesterday, there's 5,000 tradable names. There's 7,500 listed names that go back and forth involved in the NYSE tick, TRIN, all that kind of stuff. So, we are going to miss some opportunities, but Palantir down there looks pretty good. But my mind will be on NVIDIA and AMD for the most part.
Let's talk some Lucid, shall we? 2 days in a row here, back to the upside. Got sold off pretty hard, if you remember. Yesterday we were gapping up through $6, tested up to 625, 630, and then just got absolutely cracked all day long. Starting to shape up to be the same here, although we're still up 4%. If you missed it, Aston Martin came out after the close yesterday, increased their guidance essentially for not only this quarter, but the full year, pointed to this deal as basically the stepping stone or initial move into EV world. I mean, I made the comment yesterday essentially saying it seems kind of forced. Like there was no indication from them whatsoever they even had any plans to get into electric cars, but here we go with Lucid.
Yeah, drives form. Essentially, JLR, Jaguar, Land Rover, they're going full electric, where at least Jaguar is by 2025. You were mentioning me to off camera. Lamborghini, Ferrari, both looking to go electric, so just a matter of time until they had to as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Porsche already way out in front, I think, as far as those types of manufacturers are concerned. But do we fade this again today, guys?
Late. Yeah, it might be too late on this one. First things first, if this gets to $5 and it has a few million shares on the bid or just some kind of gigantic size, this will feel like Neo 8 to me. It's just, 01s, 02s, long, that kind of thing. Take a shot, even on a fail break, if it only goes 1 or 2 cents. $5 is just too big of a psychological level. I got my channels at 6 and 625. It was a fail breakout through the high. It did it at the open. Well, it wasn't exactly at the open, actually. Oddly enough, it was just about 10 o'clock. It made the break, and then the fail to break. And once it got to 6, there was a bit of a checkup and then a flush back through. So the same setup would give you, I guess, the 6 level to play off of first, and then the 625. If this is going to be a long, it's above here or at 5. I know 550 held on Friday, so I suppose you could have a bid down there. I won't be looking for it if it goes down to 550. $5, sure, but not 550 for Lucid. I think those are the 2 areas I'd like for the short. Pop and fade means it can break 6 even, like it broke 625, and then you look for the back end of the trade. On the way back down, does it fail it underneath and then give you an entry point? The entry point was like 15s to 20s yesterday. So today you could end up with a fail of a 6 break, and you could end up shorting like 95 or 90 to the high, something along those lines. So I thought that was a little bit more likely when it was trading at 590 in the pre-market. It's already hit a low of 570 as we speak. Yeah, so Lucid's on the watch. Not really looking at Rivian or anything else today. It'll be Lucid in terms of trying to fade it. If we get to $5 though, I'll be on the bid.
Yeah, look, yesterday we had a huge trade on Lucid. And I don't know, I'm not as excited about it today. I mean, yesterday we had this whole move to the downside. We actually shorted, we had the whole move. So we did get stopped out on this move that happened pretty early at 10 o'clock when we broke through that 625. But then we just got right back in and hit it all the way to the downside. So we had this yesterday. There's that 555 bouncing spot. I just feel like you want to watch that because the close from the day before is down here at 550 and we bounced off that level. So I almost think it's a long down here until you break back below whatever this closing price was here, or I guess you can use 45 there as you're out if you're wrong on the long. But I mean, down there to 550, it came right in, bounced basically off that level, and then now gets another bump here today, up another 4%. So I saw everybody in the chat, and I agree with you. I don't think if the Saudis were here, man, this goes the way of Ride, and this goes the way of everything else. The Saudis coming in. PIF investment fund just keeps on buying this name. We saw a rally in this name because of that a couple months ago, up to 16 or 17. I think it was probably even more than a couple months ago. At this point right here, yeah, February, this huge move up here on that rumor. But look, since that rumor has been squashed, there's basically been no love for this name. You're down at 52-week lows every single day, it seems like. And obviously that low was 550. So since we broke it back below 6, it's a short until you break 6, and that's about as easy as you can say. And then if you really want to get super aggressive, then you have that 630 area that we touched out on yesterday. So, show me the money basically is what Lucid's going to have to keep on saying. They're running a big negative operation there. It's great that they got Aston Martin on board. That's fantastic. But really for parts and for their EV technology, they still got to produce the cars. They still got to get going on all that. So let's wait to see. If it's a long-term story, it's a long-term story. But for the short term, you're at 52-week and all-time lows right now for Lucid. So if you want to take some shots, fine. But just make sure you get out today anyways. If we break that 550, that's sort of where I want to try to go long. And then if we break it, then we get out and then probably watch for that $5 mark. So for me, I like Lucid, but not right here. This is definitely in the middle. You're in the middle between 6 and 550, literally at 575 right now. So I'd hold off on Lucid. 4.2 million shares looks pretty nice though so far here today. So lots of interest in this name. Hey, if it pops to 625, we'll be shorting it.
All right, we were discussing these ADRs a little bit. If you joined us 8:30 this morning, 1.5% here for Alibaba. It's really not doing much, but all of them kind of look like this again. Another day, another gap for Chinese ADRs. I point to Alibaba because Bernstein out with a straight up downgrade on Alibaba going to market perform versus outperform. Also, there it is, cutting their price target to $98 from $130.
Macro picture, though, this is interesting from the Chinese government with more quantitative easing, or what is equivalent to quantitative easing. We saw it earlier with the breaks on EVs that they were giving out to stimulate sales there. Now they're talking about general market incentives. So I know that they were having trouble recovering, but QE in a time of inflation seems to be kind of an eyebrow raising.
Yeah, it seems to be benefiting all of these so far today, but interesting look here for BOVESPA, guys.
Yeah, I mean QE because the Chinese economy, they're trying to stimulate over there. It's just a little bit of a different scenario for them. I think they're getting a little bit, I don't know if desperate's the right word, but that's what it feels like. It would seem like we're setting up for a breakout at 87 on Alibaba. Like at the open, like when does this not give you a flat top or bottom break? So flat top break, flat bottom break, oddly enough at the same price. 85.50, flat bottom break Friday, and then kind of like a flat top break in the pre-market. If you look at the day before, Thursday, same thing. It broke the pre-market bottom, went $1. The day before that, it broke the pre-market high, went almost $2. Break the pre-market low, flush. Like when is it not giving you a clean breakout from whatever the pre-market consolidation is? So that's an 87 break to the upside. It just, man, like I don't like early breaks, but it's been at least 6 or 7 days in a row that you had a break on Alibaba of the pre either higher or lower, and then an absolute run. That does mean if you go long 87, once it takes out that pre-market low, you got to be out of it. And the other thing to watch out for is if it gets up to $90. I do think that $90 level on BABA feels a little bit shortable to me. When you look at the daily chart, you're also testing above the 200 period moving average when you get to that price, which quite obviously, since it rejected it, you had a couple of wicks above the 200 period moving average. All have been rejected. So once you get close to that, you start to think about the sellers that have been coming into the stock at those prices. So that's what's kind of lining up. The volume's not that great either on Alibaba, but it's been doing those breaks every single day.
I'm just trying to watch out here. What is the market doing? Nothing really. Okay, there's some dark prints coming through a little bit. Wasn't Raheem just here not too long ago?
I just kind of out of nowhere. I look over like, what, Raheem's here?
Loving Raheem, but he's not here for the show because I was like, what's going on here? Shout out to Raheem from OCI Group just showing up here out of the blue. Yeah, look. One level that I wanted to see was NIO. So NIO up here near that $9 mark again. Yeah, I really think this is a decent shorting opportunity here if you can get into this $9 where there's been supply and demand, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. $9, that's the spot right there. Possible drop off to $8.50, $8.40 coming through. So, hey, this is a good opportunity. Wait a minute, this is a good opportunity to talk about Tesla. Tesla right now, because we don't have Tesla coming up on the board here, 240.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. When's the last time we haven't had Tesla on the board, I feel
Never.
like? In a very, very long time. So let's do that opportunity right now. 240 was the dropping off spot yesterday where it finally got picked up into the close. That was that spot. Tesla's been getting a little bit hit here, needless to say, as we keep on having lower highs. So you make it there. I guess right there we kind of went higher, but then as you keep going to the downside, and that's pretty low right there from yesterday's spot in the afternoon of 248. So we'll look to see if we could take that out. But if this is going to be a excitable day here, then yeah, maybe this is a decent level for Tesla at 248. I think you want to test this 240 long, man. You may get some negativity coming into the name again as traders continue to sell Tesla. I like it there at 240. There are always plays right off the jump. We talked about that here. Look, this is Tesla off the open. Bang, moved up here about $4 or $5 before getting hit down. That's 250. Boom, all the way up there, $7 or $8 right off the open for Tesla before falling back down again. So if we get something like that today, I could see that sort of a move happening right off the open again. 244, breaking that high, heading up to 247 before coming back in. So yeah, watch out for a Tesla little move down here, especially if the market doesn't get heated off the open. Watch for that 240 on Tesla real early. We do want to sit there and take that long if it does come in. So I'm here for that. I don't have a bid yet, though. You saw me get railroaded yesterday in Tesla off the close, and that was right here where I was like, oh, let's defend 243.50. Well, as soon as that came in, I tried to defend it. Next thing you know, it breaks 243, then we're down here at 241 and eventually stopping at 240. We were out of it before then, but how fast Tesla can turn on you pretty quickly, man. So we'll have to watch that 240 level here on Tesla. Tesla's like the girlfriend that you don't want to get in a fight with, man, because the minute you start battling Tesla, you've lost. So you're either with it on the way up or the way down, but when it starts to chop and you think you found a key level, make sure you get out of the way if it breaks. So lesson learned yesterday, Tesla right here at 243.50. Let's wait for 240 on this guy.
We were just discussing Unity a little bit here as it makes a new high on the day. I was going to bring this up. This is kathysark.com, so anyone can feel free to go check this out. So price is gold on Unity. Her number of shares is purple. So Kathy Wood definitely in there with both hands buying the dip on this one, Unity. So a nice look. Obviously, the past month or two has been pretty good for this one as well. New marketplace on the gaming side of things, it looks like, for Unity today.
Yeah, they're basically trying to reduce barriers to entry, so making it easier for game developers to have tools there that do things for them, and thereby, stimulating people to actually want to get into the development of games, and that works well for them. So good look and good utilization of AI, Brenda.
We were discussing Palantir over the past couple of weeks. It was basically a double on the daily chart, or more so. This one not quite as good, but 26 up to 44, 45 on a bit of a pullback right now. Trying to get going, but it's worth noting down here, not a lot of participation behind this move. I mean, volume in general across the board in the market kind of low these days, but Unity with a good look here, guys, 5.5%.
Yeah, for sure. So just talking to Raheem here for a little bit there. Unity, I usually do the Unity, but it's only up 5%. If it was up 10%, I've done like 10 times already. So 39 looks at least a little bit interesting. Maybe I don't know how big the move will be, because you get to 40 and that seems like a more important resistance level. I think it has to get through 40. Just the way it got into that level, 2 days worth of flush into 40 to then break down again. So it's not that there's a gap or anything, because we've retraced through all these levels before, but 40 is a little bit of overhead resistance on any 39 breakout for Unity. So I don't want to jump into this, but it's made a nice consolidation off the bottom, double bottom 36, maybe a chance at a 39 break here. When you pop the daily up, right, you're making a higher low consolidation with all roads seemingly leading to the $40 level. So it is set up pretty nicely for maybe a dollar move there on Unity. I do not want to forget about this. We're talking about, so AI yesterday, I had a long breakout. Oddly enough, it didn't look that dissimilar to the Unity idea above 35, just to see if it could fill in that gap. It was quick in and out. First long was a win, second long was a loss, never ended up going short. It is a downward trend. I don't have to tell you guys this is what a downward trending stock looks like, where every single time you shorted a pop in the last week, you have won. It's just a matter of, have you managed to get a decent price, and could you hold on to it long enough, and how far is it going to go? Some days it's a shallow run, other days it's just a complete flush without any pop altogether. So the first look will be at 33 to 33.5. That was the zone we're short in front of in the afternoon show. If that breaks out, then 35. I mean, 35 is what got rejected on the break yesterday long. So if we lose on a 33 area short, then I'm going to come right back looking at that 35 zone for C3. Unity is more of, if it gets going at 39, maybe there's a dollar in it there for you, but I'm not completely convinced. I just saw a similar setup, as I said, not work for me yesterday in AI.
All right, I'm starting the position right now. Hopefully we can get some more shares, obviously, as this goes on. I just want to start this position in Ride. Shout out to Jason in the chat asking if we already talked about this name. Yes, we did, but we could do it again right now because, nice move to the downside here is what I'm expecting. Obviously, with this kind of a Chapter 11 filing, and plus you got Ride with the reverse split already, 10-1 from 40 cents up to $4, not able to hold that. That's not great news, obviously, as you can see. This is what happens when stocks reverse split. I mean, find a stock for me that reverse split that actually did something about a couple weeks later. Most of them not back down to the reverse split levels, but this always tends to be the case there where you get that one-day bump, and then now today with Chapter 11 having some issues with Foxconn. I mean, you know, you cannot be under $1 and file for Chapter 11 and stay listed on the NASDAQ. So we've already seen Bed Bath & Beyond, SIA, that's gone to the graveyard. SIVBQ, you know, anything that's recently been down, sure, there's been some Luckin Coffee, some decent stories. Diddy was another one that moved down that still is surviving somehow as well. But I don't think this is not going to be a good day here for Lordstown. But remember, the thing is, let me just call it up right now. I don't want to misquote myself here because I know there's a lot of traders that are looking at this. Let's go over to Ride. We'll use this. This is Trade Ideas right now. And you could see right here, the short float is only 14.5%. I thought it would have been higher. That's why I want to double check this. So that's not even that high. So I think people are going to get short right now. Like that, the people aren't short enough yet is what I'm trying to get at. So watch out for that one. An amazing market cap of $44 million. That's probably not even updating real time. So if it's not, then we're sub like $10 million or $15 million right now. We'll see if it's updating real time or not. But either way,
I have a different number.
Do you have a different number? Okay, so that's good. So probably is real time. I don't even care. I just saw that number there. I guess we'll have to get out of the way if it takes 125. But Ride, Lordstown, we're already short. We just took it at 113. It's already 4 or 5 cents in the money. You know, we're already paying for a cup of coffee here that we'll get out on our break. But let's just see if this breaks $1. I think it's a hella short down there, breaking $1. Probably stops. I mean, I don't want to predict where it's going to stop. You're already so low on this name. We've already been to 40 cents before. Now we reverse split, get to $4, and now you're back to $1 again. You know, the amount of percentages that this is down if you have this in your account must be astronomical. And Ride just continues to go for the ride to the downside. So view up is right here at 109. We could take a piece out. I'm not going to do that. I just want to wait for this $1 break. We already broke it in the pre-market. Let's see it break it again right now. Ride to the downside. I'm probably going to get more short right here.
Currents, that was it. I was trying to remember the, wait for it. Hey, it's Sean. Yeah, we were just talking about the Endurance. The Lordstown Endurance was the name of that ever famous truck, or infamous truck, I should say. If you missed it early on this morning, a whole bunch of strength in Delta specifically, but airlines across the board. Delta comes out this morning and said their full year profit going to be at the high end of their prior forecast, and then increased Q2 as well, saying that the industry is on a very, very good run currently for Delta. So we'll see how that plays out today. Still higher, but late volume.
Yeah. So excited were they couldn't wait to earnings to tell you. They had to front run that and tell you no. But in all seriousness, they are looking to grow revenue this year by 17 to 18%. Prior to that, they had estimated 15 to 17. They're also looking at increased capacity, Brendo, 17% year on year. That's actually being held back by delayed deliveries, Boeing. So we'll have to see how much they can grow if they're not being delivered planes.
Dry today. The rundown, as always, brought to you by TradeZero, the award-winning broker-dealer specializing in short selling. TradeZero empowers active traders with fast market access, multiple trading platforms, high-quality customer service, and has an extensive inventory of locates and hard-to-locate borrows. Go to tradezero.co/tradertv.live. Is there a trade, guys, on Delta today?
If it gets to 45, I'm looking fade up at those prices. I know it's on a great run, and it's actually breaking out today as well on Delta. I don't know, it's like a couple of red candles in the last 2 or 3 weeks for Delta. Good run, but on the daily, you're at resistance points. And quite frankly, it's been big resistance the last couple of years when it's been at the 45 area. So I think it's more of a fade based on the way CCL responded to what was a beat. Maybe they came out with some early numbers because, like you said, they could be fading something. Or they're just concerned of what the numbers will really be in 2 weeks, and they're getting out in front of it. So I don't want to touch this one for the long. Maybe it's going to be good. Maybe it's not. I just wanted to point out, we actually have not free locates, but very cheap locates on Lordstown. So most people are going to be able to short this name. It doesn't mean it has to squeeze, but the cost of locate sometimes can be one of those factors you consider if it starts to make a run to the upside. Now, if there is resistance, or there was early in the pre-market at 130, I'm looking pop fade this thing. Every dollar break to me, whether it's in play or not, generally speaking, is usually going to be good. In this particular case, it's got to be had. When you talk about bankruptcy here, this is now a Bed Bath & Beyond situation where it's short the pops until you prove otherwise. If 130 doesn't work, 150. If 150 doesn't work, 175. If 175 doesn't work, 2. Now, I would rather be on the back end of trades, but you have to take a couple of shots with these. And with less than 1 minute to go, some movement going into the open. Google just broke the low of the day. Maybe we don't get the pop and fade for Alphabet. It's already down 1% and looking like it just wants to fade off like yesterday. One name that had some relative strength. This is actually down in the session, but 33 and 32 are good support levels for Intel. If we hold 33 at the open, I like the long, but 32 I like even better, as we have less than now 20 seconds on this Tuesday. That BDTX is still going to the upside. Careful, that is one of those potential halt off the open candidates. So if you don't want to get trapped in a halt, understand that one's going to be a little bit illiquid, as it's just busted the high of the day. Ooh, just rejected the high of the day, as a matter of fact, and came right back in. Katrina's on the bell in 3, 2, and ring it.
All right, thank you, Katrina.
Casino open.
Casino open right now. All right, let's see what's happening right now. NVIDIA trying to dance around. We didn't have too much on the imbalance locator. I wanted to show it to you guys, but we just didn't get to it there. There was nothing on there. Okay, what just happened to Ride? Ride just bumped up here pretty nicely. So, okay, about shorting this name. We are now short, and we got as many shares as we want. This just came right up there to 125 pretty quickly, so we could be wrong on this call. That is for sure on Ride. Giving it to 130 there on RIDE, but there's Meta. We have a play on Meta right now. Oops, sorry, am I clicking on the right stock? It broke 283, but for some reason we got 283.25 as a price. So you want to talk about paying the spread right there, 30 cents on a break, but that's okay. We're long now this name. We like the name here. We talked about why upgraded today. It doesn't mean that the market's going to go. Look at the market starting to go a little bit, but we do have to watch out for this 281.50 or so here we just got stopped out on Ride as it just went up to the upside right there. So that was fast. But right now, 281.40, 281.50 here. We're going to watch out for a dip buy opportunity here in Meta as well. But yeah, Ride, wow. That just got going real quick right there. Took out 130.
Yeah, it just wicked above. By the way, Alibaba broke that 87, so we'll get to that in a quick second. But Ride just wicked the top. It didn't get through the 35 level. I waited for the pop to get anything into the short, and right now it feels like that was still too early. If 35 goes, I'm out of this one. If it goes again, there it goes. It's just a matter of
40s.
Squeeze. Yeah, it just squeezed higher. I think 50 can be a level. I think 2 can be a level. But I do not want to get – I don't want to go long this stock. I don't want to go long this stock, so I'm just going to look for another opportunity to get back in. Again, back end sometimes a little bit better than the front end. And whether you get in a quarter, third early, you're still not going to be happy. But now it's at 150. Why is it not halting if it's at 150?
I think it might.
It's going into a halt at 151 here, so it's going into a halt.
I'm
not longing the halt. Quite frankly,
I'm holding the short.
I'm going to allow this one to halt and then maybe see if it checks up at a higher price. I said 150, but if it halts at 150, I want no part of it against it. While that was happening, I know the action is over there. I might have looked a gift horse in the mouth on the initial break of Alibaba. 87 went all the way to 87.20 and then came right back in. So Alibaba breakout. Every single day it's just done this move where it goes right away in one direction on a break. But I'm going to have a very tight stop because this has either worked fast or not worked at all. So if it doesn't work at all, I'm jumping right out of this probably at the quarter mark. Needs to retake that high at 87.20 before I can get some shares out. Nothing else really hitting. AI didn't really get any opportunities to short any pops in C3 AI. That was another one that we wanted. Yeah, there goes Alibaba. That's either right away move or just not at all situation. AI is already heading to the downside. That just broke the low at 32. I wanted 33 short. Do I even want to chase this? Probably not. If the market's going to be coming to the downside this aggressively, what are you going to do? I am going to go back over to Ride. Intel is now at that 33 and trying to bounce. That could be at least a little bit of something here. It didn't get underneath 33 for the under-over trade. Get something on a breakdown and then coming right back above that support level for an entry. This might just be straight up off the 33 level.
Okay, so yeah, I guess, I mean, we took a hit there. We actually, once we got stopped out there at 30, we actually got a little bit back in, not much back in at all. And then once it broke through 50, man, we punched out of Ride. So I'm going to have to, honestly, we have it on the sticky note as a short if it got through the $1. We probably shouldn't have shorted it until it got to that $1, but that's okay. We take the shot. That's not really okay because we lost on it, but that is okay for now. Look at Meta right now coming back in here. There's the market really dropping in. We did take NVIDIA long a little bit through that 410, but we are still waiting for that 412 area. But Meta coming back down to the downside as the market's just trying to figure itself out right now. Again, we talked about these moves that can happen right off the open. Huge move to the upside there on the NASDAQ, then pulling, not huge move, but right into the pre-market levels. Now a pull back, and here goes Meta trying to make that high one more time. He's not trying to make that high, but trying to break through again, 283. So there it goes. I was trying to find some levels there as I was talking, but honestly, I'm just thinking that 280 drop is probably the biggest problem for us. So that's 281.50, 282. We've really bounced off 282, so that's 281. I think if we take down 281, we do have to get out. So we'll watch out for that. But there goes NVIDIA. We did get a reload down there at what did we get? We got 410.50, and 412. So it just broke 412. I didn't even realize that. I'm like, how am I in the money on NVIDIA? But yeah, I would love one, Rob. Thank you. So let's see what happens here with NVIDIA. We're long down at this bottom. Now, whether or not it goes, we'll find out. But here we go. Let's put something around 412.70 for NVIDIA. It's too bad. It's too bad that it broke 412 and didn't do anything. Bunch of bad fills for me today, man. We pay 35 cents up for NVIDIA, which is crazy. And then we also pay 35 cents up for Meta early on as well. So yeah, a lot of hungry traders today paying up for a lot of these prices. Come on, Meta, you could do it. We're finally back into the money on this name after, like I said, paying 40 cents or 25 cents worth of spread on that one. Tesla, people talking about that one.
Tesla's making a move to the upside as well. It hasn't broken 44. I just chased Intel a little bit here when it took out the quarter. That's kind of like that next leg up. But Walgreens, it did make an SSR bounce. It broke, went 10% down, and then reclaimed, and now you can see it just absolutely running to the upside. I know it's only 50 cents up, but it's a $29 stock. I'm into Intel, and we have 1 minute until ride opens up. It's indicating a flat open. It halted at 151. It is going to open. It's indicating it is going to open at $1.51. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, actually, the bounce on Intel at 33 ends up getting to that quarter mark. I enter it there. I want to see it level off before I think about adding to it. I just think this is a name after yesterday that if we're going to have an update, I want it to be a participating name. Oh, wow. Intel is, sorry, not Intel. Alibaba's back at 87. NVIDIA is going. Here comes Tesla, 247.
Bang. 2 members of the Dollar Club already. 2 for 2 here as we barbecue them up, man. Meta, $1.50 in the money. And there's NVIDIA right here. You can see that clearly $1 in the money right now as well. Meta really rocking to the upside, man. We just took a fill. That got to 280. That got to 284.70 right there. What's up, Brennan?
Week here. Downside in a big way on this. If you missed it this morning, there was more layoffs announced both in Canada and the U.S. for Ford just made a day low.
There.
Where is this open?
I was just saying, if I don't have ride, then this is genius day. But you got to have the trades that you have, and you got to take responsibility for them. So ride right now, Brendo. I don't know if there's anything happening on it, but it is now more than, I guess, 5 minutes. Oh, there it is. It just opens up right now. Okay, good. So that as we talk about it, there goes ride. Yeah, right. So it's going to bust out higher here, it looks like, taking through 160. Yeah, I think the problem is a lot of people thinking probably the same thing that I was there, that we were going to go short on this name. So now that we're caught on the long, this is a problem, or we're caught on the short. We take some out at 60 there. Let's see if we can hold it. Maybe there is a downside move now coming for ride, but we're going to put a stop order in if we take down like 160s. The thing is, we don't really want to be caught in another halt. So hopefully that does not happen. If we take out that high of 166, then we will just, eat this trade and unfortunately just say that we're wrong. Well, we already are wrong on it, but, more wrong than we have been. Here it goes right now to the upside. Not as much liquidity as I thought, honestly, on this name.
It's pretty thin.
I thought we'd get a lot more liquidity than this. Like the fact that it's going 160, then 154. Like basically, you can get whatever price you want if you're willing to manipulate this stock. So let's just see what happens here. If the sellers come in and try to push this, there it is. Try to push this thing down a little bit. So let's go. Yeah, let's get some 30s there right now. So did we get that? Yes, we did. So hopefully this now does come back into the downside here on ride. Bigger fish to fry though. Meta's pulling back here on this NASDAQ move. So we'll wait to see. Thanks, Rob, for that. What's happening with Meta right now. But we're back into ride. We've got Meta and NVIDIA as well.
Yeah, I waited for it to get back. If you look at the halt trades, a lot of times, one of the things I like is if it gets back underneath the halt price and then use like local resistance as an out. So I got out to look to get back in. I'll have a relatively tight stop, probably give it like 10 cents. If it flushes, I think it could still head down to $1. I got one leg out on Intel there as it bounced, could not get through the pre-market lows. Now next I want 33.50. If we're going to continue this move, I think it can get there. C3AI on the pop. I still think this name, if it can hold underneath 33, again, missing data from yesterday. There you go. Look at my 15-minute chart. We're missing some data before, but 33 is still that level. It's putting in a lower high right now. I still want to be net short that name. And wow, CCL. Oh my goodness, CCL. So it did the over-under at 15. The high yesterday, after the open, was 15.05. So it just made that little pop. It is on a bit of a rebound tear. I said the first look I would have at 15 would be to short this kind of a move, and if it decides it just wants to be over, just to accept that fate, but it's starting to head underneath already. So this is the pop and fade that I was looking for in CCL. Bit of a relief rally after yesterday, which remember, it wasn't terrible earnings for CCL. You know, they actually beat overall on top and bottom lines.
Okay. All right, so NVIDIA, just looking at this one as it's coming back in pretty dramatically as well right now. As we got at 4:30, we talked about that price that we got. There was $1. Now it's $1 the other way. So dollar club, negative dollar club right now on that one. It's a good thing we got Rod. We're making some money back on that. But right now, Meta, wanted to look at this one as well. We just got another fill down there on Meta, waiting for like a 281 break. Obviously, that would be pretty disastrous if that does happen. We will get out of some shares if Meta continues to fall down. The NASDAQ's still above, but above VWAP, but we're below 15,000. We had that run up there where it stopped pretty much on a dime at 14,970, gave us that high wick, and now we have to just sort of eat these shares that we have and hope. I hate that word hope, but you know, if we can come back, I mean, I was positive on Meta. It's still positive on the day, but we did write down 280. So there it is. That sucks. So there's the drop down in Meta right there. We still have some shares on board. Watching for at 280. Maybe that's the spot that we have to really pay attention to. But here it comes in right now. So we'll try this down there again. But if we break 279 or 280-ish, then we got to get out of this one as Meta just continues to bleed to the downside right now. So yeah, not great trading here today so far if you had the longs, but we had some profitable spots, and there's a dump off again down through 280, 281. We're going to have to watch out for that on Meta. Ride, of course, now has sort of gone to sleep. It had some nice, exciting moments there early where we were short and got hit, then went short again, then took like 10 cents. We need to take a little bit more than that to make any money back on there. And then NVIDIA too. Again, we're trying to support the longs, but right now you're back to VWAP here, and maybe the longs are not right. So let's just pay attention to this and see if we can't get some action here back to the upside, as we still have 25% of some of these positions on board. So we'll see what we can do here, but NVIDIA is the one that really needs to go for me.
Yeah, I'm just going to get some bids out here on Ride in case it flushes. It's not really, I don't know, it's not really moving the way I would have expected. After a halt, holding underneath the halt price, I'd expect a little bit more weakness back into VWAP and 130. So I'm going to get some bids out. I got a tight stop up here at that 55 mark. And of course, you know, there goes. Yeah, we're not chewing through the top on Intel. I should have had this at 32. I had to chase it a little bit here, so I think it's a bit of a disappointment. When it takes them out at 40, if we break out the high, I'll be looking for an entry breaking out this top at 33.60 if it's going to be a move to the upside. What else? Oh my goodness, Unity, that was the other name we should have been talking about here. Unity, that 39 breakout, should have just taken it. There it goes. It did resist at $40, but pretty clean to that 39 level. I am still in some of CCL. I got wicked out. I kind of misjudged my stop, and by misjudged, I mean misplaced my stop. Got that wick out, but thankfully it was only for 75%. Underneath 15, I still think this is a short. I don't want to be covering until it breaks VWAP here and starts trending to the downside. So that holding south side, Ride not really doing a heck of a lot. Intel's the only long I got. And to go back over to Tesla, not to ignore you, did never want to ignore Tesla. It did not get to 47, 47 and 50. To me, the obvious lines in the sand. Hasn't really touched either one of those levels. So unless you're long off 240, I'm looking for a test of that 247. First things first, I would probably fade that price area if we get there.
It's funny because we talk about the crazy opportunities that are available in Tesla every day off the open, and there's another one straight
right
up $5. Again, off that 240, but like you said, you had to have that dip opportunity there. Okay, so of course we get stopped out at Meta at 281. I mean, it goes all the way down to 280.70. I don't know. We actually get a decent price on the stop out there of Meta, grabbing an 89 fill. But you can see what's happening right now, right back up to the upside. We did buy a little bit back, but we do not have as many shares as we did in the first place. As now Meta, I mean, it's fine. You know, we're back in the money now. We're in the money 50 cents, but yeah, we need it to go a little bit higher. What hasn't been working right now is NVIDIA, and it looks like it wants to continue to march lower here, unfortunately. It just got going again to 412 again and stopped. So we could have got out everything there for flat, but I want to try to hold out for this. We are back down near the bottom right here. We'll buy a little bit of this. We just missed it. We just put a 39 bid in. I don't know if you guys saw it. I don't know if you guys saw that, but we just put that bid in there. I feel like we should have got filled.
NEO, $9.
Not right now. NEO's up to $9 right now. Okay, yeah. So Alibaba's another name that we have to watch out there. Are you shorting 9, or what do you want to do there?
Well, I'm just looking at the offer here. I don't really see, I don't know, 100,000 shares. That's not a lot. Not a lot of shares. Ride's going to the downside, but I'll get to that in a quick second. That's definitely heading to the downside. But if you look at NEO on the daily, I want to make sure you guys see, I still have my line drawn underneath that 885 level. It is potential break back into $10 today. It doesn't mean you can't short it at 9, but there's not a ton on the offer. Usually I like to see some slides up there if I'm shorting 98 or 99. I might just look for a $9 break instead of going for the short side of the trade. I just talked myself out of it. So I'm not going to go 9 short. Ride just hit VWAP. I put a couple of bids down there. I got the first of those. We'll try to ring the register. But that was like an early, why even get anything on the front end, and then quick stop out. Then it does the halt trade, so short underneath the halt price. I'm looking for a step all the way down into 110. It could still get to $1, but this is kind of squeezing here as we go to Brendan.
Another therapeutics name just popping up here, CARA, on a bit of a move, trying to get to $4 here. Just checking, not a tiny float. It's about 80 million, but 22% here. Not seeing much, though, for CARA.
Decent fill there on NVIDIA at the bottom of 408 and change, but now it's trying to rip up back up to the upside. So we'll take some outs there. It went right down to the 200 period. And like, this is what I'm saying to myself every time. It's like, self, why the hell don't you wait? And you know, that's part of the problem that I have, obviously. Hopefully you guys don't have that and you're learning from some of my mistakes as we go, because, you know, taking out, there we go. We just got another piece out there at 412, I wish. 409 there, 410, sorry. Now it's starting to rip up to the upsides and getting a little carried away here because, okay, shit, yeah. Bang right there, finally, for NVIDIA. There we go, man. Uploaded position. We just got 410.40 right there. That was a big fill for me, trust me, when I tell you that one. I mean, that was a good one. Let's see if we can get something else out right now, as we're dollars in the money, and I don't want to like let this go through. The problem here is that the market has not been strong today. That's why we have to put these fills out there and reward ourselves. Look what's happening right now as it's coming back down to the downside. So let's just keep taking some out, man. We're well in the money on all these things now. NVIDIA, big positive day for us there. Meta, not so much, but we're trying to get some back, as there goes Meta. Let's go. Hopefully that's the bounce that we need now on Meta and on NVIDIA. Both now back to the dollar club, positive on the dollar club side of things. So although we have diamond hands, doesn't mean that they're good right now. But you know, I upgraded the wedding ring to platinum, trying to have platinum hands here as well. But let's wait to see, as there it is right now, $1.50 in the money on Meta, Sharif. So there it is.
Another one.
It's another one right there for Meta. So let's take it out right here, because we just had that huge move up. If we can get something near 283, we'll take it out. NVIDIA rocking as well to the upside. But man, so right now, the only stock that we'd be red on is Ride. So 2 for 1 right now today, 2 and 1, not 2 for 1 pizza. Let's see if we get up to the upside right now. Shout out to Canada, I guess, 2 for 1. I don't know if they're
3 for 1 was the jam.
3 for 1 was the jam until you realized that you actually had some money and wanted to buy some decent pizza.
It's true.
I don't even know if 3 for 1 exists anymore, but if they do, shout out to 3 for 1 pizza.
It was a local joint.
It was a local joint in B-Town.
Yeah, we used to like play Monopoly for money and run 3 for 1 pizza,
exactly.
And you saved your money for Monopoly for money. 490, I just got a fill at 490 on CCL. I made a bit of a keystroke stopping out there. It was it happens. See, I kind of jump right back in underneath 15. If it holds that 15 barrier, giving it to that high, you're going to keep rinsing and repeating that level. Intel came back in. We had 2 legs out. Well, actually, we had half of it out and then went for the reload. Now it's breaking down. So I think that counter trend thing that Intel's doing is definitely afoot. 33 would be the only level I go long. So went long the quarters, will only go long 33. Ride is now starting to cooperate to the downside. I got more when it retook 40. If it gets through VWAP, I want 30 quarters, and then every 5 cents, I want to be covering some. C3I's at 32.5, not there just yet, but oh my goodness, Unity. Unity. So it got to that $40 level. It wicked the top at 40. Obviously, that 39 break would have been good. I got to show you the higher time frame on the. There we go. The 15-minute chart will be good for you guys to show you $40 last time. Last time it was through 40. It rejected it 2 days in a row. So a wick through that 40 right now. I'm looking for the short to 40.09, which is the current high of the day. Should have just had that 39 break. Quite frankly, that was a pretty clean breakout at the open on Unity. But I talked myself out of it. It's what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is right. So we got some more fills on Ride. I'm looking for more trades, but the thing is I do have a decent investable opportunity here with my current positions. So we do have shares on, although we've been getting some out, obviously. We just got that 283 fill that we waited for there. So that was monstrous right there for us on Meta. So again, from buying some of these dips, you know, no real mistakes on Meta other than we got out basically at the day low, but we did buy some right back there. So that was a pretty good buy, making up for that decision there. Let's see if it can go back up to the upside. The NASDAQ's trying to go here. I mean, if we ever test 15,000, I mean, that's still ways to go. So that's kind of what I'm I'm not holding out for that, but I kind of am. I still think we can get that run to the backside right now on the NASDAQ. So let's wait to see if that can happen. We just wicked as high as 49.70 off the open, 14.970 off the open. Let's just see if it wants to continue to march just a little bit higher here. So I don't know, man. I'm in these names, and oh yeah, here's Ride. We got a 33 and a 35 fill. So that's all that we've got. Sorry, yeah, 35 and 34 fill so far on Ride. So I don't know where this name's going to go, but it looks like it's kind of settled down a little bit right now. Maybe just get some more out right here. It's not really doing what we want, but I am expecting a flush. But let's take some of the risk out on Ride, as we haven't necessarily been doing well on this name.
Yeah, so there goes Unity. We had the short at 39.90. It just took out 40.10.
There goes
so we take the short off that 40 level. Doesn't end up working out. CCL just took out the top as well. I'll get to Virgin Galactic in a second, but Neo did make that break. So it got through 9 even.
Yeah.
I didn't get 01s. I end up with 04s. It's still going to the upside here. I think this is a valid move till it gets back to 885. 920 breaks, and you could be absolute moonshotting it here. 247 on Tesla, not quite there yet. I think we have a chance to get there. And watch out for Ride. I think that could be, it's catching a bit of a bid on Ride. If it reclaims 150, I think all bets are off. We mentioned Delta. This is the only thing not going. So forget about 45. This can't seem to break through 44 even. I guess that's going to be a bit of a nothing burger there. Tesla getting to 247. That's a monster. 247 and 250, as I said, for me. Those are the two big levels. If it breaks out, I think you can get to 250. If it fails this level, I'm looking for a fade. 15,000 coincides with 47. It's 47 short on Tesla. If it breaks out, then maybe it's 250. But until we're above 15,000, I don't want to be long this name until it breaks resistance.
Guys, losing money on Ride was a little silly, so we'll flush ourselves on the toilet. But with $3, $2.50 in the money on each of these trades. So the Dollar Shave Club is right here, right now, baby. We're shaving money right here because, you know, $2 in the money now on NVIDIA. Not just that, we just made $3 right there because we got a 411.65 fill. Right into here, right into past resistance, right there, bang. That was a great trade for us as we're barbecuing up some profits on that one. And then look what's happening to Meta right now. Two names, like, please, I can't, you don't have to, if you don't have Twitter, cool. It's also on Instagram. Go follow me at TraderTV You know what it says on here? Meta long, NVIDIA long with the prices. So they're right there, right now. We're ready to rock and roll. We also have Ride short at $1, which it never even got to. And me shorting it got roasted. It didn't even come close to $1. It opened up and just blasted through. Excuse me. We were playing long, we were playing short off of that pre-market level of 120. 130, I guess. excuse me. But once it broke immediately, we gave it a little bit more. We got out. We reshorted it thinking that we just got stopped out on an early run. That wasn't the case. The run extended, stopped out there, reshorted. But now I'm just getting out because I can give two you-know-whats about this stock right now. We are pumping right now. Holy crap, guys, right now. $3 in the money or $2.50 in the money on both of these names as NVIDIA retakes its high. Unbelievable day here for this guy and hopefully for you as well. Stay away from Ride, but these other names giving me those feels.
I don't know. I'd never stay away from a stock like Ride because I remember Bed Bath & Beyond. And Bed Bath & Beyond, when it did it, it was basically like my top stock for, I'd say, 7 days out of 10 or something like that for the first 10 days after. It was just basically free money. So I'll take shots at it every single day. C3AI briefly broke the bottom. I got a stop breakout in there. It got in and out. Now it's back at that 33 level. That's what we had in the afternoon. I want to take it to that local high just above 33. Tesla just ran into a bit of a, I don't want to say a bit of a seller, but it got to 246. I thought 247 was going to be it. There was some guy at 246 underneath that sold like 30 or 40,000 shares. It was hard to see, and that kind of halted the move a little bit. If it does make another move higher, I still like 47, but if you're looking at why it just wicked it there, it could have been a big seller at that 240, underneath that 246 level. As I mentioned, I'm into C3AI off that failed break of 33 even into the short end. There goes Ride. It just felt like it was going to do it here. Yeah, I'm out of Ride again. It got to VWAP, got a couple legs out, and now it wants to break back out again. So if it breaks the top, 75, and then 2, every single even dollar, just look to fade it, and then if we get tight stops, that's what it has to be. Do not want to have any of those gap situations. Get in on the backside, not on the front end. To me, that was the trouble with it at the open, was sitting on the offer instead of allowing the move to happen and then deciding whether you want to get in or not. Very big difference between those two. AI, probably not bidding till we get to VWAP, like 32.60 or so.
All right, so the market got right back up to day's high again here. I don't want to drop these things off, but NVIDIA now being $3 in the money, it just touched 412 a bunch of times. We've already seen it here, and now it's fading off of it again. So, little foolish maybe not to get out the next time it pumps up to that level. So let's take something out if we get up to 411.50 or so. I was waiting for 412.50. Let's just sacrifice the dollar on a little piece, get something out. Then if it really wants to go, then we still do have it. But there is a pullback happening right now. And it's part of the problem is NASDAQ. It went right to that same high again of 149.70 here. So still a problem on the upside for the NASDAQ right now. So yeah, that sucks. There's the fall down for NVIDIA and probably for Meta. But I really like this Meta trade. Let's just see what happens here. Are you right into this? You know what? All right. We can get something out on Meta. Let's see if we can get a 50 print. There it is. Bang. 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 Bang.
Oh, my God.
All right, thank you for that. Oh my God, there. Nice trading there on Meta, but the market can easily fall down, and it looks like we may do that again. But we've taken money out. We're net positive on NVIDIA, obviously here today, as we don't have that bottom wick out. That's the problem with us on Meta right there. But we'll wait to get a little more shares. Let's see if this can get back up to the upside. We're waiting at 411.50 for that. People shouting at me and saying, "Mr. Softy." All right, let's see what's going on with Mr. Softy right now. Okay, as we look at the charts, that 334, great short there.
Probably. Look at Apple too. Apple too.
Is Apple fading a little bit? Apple's the Teflon Don, man. That stock just keeps on resisting.
It's at the big level.
Right, when that breaks lower, multiple reasons for concern there for not only the market, but for Apple itself. So we'll have to watch out for that. Another big name there.
It didn't really bounce off 185, but in the pre-market it kind of did. But 187 was the lower high yesterday. So 187 and then 188 were the two big levels. It did get to one of them, just not the other. So 186, 187, 188, I think every single dollar you make a decision. If you're in the money right now, it feels as if 87 is temporary resistance. 88 is going to be the 15,000 level for me. C3AI, second entry, better than the first. If we're just patient enough and wait for the 33s, like we said, then we don't take that early hit on it. But we'll get it back as it's now down into the 32.30s. I have a bid in here at 32.31, actually underneath that. So I got one at 60, 30 cents down, we'll take more. If it gets to the low of the day, I'll respect the double bottom at 32. NEO did make an early break. I got greedy on it, and didn't take anything out in front of 10. It then came underneath 9, kind of wicked me out. Not everything, but wicked some of it out. I just jumped right back in the trade. And this time I will take some out in front of 10. If that's how it wants to be, then I'll respect the fact that that early move off of 9 even wants to arrest itself initially at 9.10. I still think there's more room. Once you get past 9.20 on NEO, it's all systems go. Doesn't mean it can't. It has to get there, but if it does make it to that price, I'd be looking for where to add above 9.20 on a bigger move. Lucid, thank you very much. TER, is that the name? If I get that right. There wasn't a trade in Lucid. I'm waiting at 5 for any kind of a long if it gets there, and I want the short off 6. Lucid has a 15-cent range, so that never set up for me. I'll only take the trades that set up off the prices I want, and just not really seeing anything here on Lucid for a trade for me.
Yeah, no, me neither. I actually haven't even looked at Lucid, but we looked at it this morning, and I thought it was right in the middle. So I think that's a good call for that one, right there as well. All right, one last little tranche here for Ride, as it's taken me for a ride. We have one negative stock today. It's Ride. It's Lordstown, and like I said, just a little foolish for me, anyways, not trading that at the levels that we talked about. Got a little carried away with it, but we'll see. There's some size there at 60. I think if it breaks above its high today, which is the 65 level, then that's definitely a pause for concern. And you got to keep it up because you want to watch out for another halt.
If it halts again, that's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. So I do not want to be in this if it halts again. I don't care which way it halts. It's not something that your boy is interested in. That's for damn sure.
Oh, we have free locates.
It's not free locates on Ride.
No, sorry, no. On Virgin Galactic, we have free locates.
I I paid for that already. All right, so 410.50. It was only one. You know how much it was? It was 1 cent a share on Ride. So I just lost 30 cents a share, so that's 31 cents right now. But there it is. So we missed that 411.50. My bad. We also missed 412. And again, this is what we talk about. Make your trades, not ours. I got out at 410. Once we broke VWAP there, I took it out at 410.50 there. Still $2 trade. When you're taking $2, then you are spinning that for sure. We've taken $2. Meta's now $3. Look at this Meta trade. This is the #1 name on the sticky note today, Meta. Okay, Meta, 52-week highs yesterday, breaking upside with the Citigroup upgrade and more monetization for WhatsApp. So now, holy shoot, now we're starting to bank again on everything. There goes NVIDIA back up to the upside. We're at the highest spot we've been at since the open now. Yeah, I got it, Fabian. No, that's okay. Thanks for reminding me. It is highest spot we've been at since the open, since this happened right now. My highest spot today was 0, and then my very first trade lost a couple hundred, whatever. Now we're back into the pocket here with some bangers of a trade. $4 dollar club, $4 club for Meta, $3 club for NVIDIA, and it's always a nice day when we get the opportunity to throw it over for happening now to Brendan at the big desk. Thank you, Fabian.
Market back to highs here, guys. Just getting the consumer confidence data coming across there. A big beat, 109.7 versus 103.8 expected there on the conference board's consumer confidence index. So huge beat to the upside there. We also got new home sales on a month-over-month basis, also higher, 0.76 versus 675,000 essentially. But nice look for consumer confidence helping this right across the board. 0.6 for both the NASDAQ composite and the 100 at this point. All three of the Russell variations in positive territory, the Dow and the S&P. 0.3 to the upside right now, looking pretty good. We were discussing, if you're with us, pre-market. Nice look for Delta on that forecast increase. Gets up to 44 a couple of times and stalls out. Still not a lot of volume behind this move, but looking good. 1.6% still for DAL. Google, meanwhile, downgraded again today. Relatively weak again today. Still down 1% for Google, guys.
Yeah, Google definitely. That probably was a relatively weak name. Tesla just got to 47 and wicked it on right at that number. So we talked about 40. I talked about 47. That's the level I liked for the short on Tesla. I did already scalp some out. I got an 88 short on the way back and got some out there at the quarters, 46 quarter. It's an upward trending stock. I'm going to respect the 245 level, mostly because it's a local high. Like, you had that previous top. If it hangs on to this, I don't want any part of being greedy with that short. 250 is obviously a bigger level than the 247. And quite frankly, there's an element of 10 o'clock number wicks that high and it almost gives you the trade. And so let's take the money and run if that's the case, because if we continue the trend, you're just breaking 47 and heading to 50. NIO, it's at 911. Okay, I got some out there at the 10. It just wicked 15, so probably every 5 cents. Gonna have to get some offers out there. I didn't have an offer sitting in front of 915. That was probably a mistake by myself. Ride, it has to make another move here for me to care. Delta, by the way, that's doing literally nothing, but it is forming a flat top break at 44 for anybody that's interested. Unity, so if I had held on to the short, it would have worked, but that doesn't mean it's the right thing to do, because you're holding it like 3 times what I won against me. I wanted to risk about 25 cents. If I held it more, it gets to VWAP, but that's not the right way to go about it. Now back above 40 even. This stock suddenly has a little bit more room above these prices. If you break this fresh high, Unity's got $2 in it. This is that channel. I said, look, I like the short at 40 even, but if you break it, sorry, not $2, $3 it has in terms of room to the upside. So if it makes a fresh high here on Unity, I'm looking for the top end break. Try the short at 40. It looks like it wants to clear out that level. Almost 10% to the upside now on Unity software.
Unity, yeah,
Unity.
Nice upside right there. We have $4 right now as we speak on Meta. So this is a good trade for us here. We're just watching it continue to make the move to the upside. I think we'll just sit on our hands now for some of these. The thing about it is though, Nvidia is having a problem. Like it just got to 410 again. Despite the market being upside right now, I expect this one to actually come out. It's not performing well here. Needless to say, that is Nvidia. So I'm going to take a piece out. There we go. Do we just get that? Yes, we did. 55 there. So we're going to take a piece out because this is, look at the market ripping, look at Nvidia coming down. We are very, very light now on this position as we start to take some more out. If it does break higher, then maybe I'll get interested in it. But for right now, again, we've already taken that 412 high break that we really liked. That made some sense to us. We can rebuy this name at that 408.50 level, sort of where we did before, and then get out if it breaks lower than that. So let's just try that right now. Wouldn't be surprised if this is a quick dip and then a retracement back up, but let's just make sure that we do get out just in case. There it is. So huge move upside for Ride. Like I said, man, big mistake for me by trading this, as there it goes, taking out the highs. And the only loss that we have on today, unfortunately, is a big one there for Ride as it just takes it out. We were bidding down lower right there, and unfortunately my bids just canceled, but we had some bids down here in the 40s to see if we can get some fills on that, but there goes Ride right there up to the upside, and we tweeted about it too. You know, winners abound. Ride, big L right there as it just continues to go to the upside. Like I said, should have stuck with my own rules there and waited for that dollar break. Didn't come in. Now look at this name, man. This name is up like 70% off the open right now, Ride. So huge move there to the upside. All right, Nvidia, we get that fill. We'll see if we can take 50 cents. We'll see if we can take $1 on this, of course, but watch out for a 408 break. That's the bottom there. We don't want that. So if we break below 408, which it looks like it may want to do right now, then it's trouble brewing here for Nvidia for sure. So we'll wait to see. It's trying to hold this. Look, it's trying to go up. They're holding it right now. Doesn't want to break this level. So what? It just held 65. Okay, there it breaks a little bit, but
I gotta show you.
Yeah, volume not making some sense right there. Bitcoin ripping, is that what you're doing?
Bitcoin just got to 31 essentially. Bit of a right-hand turn here on Bitcoin. For anyone watching, Coinbase is close to 67. If we don't break 31,000 and I can short out that 67 level, I still like it. We mentioned it yesterday, but not in the pre-market in our rundown. 247 short on Tesla. I'm in, I'm out, and maybe that was a mistake to have gotten out at 45. But like I said, take the money and run. It's upward trending. Okay, there you go. Nice little dirty trend line. That's not even that clean, but you can see higher highs, higher lows. Take the money and run on the short. When you get an opportunity on a key level, you just want to capitalize on it. I got to get rid of those because those are the ugliest trend lines that I've ever seen. I should not draw them when they're that dirty. So Coinbase, as long as we're not breaking 31,000, it's got resistance, but keep in mind how strong the stock has been. If we take out 31 and this gets through that local high, 66.5, breaks 67, you get out of the way till $70. And as a matter of fact, it's probably a reverse into the long trade. But once it gets into above 66, that's the short zone for me. I just want to keep my eye on what's going on overall in crypto land. I'm just tracking Bitcoin. I shouldn't even say crypto land. I'm just watching Bitcoin. It's the only one I watch. I did get that second fill in C3AI, so that continues to be arrows down. But again, made the misstep of taking the breakdown trade. It's like, oh my goodness, I didn't get my short off 33. You missed that. FOMO into the breakdown of the low of the day, have the tight stop out, and then you finally cash the top, and you're like, why did I even bother making that other impatient trade? NEO starting to come back in with the market. So this $9 level doesn't seem to want to hold on. It did wick underneath once before and hold $8.98. If it can do so again, I'd re-enter the trade at 9. But if we don't hold on to that, I'll look back to 8.85 where my line in the sand is drawn. So I'm just down to C3AI because I didn't hold on to that Tesla short. Maybe we get some Coinbase, but it's even looking like it doesn't want to get there.
Yeah, we still have a little bit of NVIDIA, but it's tanking in here pretty good, man. Just taking out 406. Did it just take out? Sorry, 407 right there. Downside there. So it's a good thing that we kind of acknowledged what was happening earlier here with it being weak against the market, because just a slight pullback. I mean, it's a big pullback actually in the market really sent this name downside, right? We saw this name drop $26 yesterday. I've already called this basically the move up kind of a sham, but we still went long NVIDIA today, and there it is. We just got out on that 407 break, so we don't have to sit there and keep going long on this name just because, but it has broken lower. It's now down on the, well, almost down on the day. Well, there it is. Now, maybe did it just hold that? All right, you want to try one more here? Let's just try one more in case it doesn't, in case that wasn't the bottom there. One more break there of 406 down to that bottom. So we'll see if it does hold it. But yeah, that was a dip down there for NVIDIA and not bought up at all right now. Now it's trying to go, but we'll get this out if it takes that low one more time, which is what exactly? 406.70. Right now. So let's watch out for that. It is coming back down in. We do have some more bids down here near 407 flat. So if that does come in, then fine. But we have to wait out for that 406.70 area now and make sure that holds. So that's going to be my stopping price now. 406.69 or something was the bottom.
All right, I'm into Coinbase. So Coinbase got to 65.87. So close enough to that 66 level that it's a 66 reject. Bitcoin got to 30,994.97, so very close to 31 without breaking. So I'm going to be short to 66 here. If I can add to it, it's got to be at better prices than what my entry point is in. I want something a little bit tighter to 66 even. We're going to go to Brendan. What do you got, bud?
I feel like this is a little more on this Fidelity note. There was a note suggesting Fidelity is going to join the BlackRock parade and file for a spot Bitcoin ETF. Here's this BITO, which is a futures, Bitcoin futures-based ETF, also making that similar move, guys.
So, I'm not going to get more. I'm not going to get more of this. That's not going to happen. Coinbase, I hate you. So anyways, there's a turn. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to add tighter to 66. So I'll get some out in front of 65 even. You're patient. You wait for your entry point. Don't do that thing where you bounce in front. There we go. So we don't get everything we want up there at that 66 level on Coinbase. We're going to have to ring the register there anyways. NEO, it's weird. Like for every single time celebrating a short, this is the way the morning is going. I just reloaded at $9 on NIO, and it could take out that $8.98. So I reload at 1s and 2s, and we might just lose the 3 or 4 cents pretty much instantly. So while the shorts start to work, you get into a long, and then the second entry in that is not going to look like it's any good. I do still think NEO has a chance here. I have an 885 level marked off. That's kind of dirty. If you look at the actual support, it's a little bit above that, like around like 890, I think would be implied for me. So I could get back into this if it checks up at VWAP, but I'll be very patient getting back into the long here. I mean, if NVIDIA doesn't hold on to the 1 trillion mark, which is $406, by the way, that's seemingly a bit of a level right now. If we break that to the downside, this could be one heck of a trap that got set this morning. Where is my data on my 3-minute? Yeah, so we don't hold on to that 406 close and head down to 400. I think AI is pretty much toast. I think the chip names are obviously going to be in a bit of trouble. The market's just going to flush. Like maybe Apple holds up okay, but yeah, NVIDIA 406. If that doesn't hold on, I think this is kind of kaput. And all I have is a little bit of coin and some AI left. I need something else short.
All right, yeah, we talk about getting some more short here. I saw Amazon coming down. There it is. I was gonna say I saw Amazon coming down to its day's low here, and it just broke that as well. So the market now fading in pretty good. That was a good fade. It's too bad that we were long, like in the mid, sort of at the top here. We were able to get a lot out at the top, but then now this fade back in here hurts if you're going long. That is for sure. And there goes NVIDIA breaking through that 406. So although we tried the long, look at how much this thing is dropping off now. That is for sure. Meta also coming back in as well, breaking the 200 period. If there's going to be any name that might hold up today, I'm going to put my money on Meta now. That's the only name that has, well, I mean, nothing's really been that good, to be honest with you today. But NVIDIA had a good start to the day. I mean, we could try. We don't have too many shares of Meta right now. I was waiting for 60s to come through right down here, 281. Oh, wait a second. What was it again? 281.70. Oh, man, that's right here, right now. So we'll see if we can get that fill. Looks like that's going to come in. That'll give us a much bigger position than we have right now. Oh, we just missed it. That's too bad. 281.70 right there. Looking for this drop spot. If we take out 280.50, then we can get gone. We will be out of that name at that point. So let's wait to see where we go now. But yeah, it is a nice downside move here in the market. Off of that 14,950, we didn't really talk about that level. It wasn't super key, but look how many times we bounced off of that here this morning. So
that's what psyched me out.
Nice downside move for sure there on the market. Oh, that sucks.
We got within 20 points of 15,000. When we got that close, it's like, okay, well, wait for it. Don't get all in until it gets there. And so you end up with, if that was the top, then it's almost impossible to have got into the short that you wanted. So early stop outs on the short, only to not get them at the actual high. Quite frankly, with any gusto. Ride, it made another curl here. So the first time it was actually curling into a halt, and I took that short. Should not have had that one, definitely. But you wait for it to make a bit of a turn. The turn's now to $1.90. It is SSR, which means short sale restriction, because it was down more than 10%. That means you got to sit on the offer and just let it take you. It can be tricky to actually get a really good price. So as it comes back up, I'll look to add to this on the way back into the upside to that 190. It'll be this, then it'll be 2. I don't have to tell anybody that the $2 will be an obvious level. You got to give it up. Coinbase, as I said, didn't get the ad. I'd like to see if it can break VWAP. It's still a bit of an upward trend. Bitcoin actually pulled back pretty decently off 31, so I think it could take out VWAP. And C3I is now back beneath 32, so this one continues to be a bit of a flush. But I made the misstep of being short early on this as well. So patience is definitely a virtue. Been better at patience days other than today. And keep an eye on NVIDIA, which just held 406, believe it or not. So that $1 trillion mark, it's still above it. If it turns the market, I don't know that it's NVIDIA that I would want long. I know it's the weirdest thing to say. I'm kind of looking at Apple here and saying, if you got to take a long, maybe look at Apple or Meta instead of NVIDIA at 406. I feel like that's a trap.
Yeah, you don't want NVIDIA long. NVIDIA's been in dumpster fire for a while, and it's fine. We're not really that down on it, but we are down on NVIDIA. But I did choose my poison there with Meta. So we talked about going long. I gave you the price that I was long, 281.60. That just came in and filled. Or sorry, 281.70. That just came in and filled right there. So that's now we're 50 cents in the money on that trade. But we want, I think there's more to come here, especially if this market bounces off 14.9. Yesterday's bottom. Here, let me do this one here. Yesterday's bottom. This is a 5-minute chart on the NASDAQ, just a little bit cleaner. Yesterday down there at 48.60, we just tested again on that dip down 48.90, 48.890 right there. So let's see if the NASDAQ can hold 919. So 14,900 right there is what we're seeing if we can hold it. There it is, 75 cents right there. We'll spend the money on that Meta trade because that's all the way back up to the upside. There's $1 for you in 2 minutes. So hopefully you're doing that as well. I don't think I've really traded that bad today. The only mistake obviously was Ride. Pretty amateur for me there. We did get out there on that break of 66 to the upside. Obviously, it's touching 90s. I put on too many shares for sure. We had to get out every time. That we made some money back right there, then tried the short again at the 60 level against that high, then it took it out, and now to the upside goes Ride. So that name continues to march a little bit higher as well. We could check out Amazon, probably well back up. Not really. This is where we had the long anyways. It would be in the money now if we had it, but just barely. We went long there at 80. Now it's up to 90. I thought we liked Amazon. Amazon did have some nice moves lately, obviously. Yesterday, though, now that I look at it, was pretty downside. This is why we tried to buy it up, but I should have given it a lot lower than that, like 127, 127.50 there into yesterday's number. But again, when we saw Meta tanking and NVIDIA tanking and all the rest, easy to get out of Amazon. So we did that. That's a cup of coffee. Meta's a good trade. Ride is not. NVIDIA is not as well. So, NVIDIA was fine. We need to find something else here. GameStop moving?
I don't know about that.
Citigroup. some banks, Pac W yesterday.
The regionals could be interesting. I'm looking for.
Still, things are still stuck, man.
I'm kind of, again, it always goes back to patience. Like, I don't wait for 33 on Intel. I'm trading the quarter a couple of times here, and it's an upward trend. So this should have been like the gold stock for me today, because the real entries, it's got to be off this bounce, and then the higher low is where you get in some in the back end. See what I mean about being patient? This could end up just being a breakout through yesterday's lower high, 33.60, but I'd rather get into this at some point sooner than that. So if it holds this consolidation, as long as 14.9 holds in the NASDAQ, this is an upward trending name. You better take advantage of ride here. First leg out in front of 170. We'll take some in front of $1.70, and then 160, and then 150. You guys can use your imagination as to every single level we're going to take it out. I don't know if this sees $1 again. It's probably even defense of that level. And oh, I completely forgot. So I was going to say this name, and $4. Virgin Galactic got to 402 today, and a little bit of a bounce here. So if it retakes that and breaks 4 even, I think you guys probably know where I'm headed with this. I'm looking for 4 break on Virgin Galactic. That kind of happened out of nowhere, and we have free locates on this stock, which I did not believe. So we have free locates on Virgin Galactic. Looking for 4 break. It hasn't happened yet, but it just bounced off 402. Sorry, 403. That's the low of the day. If that breaks 4 even, I want that short for sure.
Yeah, shout out, who was it there? What's up, the Crypto Gangsta? What's up, Crypto Gangsta? What's up, Dan Emmons as well? Yeah, so, okay, so we're 65 cents in the money on Meta, fine. We'll talk about that in a minute. No, we probably won't, actually. Good shout out. This is why I shout out Crypto Gangsta right now. A, because you're a gangster. B, because you have crypto. And C, because you mentioned Roblox. And I think Roblox right here is a great name, but I don't think it's at breakout spots quite yet here for Roblox. It made that move all the way up to 41.60, which is great, but there's the 43. I like to see a break of 42 even for sure. Here's the pullback for Roblox, but you are having a nice move today, up 5%. I wonder, I don't know if there was news on Roblox or something here today, but that's 5% against the market, so that's really nice. But I don't know. You know, they stopped releasing daily or monthly active users. 40.80 right there is where VWAP is. So I do like VWAP retracement longs. So that could be something right there. Maybe we could try it. It seems to be resisting this 41. So I'm going to say a shout out to you, Crypto Gangsta. I'm going to try this trade right now. Back to 41 in change. This makes a little bit of sense. Let's see if we could start it. Obviously, we wish that we had this one a little bit closer to 41 right now. So what I did is I just put orders in here at 41.12. Then at 41.02, and then if just in case that level gets filled, let's get out if it does break that 40.75 area or so, which is where VWAP is. So we'll put a 79 or so spot on that. I think it's 80 exactly. So if that does fill, we will get out of it. But there it is. Good call out by you, Crypto Gangsta. It just ripped up from that $41 level. So that was a great spot for sure. Yeah, I do have the kids, right? Yeah, so you are right. They're supporting Roblox day after day. But you can see here that the market on Roblox, still some downside movements here, but I like the name. With all this talk in metaverse, those glasses and everything like that, Roblox is going to play a part in all of that. So let's just see. Again, just a day trade back down here to 40.80 if we are wrong. Meta's still 70 cents in the money, but we got to see what's happening. Coin blasting again as, yeah, 31,000.
Yeah.
Bitcoin approaching 31,000 for those of you that were talking about that in the chat. But it's now 10:20, so let's go over to Brendan for happening now, small cap recap.
Small cap recap.
Let's go. Small cap, yeah.
Hey guys, bit of a quiet morning as far as small caps are concerned. Few to look at though. 3 I'll throw at you here. Black Diamond Therapeutics, mentioned right out of the gate there, showed all kinds of initial strength, but comes right back in the pre-market, that is. They had a positive initial data come out from a cancer, lung cancer specifically, trial they're working on. So BDTX, big move up initially pre-market, faded all of that, back below 350 now for that one. Centogene, new strategic collab with big data company, has this one higher today, but on its way back to $1. That is $1. We're at 109 right now for CNTG. Off the watch list then, ACIU, FDA fast track on that Alzheimer's treatment after positive data from them on that. 220 held both at the open and then on the pullback. Day highs right now, guys, for ACIU.
Yeah, speaking about day's highs, I re-entered at the day high on Coinbase, and when it started rolling back over, it was just instantly support in front of 65.50. So I did get some out there. I'm like, it looks pretty strong. Bitcoin was actually making another run, possibly at 31. It's kind of calming down now, but this might run this high of the day at 66 here, and get to yesterday's high, and then there might be a fade off of yesterday's high. So I'm going to stop it out if it breaks 66. I'll hold on to this for 65, but if it breaks 66, I'll look for an entry somewhere between 66 and 67 even. Just want to still say net short this name. AI is still kind of working, but it's definitely an upward trend. So I'm getting more aggressive in terms of tightening the stop up, ensuring that we're taking profit in front of VWAP, which I did not get all out the first time, should have done it. Ride is still at 170, can't seem to break 170, that's crazy. Usually a stock goes this parabolic and fails close to $2, like you should at least see 160, 150, but it does not seem to want to do it just yet, as we are still holding higher lows on Ride, has yet to really break down. Dave Campbell mentioning Oxy's super strong. You know what, I said underneath 55, maybe this stock is just a buy at 55 every single time. It never even got there. 56 ended up holding. On the daily chart, I don't know how far you got to go back, but every single time you get to the mid-50s, this stock ends up being a buy. Watch out for the 50 period on the daily. That's at $59. The last couple of weeks, it's basically been the dead zone for the stock every time it gets to the 50 period on the daily. But that's a couple of dollars away, so congratulations if you're hanging on to it. Here comes Coinbase. Yeah, it's a good thing we took some of that out, because this is going to get through that high of the day. As I said, tighten up the stop. I'm getting out of this now at 66 instead of yesterday's high.
Oh man, hallelujah, I just said to myself, because we took a very big position of Amazon down there at 128.50. We're actually long at 127.60, sorry, 127.50, not 128.50. That'd be nice if we get back up to that level now, as the NASDAQ's starting to cook a little bit. So let's see if Amazon can get back up to here. We're just taking some out because it went all the way to 128 right now, so we could take a little bit more out. This is kind of a day saver early on for me here, because we've been wrong on so many things. So here comes Amazon. We're back to green now on this name as it continues to make a move higher right now, Amazon. Let's see if it wants to continue forward, but the NASDAQ is just now stopping at VWAP again right now. So tried to make that move up right there. Stopped at VWAP, came back down. Well, that wasn't a stop. That was a retracement back up, just like what's happening right now. It's flushed, now retracing to VWAP, and now the flush down again happening on the NASDAQ. So it's a damn good thing that we took some money out of that play. Also, Meta.
Awesome.
This name has really been awesome for me here today, Meta. This has just been a nice little run, obviously, here today as Meta just continues to make that move higher. We're now $1.50 in the money. Look at these dip buys there on Meta. Made all of our money back, man, pretty much. Like I said, if we avoid Ride today, it's a great day, but we don't. So Amazon, here it goes, man. Yes, sir. Holy shnikes. Shout out to an old trader on the floor. Huge move to the upside right now for Amazon. We're definitely taking advantage of that one. I'm sitting there at 12s. We just took some 9s. I'll take some 7s again. Why not? See if we can get that right now in the money, another 45 cents. Let's see if this can join the dollar club, but it's really made my day back here for sure. And there's another position right here, so let's go like that. And let's not take ideas for this. This is my guy there, Crypto Gangsta. Thank you so much for this shout out right now, because there it is. We take it right there. We take some 23s. We are now into Roblox. Let's see if this one wants to moon a little bit. We just take 11 cents on that. Let's see where Roblox wants to go. Shout out to you, Crypto Gangsta. You that guy right there. Bang! There's another trade on that one. So there it is again. 20 cents now in the money on Roblox. And we are really working now, man. Amazon upside. Meta now $1.50 in the money. All things well over here, but that was a tricky morning for sure, especially watching NVIDIA make that move down. And now it's not doing anything, but we were really up on NVIDIA, and then it just collapsed on us and puked all over us. So we'll wait for that play to come through in a minute. But right now we're long Amazon, and when Neil was talking about like trying to find names that were strong, that's exactly what we did, man. We went right over there to Meta. We knew it was strong. We knew it had catalysts today. 52-week highs yesterday. Unlike NVIDIA, that's being propped up by people that are just in it too late. You know, when they run out of money, that's what's happening with that video right now. So let's just stay in Meta, man. Meta's a 52-week high with reasons. And there it is again. Let's go one more time, man. Diamond hands, $2 now in the money off of, oh, we haven't done this one yet, off of multiple. Let's get it, man. Ice in the veins right there on Meta today. It's a beautiful trade to the upside.
Yeah, I got out of Coinbase, but I'm going to probably jump right back into this. Getting a lower high on Bitcoin, you always want to kind of calm down for this when it's at a key level. I tightened the stop up to 66 because it was so strong. It just wicked the high. Come to my chart for a second because this is a lower high being put in by Bitcoin as you're running the high of the day. So this is going to set up for re-entry for me, give it back to the local high, which is yesterday's top, and a little bit of extra change here to 66.30. So first time we risked about 20 cents. Now we're going to risk about 30 cents on Coinbase. Is until we're actually through 67, which on the daily chart is some resistance up there, that I'm not necessarily wanting to buy it at the high. If you got it long at the bottom, that's one thing. If you got it at the top, fair enough. Ride just took out the high again. You always got to take some profit. We got 70s, we never got 60s, and now it takes out 190. $2 is about the last man standing here, and then you're talking about the entire gap fill. I think that's unlikely, but you could definitely be halting through a $2 even break. I could see that easily happening. Here comes Apple for a top break as well. I like Apple for strength. If it breaks 87, I think it's got clear sailing up to 188. 188 is the 15,000 level for me on Apple.
All right, man. You know, when we got the glasses on, you know that we're feeling it right now. Thank you, Crypto Gangsta, for that one, as we'll face slap it right now and go to the upside. And we're just going to do this. Shout out to DJ.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
And?
Another one.
Okay. So there it is right there, man. Boom, boom, boom. 3 outs right there. But look what is really, really shining right now. It's Amazon, man. Shine bright like a diamond. That's my daughter's walk-up song. Shout out to Rihanna right there. But yeah, huge move to the upside right now for Amazon. Boom, right there. Like we found that bottom. Again, right? Why stand in the damn way? Why stand in the way? Let it develop a bottom. I know why. It's because when you don't take the initial trade, sometimes you have FOMO, right? Like we take that trade. Why am I even doing that? Wait for it to come in, give us this bottom where we got stopped out there on. I mean, we don't have that trade then. Ooh, wow. But we reloaded it again, and now look what's happening. Up to 284 one more time as 285 coming in, man. This is again, you know, I feel pretty good, obviously, about getting out of ride. You know, we tried it again, but I know Neil's still in it, but I guess $2.
I every single short I give it to the high of the day.
Right, yeah, exactly.
I do not hold past the stop on that stock.
Right, so that's the same thing I do in the tech stocks
the
too.
thing about it with Ride is I've been down this road before. It was exactly the same thing with Nikola the other day. Eventually, Nikola, when it flushed, it gave like a 180 short down into like 120 or something absolutely ridiculous. But if you were just holding it the entire way, it didn't make a difference. Like even if you got that win, you weren't making back. So you have to have your stop when it breaks out resistance each time. But I'm not chasing this long. It's just not going to happen. I've seen what happened with Bed Bath & Beyond. I'll just continue to look for short setups and take them each time with my stop at the high of the day. Still have that coin. Apple did not break, unfortunately. Never mind. So I was about to tell you Apple was breaking that 187 level. This would be 187.08 is now the local high. I had a stop in, but we've rejected 187, at least temporarily on Apple. Oh, Snowflake was the other thing I wanted to mention. Oddly enough, Snowflake is stair-stepping to the downside on that event. It's day 2 of the event. They kind of sold at 78s, now 75, 76. And then a rejection of 75 in VWAP here. It feels like it made a wipeout bottom and should be a long off 170, but this is kind of channeling to the downside. If 406 goes on NVIDIA, I said AI is probably a continued flush, but I would say the same thing with Snowflake. If NVIDIA doesn't hold on to the trillion mark, this could be a casualty as well, and it's giving you a nice little downward trend still, as the NASDAQ's also making a lower high. So Snowflake, I'd call it relative weakness, at least until it gets to 170, which has been a hard bottom so far.
I guess we're ready. Did I hear Brendan? Yeah, let's go to Brendan for something at 10:30.
I haven't heard any of these calls all of a sudden.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll get to crypto here. This segment, however, brought to you by Riley Coin, the utility cryptocurrency used by the international organization, the Royal Court of East Breffni O'Reilly, as their method of exchange. Shout out to our friends at Riley Coin. If you missed it, yeah, Fidelity reportedly preparing to submit a spot Bitcoin ETF that follows BlackRock doing something similar. Last week, we got that news. Nothing as far as anything being approved or even indication that any of these will be approved, but the more that we get these filings coming through, it seems to be benefiting BTC. Here we are back to, as the guys were saying, basically highs. This is an hourly chart. So 30,875 coming into play right now. Back to positive on the 24-hour period to the tune of 1.4%. 30,867. Ethereum still red on the day, but 1,886. That 1,900 area on the daily chart, more of a pivot for it, but pretty mixed once again, guys, for crypto.
Yeah, I mean, you can call it mixed, but I don't know. I feel like we're still challenging that upside. Just went over to my Bitcoin chart, but Unity did break out that local high from the 15-minute. Come to my chart for a second. I just want to show you. You got above that 40, got through that resistance at 40.30, and broke above. If it hangs out here and consolidates, I think it can be an add into that 40 level. But if 40 goes, then I want to give it up. NVIDIA just took out 406, so that's maybe bad timing. I don't know. I'm looking at, you know, I'm just going to get into C3AI. So underneath 406 on NVIDIA, instead of playing that, I'm getting a lower high opportunity here in C3AI, which I believe was kind of like the sympathy short for the AI names and the lower hanging fruit. And if we're going to head downside on NVIDIA, why go after them? Just look at C3AI. So it's going to be the 3250 level for me. It just made a nice run to the upside. So I'm going to keep my eye on NVIDIA. It's currently just barely under 406. So it made the break, got to 405, but it could easily wick that bottom and then slam back to the upside, in which case you want to get out of that AI pretty quickly. Still have that 33 overhead. That is a bit of resistance. Unity just broke out. Wow, Oxy is still going.
I like that story.
Yeah, Oxy's still going through the top. Where is this? I know I said 59. Yeah, 59 is a level. But is there an entry into the long up here? Maybe. I don't want to punch here. You punch long here, you're kind of running right into 57.85. Let's see it carry a little bit further, maybe dip and consolidate. Not a great place to join the trend yet on Oxy. Room to 59, but I think you want to look for a consolidation or a dip. It's right at previous resistance.
All right, ride. Let's go, man. Let's go for a ride right now. We'll just do a little bit of cash register right now for that bang, and we will flush ourselves on the toilet for it. But as we said before, played off some key levels. So right now, happy to have this move as it's finally coming back in for us. So ride, good trade here, hopefully anyways, for the rest of the day. We'll be able to see what ride wants to do now. We have the top right now, literally the top at 97. So let's wait to see what happens here on ride. I don't know. I'm here for the short, but if it goes down, fine. I have some more bids at 70. That's it. We'll wait to see if it does give us that. But yeah, so what's been fading out since we've been last talking about it? So Amazon right now making that move down. Let's get a piece out again. If we're already at, so we're out of 85% of Amazon right now. So we're happy being out of that name, but you know, still in a little bit there on it. There we go. We got another piece out on Amazon. The name that just keeps on working now. $3 in the money right now. Face slap ourselves a little bit for this one, and we'll barbecue it up again. There goes Meta right back up huge again, man. Shout out to you, Professor, man. We are on this one. I hope you're on it. I don't know. I always say Meta for the Professor because I know that he crushed this name, his new car, courtesy of Meta as well. So I don't know if that's true or not. I just know you did well on it. So congratulations. And there goes Meta right now. It's a booyaka shock time trade right there for Meta. Let's take a piece out at 65. Hey, it's not too often you're going to stare $3 in the face, right? So there's Meta, $3 winner brought to you by me. Meta, nice job there. Who knows if Zuck versus Musk is going to happen or not, but that doesn't matter for this trade right now. Nice upside move for sure. And bye-bye ride. There it goes through $2 again. So, hey, it's a good thing we took 10 cents or whatever just to give up 5 again once it does break through that HOD. This would be a hella positive day, man, sans ride. But, hey. We take responsibility for the trades that you have. There it goes, ride. Like I was talking about shorting this thing at $1. Good call, dude. It's now at $2.02. Congratulations to everybody that had that, because this is what I was doing on ride. You see, it was full, and then all of a sudden, the money comes out. Ride, congratulations on that one for anybody that has that. What a savior that was here today for anybody, because I think that takes that dollar and you're in a problem right there.
I don't think you want to get caught holding this bag, though.
No. This name probably well back down tomorrow. We'll see what happens with Ride. But hey, when you're $3 in the money on Meta, we just took that profit right there. We smoke in today on some of these names. So all is well over here, but that Ride does suck.
Yeah, but you know what? It's just the cost of doing business.
Yeah,
Quite
but it
frankly, you
sucks.
can't get emotional over it. Because the reality of that move is, if you traded, like I said, Bed Bath & Beyond, that was, if you lost money here on Ride, then you made money on Bed Bath & Beyond. And if you didn't take the shorts on Bed Bath & Beyond, you just stared it in the face for like 10 days in a row and didn't want to short the pops, well, guess what? When it goes up, you're going to get burnt. I was referencing Nicola. AI is starting to go on the money, but until it breaks VWAP, I'm not that concerned about it. But I was referencing Nicola the other day, and just to remind everybody, when this made a bit of a dead cat bounce, hit enter like 3 times now, my 15-minute. Come on, eventually it's going to load.
Come on.
PC load letter. I see every now and then it's like I'm live. I
You
want the
can
chart to load
do
up a little
it.
bit faster. Come on, give it to me. Anyways, now you can see what happened to Nicola when it broke back above $1, did a dead cat bounce. This is what it did in the morning. Was short here, was short here, was short here, was short here, just waiting for every single curl, and this is what it eventually did. Then the next day, it gave you the same short and popped back into the dollar. So kind of that's what you're trying to capture, and if you are going to lose occasionally. As a matter of fact, Ride is back underneath $2. And if it's going to make a move at this $2 level again, like I just wicked out above 2, if it can't take out the local high, that's 09s, I still think it's a valid entry point. VWAP now sits at 160. So you're talking about 20% into VWAP. So are you willing to risk 5 to 8? I would say the answer is yes. We'll see what happens with that Apple. I still have a breakout for the top of Apple. If we go, we go. And remember, NVIDIA holding that 406. I'm tightening my stop on AI as long as NVIDIA is over 406, because that's my kind of AI futures is NVIDIA.
I'm still waiting for this NASDAQ to do something, man.
Diddling.
It's still hovering around the VWAP. Like, I don't, yeah, we can, you know what? Let's look at something else now. Let's just, because, I mean, I'm driving myself crazy here, getting in, getting out of these positions. I mean, like, that was a great out for Meta. Let's just wait for them. I mean, let's go to Western Boots Alliance, or Walgreens Boots Alliance, Walgreens Boots Alliance right here today, because this was a name that we talked about going SSR. It did do that. It touched down to 28. Now it's back up to 28.50. And look at this name right here at VWAP as well at 28.70. So, you know, if we do get some upside moves here, do not be surprised if you see your boy in this name for sure. That again already. Wow, okay, I like all these segments coming through. We do have Sector Watch, but this is one right here. Not yet, Fabian. Ha ha ha, you thought you were going to switch it on me right there. Ha ha ha. Okay, so right there, 28.70 right there. So watch out for that on Western Boots Alliance. All right, Fabian, get the switcher ready because it's over to Brendo with, tell me what it is?
Sector Watch.
Sector Watch. What's up, Brendo?
And a green board for the most part to show you guys for the S&P 500 outside of healthcare stocks. Downside so far today, specifically pharmaceutical names under a little bit of pressure. Some of the equipment makers as well in the red. WBA, if you missed it, earnings, better part of 10% to the downside. Everything else on here, nicely higher on the day. It's actually industrials that are leading as far as individual group movement is concerned. This is the tech sector down here. Software names, tech, hardware, and semiconductor names all positive on the day, but not enormous moves. CCL on a bounce, notably strong here coming off what happened yesterday. 6.3% back to the upside right now for Carnival, dragging the other cruise lines, some of the hotel names with it. Ulta, notably weak, 1.4% to the downside, but that's really it. Everything else nicely higher right now for the S&P 0.4, guys.
Yeah, I just threw in the chat that there's a VWAP bounce kind of happening on Intel. I'll draw the trend line here. This is actually a better trend line. So 33 holds, a couple of entries off of 32 and a half, 32 and a quarter. Now you're bouncing off VWAP. So I've had this 33, 35 entry. If we break channel down, I think I go back to 33. This could be a situation where you get to the high of the day and it's an opportunity to add onto the move. Because if you break 33.6, there's room for the full dollar. That's if the market even gets to that 15,000. If we get to the top and roll over, I do want to take some profit out in front. Just checking back in on Unity on that break. This is a top-end break on a stock which is already going, so it might take some time to resolve out here. If it does resolve higher, break that 50 level, I think it's 41, 41.5, 42, possibly up to 43. There's just a lot of room for this to continue to go. It's also at that 10% mark, which is the psychological level as well. As I said, I would have a tight stop on C3AI as long as NVIDIA held 406. It did, so we re-entered the trade and stopped it out at that local high. So yeah, it gave top to bottom 33 to 31.5. If it does the same move, it's got to be up at 33 even. Only want to take this off of that high of the day and ride with that $2 level. Remember it's SSR, so I was on the offer at 98s, didn't get anything till 93, which means I won't have a full position unless it gets a little tighter to $2 on ride. Wick high, underneath, it's still another setup. I'm always going to give it to the top and stop it out. There was no news on Roblox, was there?
Not that I know of.
So I don't, Crypto Gangster, what is the news on Roblox? I don't think there is any. If I'm wrong about that, then apologies. And Kava's not doing anything, but I will point this out. On that recent IPO, that $40 level, which was so good to the downside when it eventually broke, that is turned into all-world support. Yesterday, this bounced $3 off 40 and could be headed right back up to that initial high. Got to $48 the first day. It's worth mentioning, this has been a pretty successful IPO. The issue price was 22. It's at 44. That kind of speaks for itself into this market environment. If it gets to 50, maybe worth paying for some locates, but congrats if you happen to see Kava at 40 twice yesterday. It bounced off that price and continuing to run right now.
So 20, 40, 60, 80, we're out now on Roblox. So shout out to Crypto Gangster again for you, and thank you for highlighting this trade, man. I mean, we just took it out at 69, 20%. So we have 20% left of this trade, but this one definitely a banger and a big shout out to you. So I don't know, we'll just do this. I mean, the cash cow comes in there on the Roblox. All right, new position alert. Let's just play the Teflon stock right here and see if it is exactly that here. Apple. Like, this is what I mean. Like, what are we supposed to do? It's 10:44, and this is what Apple's been doing all day? Absolutely nothing. Nice move off the open, obviously. That's a lot of stocks start to go back up to the upside. I do want to stay long this name into this bottom. Let's just see, man. Let's just see. 186.20. I'm sitting here in the 60s to get some more because that's, quite frankly, where VWAP is. So we'll take that. I'm also taking a 187 break long. So if this all comes in, it should be a good day here for me on Apple if that does fill out. So let's just wait for it. Hopefully we can get back up to the upside. We just took an 80 fill just because that's where the 21 period was. Not much happening here. Probably not a great fill. But I was looking at it saying, like, if we take 187, now the futures are below VWAP right here. But again, like, what are we even talking about when we're looking at the futures now? I mean, this is what's happening. I only look at the NASDAQ. So this is what's happening right now, and it's absolutely nothing. I can only assume the same thing here with the ES, which the ES at least is bouncing and starting to go a little bit higher right now.
ES is stronger because of energy's up.
Yeah. We just got a nice little out there on Amazon anyways, back into 95 there. So that was a good fill as it started to rip back up to the upside there. So Amazon, Meta, Roblox all in the pocket nicely, and Meta Apple just doing nothing right now. But you know what? So Neo, you never got into Neo, did you?
I had 2 longs off that 3 level,
Alibaba.
so the 9 level. Let's go back to Neo. We talked about this one. I didn't give it to VWAP. I was stopping out pretty much right underneath 9. We had the 9 break. We had a reload. It got up to 10. That's about as far. And then it broke down. I don't want to be back into this until we at least, I'd like to see it break VWAP and kind of get underneath here and show me you're buying above 885. Like, that would be a good look here. I'm just not seeing it yet. I want to be patient for a second salvo because you get one shot usually in the afternoon on a Chinese ADR, and if it doesn't go, then you're sitting in it for the rest of the day. So I want to make sure that we have this not necessarily chasing it at 9 again, but looking for the support underneath 890. And that way, if it gets to 9 and fails, you're in the money on the trade instead of relying on the breakout. Just to recap, if Intel gets to the high, I was mentioning that it might be an add if it can get through 3360. So it's making that VWAP push here. if you get through 3360, I think there's a lot of strength, A, in the market if it does so, but B, hopefully in Intel as well, up to that 34 level. 34 is probably a short if you see it today. But I think you can add to this if we're breaking out 3360. It's not there yet, but it definitely has a chance to get there. I don't know, as I'm talking about that and get a fill on Intel, like NVIDIA's right back underneath 406. So I guess NVIDIA just wants to do its own thing. But every time I see that, I get more and more cautious about a chip long. And as a matter of fact, I'm looking over and asking, why isn't C3AI at 33 so I could be taking advantage of this? I don't see any way NVIDIA stays red and C3AI should be 3% to the upside. But I got to pick my spot here to get back into it.
Yeah, for sure. C3, I mean, I really like C3AI.
Brendo?
AMKR, just popping up here on some volume, guys, a couple of times. There's an NVIDIA rumor being floated around that NVIDIA is propping up AMKR with AI advanced packaging. So this company designs and manufactures packaging for semiconductors to be sent to customers, obviously. So NVIDIA apparently working with AMKR.
All right.
So they're getting yeah, NVIDIA's now breaking 405. I just saw 405 go, so I'm going to get in on AI, give it a little bit more room by trying to take a little bit less, and then not add to it until it's either a fail of 33 or catch it on the other side to the downside. But what I mean about NVIDIA here is Brendan just gave another story. It just broke the low of the day. Yeah. So this is, it's trend down, breaking down. At some point, I would think it should drag the other frothy names to the downside as well. The other thing, just double checking on Unity. Unity through the high of the day, but I want 41 before we actually do anything with this. Like, let's not celebrate. There's a NASDAQ, which is still underneath 15,000. But I'd like to see this at least get to 41 here. I don't think that's asking too much. If you look at the first move off 39, it was right into 40, pretty much clean. This move is taking a little bit more time, but I think 41 is a more reasonable level. If all bets are off. If the NASDAQ takes out the fresh high, this could easily see 43. But you know, the Unity's already up 10%. I don't think 20 or 30 cents on this stock is a gigantic win. You're looking for a little bit more.
Yeah, shout out to everybody out there looking at Disney. It was just, I just had your name there. What's up, Pranaya? Thank you so much for that. Disney is at yesterday's high right now. So I like Disney at these levels. Obviously, I've been buying it in my own personal account down here at these levels, but there goes Disney, and it's a great look. These are normally levels that, the problem is I'm long everything right now. We're long Apple. We did get that Apple dip, so that's really working out for us right now. But yeah, this is a great trade, I think, right now if it breaks it. And then you could use like 89.20 right there possibly. That's a good level, 89.20, 89.20. Bounced off there. I would much rather be long there. But as we're starting to take out some of these highs here today in Disney, that's a good trade, I would think. All right, we did get that average in. Okay, Apple. We're long now at 72. Let's take a piece out. We do want obviously a lot higher than this. We did get that averaged in buy down there on Apple. So that was good right down. I mean, again, story, like I keep saying it, man, the story of my life. And no, it's not a One Direction song. It is right here, 186.80. Like if we just wait a little bit for VWAP, then boom goes the dynamite on that. But let's wait to see if we get a little bit higher. I'm going to throw something like at 85 or so, see if we can't take 14, 15 cents on this right now. But hey, it's been a great trade here for Apple. We'll take a 79, there it is. And then we'll wait a little bit higher than this, and then hopefully we can continue to climb up on Apple. There it is. Did we just say 84? Money. That's right, Professor. We in the building right now with another one. I won't hit it, but that's another one right there for us. $2, $2.50 in the money for Meta. Amazon not really doing a whole heck of a lot right now, but it has retraced back upside. So we're going to have to watch out for Amazon here as well. But so far, so good as we go, man. Like I said, only mistake today for me, I feel like, was ride. But as we've talked about it in length, those mistakes will happen. Meta 250, Amazon 50, now Apple with just recent move up. Let's take another piece out here at 86. Why not? There it is right there, out more on Apple and on Amazon as well. Back up to the upside to getting some fills here. Let's take something out with another 50-cent winner.
Oh my goodness, I just asked Brendan what was going on with Micron, if anything, because I didn't see this one at the open. Wow, micro reports tonight, but dropped $1.50. It has a chance to go green on the session. I would say that's a wipeout V bottom if I've ever seen one. If this gets through the high, even breaking 66, look where it bounced. It bounced right at the 50 period, that previous 64 level on Micron. It wick bottomed right into 64. That's an attractive long. That's the best way to put it. So if it breaks back out the highs, I think 66 to 67 is going to be in play. We're going to go to Brennan quickly for Money Talks and come right back here.
The market's blasted.
Yeah, market coming back to the upside. I haven't taken any of Unity out yet, but it looks like it's going to take out that top. But Micron could go green any second. Brendo?
Early strength, guys, being faded a little bit here for the dollar today. DXY back downside after initial move higher. This is a daily chart, remember, so we're back to the upside after a couple of pretty red days to end last week, coming off this durable goods data first off at 8:30, and then consumer confidence higher than expected as well at 10 o'clock this morning. So negative right now, negative 0.14 for the DXY, 102.5 essentially, almost 110 one again, 109.5. Meanwhile, for the euro, benefiting from that. Canadian dollar downside a little bit, 0.25% for the pound as well. Half down here for Turkey. They had some more interest rate movements and inflation data that came out of that country I saw this morning. Remember, Powell's going to make a speech tomorrow at a European banking forum. So heads up on that. 1.8% here for ETH BTC still. 30,800 being tested, guys.
30,800. It's still not that 31 level. If 31,000 breaks, that's going to be a big one on Coinbase. It's a story of LSSR stocks that when it's good, it's going to be more tricky to get into it. So I was trying. We just failed $2 again. There was another press. It's kind of hard to see here, but it wicked up to 2. That was that entry here. It wicked up to 2 again and got to 99. And then good luck getting anything from 95 into $2. I did not get it. I'm not going to chase that any further. If you get, either you get it or you don't. It's now down at 180, again 180, 170, 160 into VWAP, and we'll see what happens if it wants to hold any lower than that. But quite frankly, that'll be frustrating because it gave you that wick entry. Probably should have been more aggressive building into this because if it gives you VWAP, that will have been your trade. Palantir, have we talked about Palantir today?
Not really.
Okay, so AI just took out the top. So I got out of C3 AI. NVIDIA's holding underneath 406. You're not really, my chart's not really low. Come on, Palantir.
Was it still 14?
All morning. It's still at 1440, up 3%.
1440, wow, okay.
I know, like this is a ways away from that 17. It's kind of getting off the bottom. I don't want to call it, it's kind of a triple top here at 1450. And the only thing that's giving me any pause would be, well, if NVIDIA is still red on the day, why do you like any of the AI quote unquote type names? But that's a triple top for the last 3 sessions, or I guess 4 sessions, and a previous low on Palantir. So suffice to say, if Unity looks good, why wouldn't this look good for a top-end break as well? So 1450, I haven't checked to see if there's size on the offer. We'll let you know when it gets there. But that looks pretty solid here for a triple top break on Palantir. Brendo?
Just reading about this Micron. They came out with their annual sustainability report. That highlighted, seems pretty positive, continued initiatives powered by strong collaborations with other partners and companies. So that was right at 9 o'clock when that came out. So it seemed to cause that initial move downside. But here we are right back to where we started, guys, on Micron.
All right.
Just 64. Trade Micron at $64 in whatever direction. If it breaks down and holds underneath, you short it. If it holds a level, just look for that long. On the daily, it's absolute gold. It was like 2 years or whatever it was. That was resistance for 2 years. So you trade the level, not the news. And you missed that opportunity already. I'm not going to sit here and stare at that because if I had looked at the stock, if that was in the preparation for the morning, sure, you'd be looking at a dip by at 64. But we weren't. Unity's turning around here at 40.80. That's a bit disappointing. So I haven't taken anything out here. I'm going to. If the curl here at 41 is at 40.80 instead, then I'll hate myself for not getting anything out. If it holds a 41 breakout, I'm looking at 42 and then 43. If we get top, once it's up here, I got to be thinking about a reversal. It's already a little bit thinly stretched or stretched out here on Unity. So we didn't get 39 breakout. Congrats if you had that.
Congratulations!
Another trade I talked myself out of this morning for a breakout was the 39 on Unity, and here I have it over 40. That's how it is sometimes. So 42, 43, if we go any higher. Of course, now is when Ride wants to work out, but that's how it goes. Intel, I still think is a bit of an ad, but the market's starting to barcode, which is disappointing because this is a ways away. It got right up to that high. Let's go to the 3-minute for a second. Got right up to that high at 33.6 and it's starting to pull back in. So yes, I got to continue to get some out here from 50 to 60 if I can. Look for the reload off VWAP. It's still trend up, just could not take out that local high. Once it gets through that, I think it can be all systems go. But for now, a bit of a rejection. And if you guess what the NASDAQ is doing, well, why are we rejecting on so many things like in Intel? Sideways. You've held on to the bottom. You haven't even tested 15,000. If we never test 15,000, I don't think this move has all that many. It doesn't have that much legs in it. And I'm only short Ride. I'm not short any tech names because, quite frankly, you had to get out each one of them successively or you're just sitting in losers. So if we don't test 15,000 and break the low, NVIDIA's low-hanging fruit. I probably jump back over to C3AI. That can be another one. This Intel will obviously be out as well. But you got to have at least some caution over the fact that we're slowing down here. So no high breaks means take your profit where it is. And if it means 25 cents on Intel, that's fine. It's a $30 stock. We'll take that as we can get it. I still want that top-end break, though. Apple could take out the high. This is setting up for a breakout. You've already seen some of the runner-type names take out and start to extend. We are one NVIDIA push from making that run as NVIDIA just hugs that 406 mark over and over again.
All right, so there it is. Oh, so we got some out on Amazon right there. We only have a minute and a half. Thank you for watching us, and thank you for hitting the like and the subscribe. Please do it ASAP, and then do it all show for the guys. It's going to be the Professor and Max coming through very, very shortly in a matter of a minute or so. All right, so we took some out on Amazon because it just kept on coming here. We didn't reload that. Don't know why we weren't sitting there. We should have been. Ignored that. I don't, again, you know. But what we did reload was Apple down there at VWAP. I should have been there for Amazon. Don't know why we weren't. That really sucks because it would have been a monster take for us there again. But right there, Apple. Nice reload. We take 10 cents. Let's see. I'm still here for a 187 break. So as we leave you guys, make sure that you're in for that one. Neil just talked about taking small profits on Intel, Roblox, same thing. We're 60 cents in the money, but we've already taken this profit. So let's just hold out a little bit and see if we can get it again back to the upside and continue to march. There goes Apple right now marching. So that's going to be a good trade for us back up into 75. We're now 13 cents in the money on this name. So again, no idea where we're going to go. I'm hoping that we have some kind of an idea and we go higher on Apple. So that's something there. But yeah, great day today. 250 still in the money on Meta. Let's see if it can continue higher. But now we only have 40 seconds left. So like NVIDIA down here, we'll wait on it just to check in on AMD to see what that's doing. Finally, there's been a show. And again, you know, if you're playing a drinking game, how many times is Sean going to say AMD? Well, that's twice now in the whole show. So that's not bad.
Oh, it's more than that.
Not for me today, unless I said it at 8:30.
I think you said it at the open.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Not the open, the beginning of the show.
Yeah, 8:30, yeah. So maybe 3 shots for you today, but watch out for this 108.50 take on AMD. Take another shot right there. But yeah, what a great day. It's now 11 o'clock. Let's go Apple. Apple right now 15 cents in the money. Where's my out? Oh, 80s? Okay, we'll take something here at 77 if we can get it. But what a great show. Thank you for watching. You know, for Neil and I and Brendan, this is the open show. We're back at 2 o'clock. But right now,
Nicola's at $1.
Nicola's at $1? Okay, so Nicola, Ride, Lucid, man, all these names. Very confusing to see which ones to trade these days, it feels like. But let's go back over to these guys with the midday show. Thanks for watching, everybody. Yeah, go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That is a Mad One Max. I am Sharif, and we are brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Use code TTV for 10% off. Shout out to the folks at Surge Trader. What are we doing here on the Future? So my eye's been on the NQ. Essentially, What I've been looking at is a decisive break or take of 14.9. Max just said to me something so profound. We could have an inside day. So yeah, maybe looking for the decisive move one way or another is a fool's game at this point. But one thing's for certain, 14.9 has held so far. Does it hold? We're creating higher lows, but we also are creating lower highs. A bit of a compression pattern here on the NQ. How do we resolve? Looks like it might be, we'll see. So the reason that matters is because I'm embroiled in an Apple long, looking for Apple to kind of take that, well, there we go, take that 187 level. We're having issues here holding above VWAP. We're creating lower highs. So my out for this Apple trade is a break of the low here, this trough, 186.19, 186.20. That will be where I'm wrong. I've had an opportunity to average in a couple of times on this trade. So we'll see if we hold here or we resolve downside. You brought in a good point. Maybe we move sideways. So
yeah.
How's the day been trading?
It's been up and down. I got into a long on that crazy small cap this morning, BDTX. I was in it pre-market for like a long time. Not BTX, BDTX. Yeah, I was in a pre-market for like forever, waiting for a breakout. And I missed the original kind of consolidation long. Like this is where I would have tried to get in, somewhere around 350. But I was looking at it, looked at something else, looked back. It's breaking $4, so I punch in, stop below 4, never breaks 4 pre-market. I'm like waiting for this like breakout and exhaustion and like crazy move through here. 5, but never really happened. So I'm still holding like 75% into the market open, end up getting stopped out on it. Now it's starting to actually move. So maybe the 4 break right now could be something.
Yeah, I was watching that too.
Interesting. The ones that do like this much volume, like 70 million shares, they can always keep going. So this 375 was a key price previously, and that $4 break, never looked back until the market opened. So I'm kind of wondering, 410 was also kind of a crazy price on it pre-market. It was consolidating there, it was reserving there on the bid, and then when it broke down, it kind of blasted off from there. Kind of wondering if like a 4 breakout for the continuation long, I was thinking that we could get into those like bigger levels on the daily chart. If this will indeed load for me. Doesn't seem to want to. I think I had like
I can load it up right here.
Oh,
I got it up on my chart.
Where is it? 412 break. Oh yeah, so that 408 level, that was the key level on the daily. 408, 410. And then we got 460, which was the pre-market high. And then after that, $5, 580, and then we start extending into like 7, 8, 9. So yeah, wondering if this one can go in the afternoon. We haven't seen small caps that have been, like this recently. They've been kind of squeezy and maybe a little bit halty, but nothing that's done a bunch of volume hasn't halted and then holds up and makes another move recently. So yeah, definitely main watch for this one.
The move has been in the morning. It really has been in the pre-market. You get the best move out of these guys. There's less fake out breakouts, and you get more continuation. Both legs are continued, and then you feel like it sells off right after the bell. It's like the short is in. It's like the counter position. The same people are just taking it the other way. You know what I mean? Yeah. It just feels scripted. All right, we're coming down here. 14.9. So we're coming into my out on Apple. I'm sitting there for the break of the trough. If we hold here and start curling back up, I'll be looking to add at these positions, but on the back end of it to prove that it's going to curl back up. I'm not just going to add because we are at these levels. So I'm going to allow it to stop me out. If it does, break that 20 level. Otherwise, if it starts curling to the right and up, I will start adding. But 14.9 coming in to play again, getting bought up for now. But we'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. I think we may give away today. Maybe go a little bit red. Who knows? Who knows? No predictions. Let it play out, baby.
Yeah,
but,
I was kind of thinking.
Crypto strong too, by the way.
Crypto strong again.
Papa Powell making some good comments with respect to crypto.
Oh yeah.
Saying that they're looking at stable coins, kind of like a currency now. So giving it a little bit of the nod from the Fed, a pseudo nod, a half nod.
That's definitely bullish. And if you look at those crypto stocks, Mara, where's Coinbase? I'll pull up Coinbase. Probably ripping. Up to 66, but I feel like Coinbase was at 66 yesterday. Where's the daily on this one? Yeah, Coinbase was at 66 yesterday, so not a new level. Got to kind of break that 67 maybe before we get into these higher levels between 67.50 and 72 bucks. But yeah, definitely some movement on those crypto names. I kind of hate trading them because I feel I don't want to trade an asset that's just trading on something else.
Yeah.
As Tesla breaks down, man, I tried to short
we're in Quadunk mode. Microsoft coming down. Amazon, well, you know Apple is because I'm involved in that. Tesla's also coming down. Meta a little bit, but it's stronger relatively speaking. Google has been really weak, but not really making much of a move down with some of these other big cappers at the moment. Google down 0.2%. It's been down and to the right for Google lately. It's been on the receiving end of a bunch of downgrades. Oh, wow, there's a lot of these things I have to delete here. Remove. There we go. You'll be able to see that. Look at making that 127 high now, retracing a lot more aggressively than the overall market. Yeah, tough road for Google as, we curl down, but still holding 14.9. So let's see what we do here at my Apple position. Still live, barely. We're back in the 20s. I'm hanging on by a thread here, but even if it stops me out, I'm going to continue to look for the same. Yeah, I could go southward actually on this trade. Oh, here we go, Max. 14.9 incoming.
Yeah, I tried a little Tesla short there, but got stopped out right away on that 242 breakdown. I mean, it's been a good level today for the long, but I figured, if we give that up, then we can see these lower prices at 240. Obviously, a key level on Tesla. Yeah, I'm wondering how I can get into this as a short if the market does decide to break down. But we are bouncing right now. And ES is still really strong. I mean, ES is still at the highs. NASDAQ has been...
it's okay. They're both...
I mean, they're both up the same.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
If you look at the intraday chart,
exactly.
NASDAQ is sitting
better.
at lows. ES is, coming up to highs or consolidating below highs. So, I don't know. I feel like the ES has to give it up for the market to really... for the NASDAQ to really go down, and maybe I should be thinking bounce at this 13.9 versus breakdown, as that is what Tesla's wanting to do at the moment. Come on, zoom out. There we go. Maybe at a 243 failure upside, and then short it back down. I don't know. Trying to figure this one out. Do we go down, Sharif? You think we're going up, obviously.
Well, I'd like for us to hold 14.9 in these levels, but whatever, I don't care. It just has to resolve, right, so that the trade can, I can go about my job here of trading. But we'll see. No bias either way. At the moment, holding these levels, but stops in place, everything in place, and there it is. I'm going to be stopped out. Apple getting an aggressive sell-off, breaking through the low, making a new low. So 186 incoming here as 14.9 now back into focus as we're the 02s, 03s on the future now, just up a third. Bit of a retracement also on the NQ, but not the same type of move, to be fair. So yeah, had to have the stop place somewhere, and you get bought up a little bit there. So you never know, that 14.9 bamboozlement comes in again, baby.
Again. Are we bouncing again? ES looks like it wants to come down a little bit here. On the 15-minute at least. It looks like we might want to break down. I kind of want to get short Tesla in front of this 243 and then risk that 243 break, but we're kind of a little bit low right now. I'd like it in the 80s. So got to wait for that one, I guess.
Oh, baby.
Yeah,
oh, baby, I love when the tape and the candle go flash, flash, flash.
All right, I'm short. I'm chasing a little bit here.
There it goes.
Starter position.
14.9. All right, so where are we going here, Max? Where are we going here, Max? We're headed south.
We are seemingly heading south. So yeah, I'm definitely short Tesla right now. The low is 14,887.5, right? So we got to crack that. Obviously on NASDAQ, we've bounced from here a bunch of times before.
Bought up.
ES looking like it wants to get bought up above VWAP. So
14.9
yeah, I'm definitely
incoming.
going to get rid of this one. If we crack that local high of 80s, and we do, so bailing on that. The bamboozlement continues at this 14.9. Very, very strong right now. Interesting.
Baby.
Okay, we're going up. We're going up. That NVIDIA 405 fail break was incredible, actually, right there. If you look at that NVIDIA consolidating right above the 405, holding 405 on the bid, we get a wick to, oh, of course the candle's not there, but there was a wick down to like the 50s here, and then it blasts up. I mean, you wonder like what triggers these market moves if there's like an individual stock that's fail breaking that triggers it.
Dog. We've always talked about this.
Exactly. So was it that NVIDIA fail breakdown? Was it Tesla just blasting up $1? Hard to say for sure.
It
but,
is.
That would have been a nice. I was actually looking at that, but I figured if it breaks it again, it's probably going down.
Well, look, I've been bamboozled here, so I'm gonna actually look for a resolution. It's gotta prove itself. Otherwise, I'm not getting back in. There's an obvious support level for Apple at 186. That goes into the pre-market. It was a bit of a top in the pre. There it is. You can kind of see it there. That doesn't mean anything. To me, 14.9 gives away. That level will mean bupkis. So continuing to watch these 14.9 dips get bought up, but the ascents upward are quite anemic until we really break through that 14,950 and create new highs. But right now, continuing to watch, going to stay on the sidelines, let this resolve. Like you said, it could be an inside day in which I don't want to be on the receiving end of multiple paper cuts, and then you end up like accumulating what you don't want, right?
Exactly.
So I'm going to keep an eye here. But the levels that I'm keeping my eye on seem to be relevant at the moment. They keep repeating themselves. Let's look in the small cap world here at what is moving, what's out and about. AHI showing up on my scanner.
Again?
Okay, yeah, it's at $141, up 26% since the open. This is getting going. There you go, 141 high. Sorry, there's no ticker. Let's put that in for everybody. There you go, I put it too high to get. That's hilarious. 146, this is making new highs. Not sure what the headline, probably none. A quick recap on its characteristics. Float, 94.5 million, larger, to be honest, especially with what we've been dealing with lately. Advanced Human Imaging is the name, and they are an Australian-based company, and they provide biometric delivered digital healthcare solutions. The daily chart probably will show you a former runner. There it is. Lots of big daily candles, going back to when did it start? Really? September of last year, and then we had a lot of action in June, going up to 390. So action on this one has been off to anyway. $1.50 breaking right now. Where is the level of resistance we need to be concerned with? Okay, here's the half an hour chart. Looks like that 250 level is going to be an obvious level. You obviously know the whole dollar level, but in terms of price action, 250 there, that goes back to June 21st. Beyond that, June 12th, we have to concern ourselves with that 330 area to 350. Most of the wicks closing around 330, a bit of a double top that brewed there between the 9th and the 12th on AHI. Now up 33%, looking to continue and hold above 150. We'll see if this one does anything. And yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, the general market here, going back to that, looks like Apple, our friend Apple, curling back here as 14.9 holds for the moment, Max.
Yeah, I just got back into a Tesla short. Starter size and added a little bit. Looking for this to break back down below 243 to add the final piece to this one. If we make a new high on this wick here, so like 95, I'll just bail out of this one. Not trying to hold for like a 244 break here. Looking for this to fail right away as we do start to pick up some momentum back to the downside. NASDAQ hitting off VWAP basically. So let's see what happens. See if that 14.9 holds. If it doesn't, I want to be short Tesla. I think if we do break that 242 again, that could be a nice move down into 240. And yeah, like this is the name that I would like to be short today if the market's going to give that up. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to risk more than 50 cents on this one. So going to set the stop just above that, like right at 244 here.
This is interesting. Yeah, you know, trying to make a decision on what to do here. Trying to be patient and trying not to pull the trigger too quick. But if we're going to curl, I want to be part of the curl, but I want to see the curl manifest before, you know, you're taking like what Neil would call on the backside of it, right? We got that decisive buy around that 186 level. You get a bit of a reversal candle there, but you need confirmation. You're looking for that, probably that 186.60 on Apple I'm talking about. There you go, some buying there, 14.9 holding for the moment. So many bottoms being bought up here. You feel like the trade is to sit near these bottoms and just wait for the dip trade because they presented themselves over and over and over again today. Whether it's been like, you know, 186 on Apple, 14.9 here, what else? Could be dip trade-esque. 127.5 on Amazon. Yeah, so let's see. Let's see how this develops.
That BDTX going for the $4, so I'm going to take this breakout on BDTX. See where this one goes. I think if we break back above $4, we could easily see the high, possibly C5, possibly C650. I think was my my next daily level on it. So let's see what happens at this 4 break. I think, you know, it's got to clear 410 very quickly because that was that key level before. I'm not looking to take any profit until we see like 440 on this trade. So this tape is kind of crazy. Maybe I should. Good. I think this is a good trade here on the $4 break. See what happens on this one. I mean, we've collected all these shorts down here. Where are they going to stop out? If they shorted at any point since the open, you got to imagine that they're short below $4. Maybe they had the $4 break down here. So you would want to stop out if it holds above. I think this is probably the inflection point on the day for this one. If we crack it and then instantly go back down, got to get out right away.
So where's your out? Below the $0.75?
No, like 99.
Okay, so it's gotta
I'm expecting
go.
this to like blast off and go. That's the idea behind this one.
What is that called? Breakout or bailout?
Breakout or bailout. Exactly. We got a little bull flag going right now, so we'll see how this one resolves.
I like that Max calling out the chart patterns. Baby.
Oh yeah.
All right, so 14.9 holding, baby, because we're moving right back on here above that 19. Come on, bro. 14.933. Get it together. Looking for that 14.950 break and continuation, but 14.9 holding. Apple really not doing much though at the moment. Not really continuing here. Thinking about getting this one on the curl, but it looks like the momentum with NVIDIA and Tesla at the moment as they're curling back up. Even Amazon finding a bit of a balance, likewise with Microsoft. Not so with Apple.
It's funny how I say, like, I think it's going to be an inside day to you, but then I'm shorting Tesla at the low instead of just buying the dip.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
If you think it's going to be bought,
sit at the extremities here.
Yeah, you just do the extremity trade, kind of play the range, and then if it breaks out one way or the other, you're laughing.
And you have a defined range where you'd get out.
Exactly.
10 pennies, whatever you want to give it, depending on the stock. But yeah, there you go. Curling back up here, man. But again, like you said, we could be an inside day, half a point, between a third of a point. But the ES looking more bullish, definitely creating higher lows throughout, while the NQ kind of sideways and, you know, the 14.9 range trade. That's the look there.
NVIDIA holding that $1 trillion level nicely, too.
Yeah, it did.
Right back up from 405 to 409 within like what 7 minutes or something. What a trade that would have been on that hold.
There you go.
I mean, you got to play with that low liquidity on NVIDIA though. It's kind of sketchy playing that one when like the volume isn't going crazy on news or
that's
newer
your
highs.
play right there, my friend. That's all you. That's
I don't
not
really
my
like
thing.
it unless we're making new highs. It's really quite hard to trade, I find, because just that
I see.
it'll like flush a dollar either way, and yeah. Am I looking at AREB? No. What is AREB? See it on the volume list here.
There we go. We're coming to highs again on the ES 43,990.5 coming in on the ES that's high a day. So the ES very strong now, up 0.46. Technically the NQ higher, but ES looking better. Let me look at oil here real quick. Oil, no, off the highs. To go green, we got to get above 69.40 on the CL August contract. We're not quite there yet. Let's go to the 1 minute here. We're definitely not at lows, but I always keep an eye on oil to see if it's going to give the ES a bit of a boost against the NQ. But yeah, keeping my eye on Apple as well, as there goes the NQ through 14,950. Good movement and good hold of 14.9. That was multiple holds, all decisive buys. That one's definitely going to go in my database for exactly what you want to look for a hold of a level. So solid on that. You can make quick 50, 60 points. Beautiful. So let's keep an eye on that. Coinbase has also been strong. Now it's up 5 2/3, kind of holding VWAP at 650. It's benefiting from the move on Bitcoin, which has been quite bullish lately. Actually did quite well overnight. I was looking at the chart this morning, 65.25 VWAP level, coin holding, possible entry at this level. You're going with the trend. It's up 5.5. So, this is a good entry point. This is going to be interesting here. If we hold this level on coin concurrently, let me look here at what BTC is doing. We're below 31 at the moment, kind of curling back down, creating a lower high. So BTC, we'll see if we what we do at these levels. But yeah, there goes Apple.
Yeah, I kind of like Apple back through that 186.50 price. If it decides to hold that on the bid, I may look at that, because ES is taking out the high. If NASDAQ wants to take out 15K today, I would like to be long something. And I'm still watching this BDTX consolidate below $4 there. I don't know, the buying comes in and then it just kind of reserves on the offer. So wondering if that's people getting short who are going to squeeze out above $4, or if somebody has a genuine interest in selling this stock. Definitely don't want to get stubborn on this one, because that was like, what is that, 20 red candles in a row since 927 or whatever into 940. So there's obviously people wanting to sell this stock above these prices. So here we go into the break. Going to be watching this one. Oh, this tape is kind of crazy. Does that mean it could be good or it could be real bad? We shall see. Not going to try to lose too much on this one. If we print 99s, if we print 98s, I'll say, I will just punch out.
What's the tape look like? I'm not looking
It's just kind of flying around, like red, green, going up 5 cents, going down 5 cents. A little hectic for sure. Definitely some decisions being made in this region right now. I think over $4 is where the real decisions get made. So yeah, let's see. I mean, if it doesn't crack $4, there's going to be people chasing the short down here for sure, because they'd probably be looking for like the over/under trade to the short side. So I wonder if like liquidity grab below 375 there, and then gets right back above and then shoots over $4. I'd love to see that. That would add some confluence to this trade, that you've gathered some more shorts below the 375 level. So hopefully that's how that plays out. That would be ideal for my kind of trading style. That Apple keeps going up.
Yeah, man, I can't believe this. Anyway, fumbled trade for me. I'm gonna see if I get a bit of a dip trade here on it. If I can get a good fill low. But yeah, the market looking like it's at 14,950. I just don't want this to be like what you prophesized would be an inside day possibly, because then that's just the breakout trader's nightmare, because that's where you take the most paper cuts.
Exactly.
Right? So trying to get a better average cost base on this trade. It may go without me, and it looks like it is, because this market going towards the high side. The ES just made a newer high. The NQ off highs at the moment, 14,979, the HOD, but we really need to decisively take this area for the trend to continue here. 14,950 been a bit of a top with a failed wick around, I want to say 1020 or so. Yeah, about that 1030, 1020 area. That was a bit of a failed top. Around there, as we move now here into Apple, decisively above VWAP into 70s. I was trying to sit it in the mid 50s for a dip. Almost got it. It was a bit off, a penny off or so. Doesn't look like I'm going to get the fill just yet. As the V-shaped recovery off 186-ish continues on Apple, now up 3/4. Feel bamboozled here, but whatever.
What can you do? What can you do? Yeah, I'm gonna look. I mean, if I can get a dip on Apple at like 186.52-ish, something like that, 55, I will try to do that. I don't know that I necessarily want to like bid there, but yeah, I think I would like to see Apple at 186.50. ES kind of wicked the high there though, so is this gonna be more like more inside day action as we wick the high there on ES, so back below 43.90. Looked like we wanted to go up. Obviously in an uptrend since the open today. You know, back from this 43.70 to 43.90. So not like much of a range, honestly, on ES today. But we are going up, and NASDAQ is trying to take that 15K, and Apple is not giving me the dip that I want.
No, it's not. So it's just time to punch in. Here's Sean's trade on Apple, by the way. It's exactly what we're talking about. So you see what I mean? Like, but he just got it in a lot better way than we did. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. You don't trust it. I mean, I should have. This was my out. So instead of getting out, he looked for the 186 hold. Should have been looking for that. It started blowing while I was doing something else to the high side. Missed that one, but there it goes. Continuing to go into the 80s. Go Apple, go. Go Future, go. As we really hear, pump to the high side now up 0.75. We're coming close here to the highs on the market. 14,979. We're at 14,969. Strong Meta looking to go towards highs. So is Google. Apple not far off, 187.04. Ooh, bamboozlement.
Ouch.
Was it really bamboozlement, or was it just my, dumb trade not taking that 186? But anyway.
I don't know. I'm wondering if like the 187 high of day breakout on Apple is good now.
Wow. Go.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, things have
a
changed.
15,000 rejection.
Well, yeah, we got to see
Possibly incoming.
15K.
Which is another really good possible trade. Again, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Let's see how it trades.
It's just like, yeah, and that 15K probably going to come in at the same time as ES 4400. So these are some pretty key levels that we're talking about coming into right now. So like getting long at the top seems kind of ill-advised at the moment. But if we do break those levels, I mean, how many days in a row are we down? Like, I think only 3 or 4 days in a row we're down on NASDAQ. So, well, this day was whatever. I mean, we're down 6 days in a row basically on NASDAQ.
To the high side, baby. Here we go.
It's probably time to get going again.
It is.
This market don't stop.
Strong. Well, here we go. 14,987. That's the high. That's not the high anymore. Sorry, I said 97. 986. There you go. 987. New highs on the NQ as it looks to go 1% on the day. The ES now chugging along as well, closing in on highs up to 95. Sean clapping his hands. He's in Meta 285.60 high day on the Mark Zuckerberg. So did the fight get called off?
Did it?
That's what Rob was telling me earlier. He's like, it got called off. It was never on, says Sean. It was never going to happen.
But I saw like a video of Dana White saying that he talked to both of them and they were both down.
Dana definitely be down.
Oh, yeah.
Dana would be salivating at that.
Yeah, the fee on that one.
Yeah.
Because it would be for charity, right? But that would be like $1 billion pay-per-view.
Goodness gracious, whatever. I mean, I don't have no idea, but I'd pay for that.
I
haven't paid for a fight in a while. 187 incoming on Apple, but I would pay for that. Because
I mean, that would probably be like the most boring fight of all time in the end.
But
Two guys
Musk has like a lot of weight on him, apparently. He's taller and bigger.
Yeah, but like Mark Zuckerberg just won some jiu-jitsu tournament or something.
He's more in shape.
But like jiu-jitsu, you don't punch.
No.
What would the match be?
I don't know. Would it
It's
be
a
MMA rules?
Cage match, right?
Probably.
So MMA.
Be punching.
So he might just pin him.
Yeah. That should be the battle in the metaverse. They should battle in the metaverse. That's hilarious. That is so appropriate for that to actually happen, and it should be done on Twitter somehow, some way.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's how it would
Finding a bit
have
of a
to be
tough.
streamed on Twitter. But then, I don't think Mark is going to be down for streamed on Twitter.
Oh no, he'd want it simulcast on Facebook, no question, or Instagram, or all.
True.
He'd probably want it on WhatsApp if he could get it on WhatsApp.
On what? Do they stream on WhatsApp?
No, they don't. He's trying to expand WhatsApp. That was part of the headline this morning for Meta. Part of why it's up 2.5 points, baby. I heard this bad boy hit 290 yesterday, which made me hate everybody because obviously I sold at 230 and missed out on a lot to the upside. But yeah, Meta, the rocket ship, up 2.5% again, almost 2.5%. The futures, 14,989 right now on the NQ is the high as we kind of slow down a little bit here in RSM Max. What's the look?
Yeah, I mean, Apple turns around off a key level. Tesla turns around off a key level. NVIDIA is holding a key level off that 410, so that's bullish. But yeah, I mean, you run into key levels on these stocks, and then the market kind of turns around. We'll see if it consolidates and then blasts higher, or if this is the top and we go back down for another kind of inside move. But, I mean, taking out the high is good, and, I mean, really it's just like 4,400, 15K. Those are the only prices that matter, in my opinion. So we'll see if we can get to those. I expect that we get to them, but if we don't, I mean, the longs are going to be a little bit offside, right? We start to get back down, like we get back down into 14,950, then the longs are like, oh my God, I missed my opportunity.
Right.
Everybody starts chasing the sell. So yeah, we'll see. I'm still watching this BDTX. It just doesn't want to do anything. It keeps
it'll
holding
wake up on its own.
375. So I wanted to wick below, get into 365, and then blast off through $4.
Is that VWAP, the orange one?
Yeah, VWAP is the orange. So I mean, I mean, you could theoretically take it at this 375, but like I just want to. That's not how I trade small caps. I don't want.
You're a breakout trader, right?
Yeah,
Mostly
or like a
these
fail
days,
breakdown, and then you punch in here. Now you have your wick low to risk off of. That's typically how I do it. As we just print the bid and hold here.
Print the bid.
Do something more fun.
Do we continue
Meta's
here?
making new highs, it looks like.
Yeah, Meta is on its own little independent path there, 285.60. We're not at highs on the NQ. I don't think anything else is at highs except Meta. Yeah, it's printing newer highs at the moment. Strong, 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 up 2.57%. Do we buy the curl here? What's the look? What is the look on this? Do we continue? I mean, like you said, we've got 15,000 income. You might as well just punch.
Yeah, starting to go up.
Yeah, it's an interesting look here. I feel like I missed the boat a little bit, but trying to weasel a trade in. I like how you say that, weasel a trade. 10.5% for Mara. We were trading this one on the midday show yesterday. Another good day, if the chart will load here. There we go. Another solid day for Mara. Started off at 12. We get up to 13.18 as the high above VWAP. Looks strong at the moment. This one obviously related to crypto, and so be on the lookout for what BTC and ETH are doing simultaneously. Coinbase also very strong, up 6.25% off the highs though right now. 66.77 was the high, 65.80 where we're trading at right now. But keeping my eye on these big tech trades as I'm looking possibly here for some continuation longs, Max.
Yeah, I'm looking at Tesla at this 245 level. Doesn't seem to want to break it that much. But like, I don't really love the idea of shorting in front of 15K. Although, like, we broke the high and we basically did nothing. So there's definitely a possibility that we go right back down. And the fact that, Tesla's not at the high and the market is, does that mean Tesla's lagging? Does that mean Tesla's individually weak?
There it is.
hard to say, but I think if we take out this 245.20 kind of level and then come right back below 245, that would look quite bearish for this name as the market just picks up steam right there. Now we are cruising on both markets for these highs. Let's see what happens on ES and NASDAQ here when we get into those levels. NASDAQ almost at 14.9. Do we go up? What happens?
Yeah, well,
I feel like people are going to really want to short these prices.
yeah, well, we'll see. Good, strong day so far, looking to go 1%. We'll see. The new ES high, as it's up now 43.97 right now on the ES high. New high incoming, new high on the NQ incoming, 14.995. Alert, 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 15,000 incoming. That will be a level. Let's see what it does if we even get up there. Again, 14.995 and a quarter. Look, I wet my beak on this Apple long here, looking for a break and continuation. It's a bit of a risk, obviously, in front of 15,000. We'll see what we get. The breakdown, obviously, is below 80, so we'll see how we do around here. Trying to see what kind of continuity we get at these levels. It looks strong. It looks like you kind of want to ride this trend. So we'll see.
It does look that way for sure. I don't know. I don't know what to do at the moment. I kind of think you got to wait for, like, if we fail 15K, then find something to short.
Well, yeah.
I think it's as simple as that.
15K
something to short.
Is a risk for sure.
Nvidia is so hard off the bottom. I think that's a bad place to short. That Apple at 187, it doesn't seem to want to do the move, and the Tesla at 245. So I think those are the two names that you could think about possibly shorting if we do wick high on this NASDAQ, as Tesla is finally getting above that 245.20 price. So let's pull up Tesla here. Yeah, so now trading 245.50. I think if we get back below, like 245.19 could be a decent short here on Tesla. I don't know if I want to do
Scott
that.
H. saying travel stocks is where it's at today. Airlines, cruise lines, AAL, CCL. Yep, I saw that one caught an upgrade today, actually, from several people, both commenting on CCL. You know, DAL, Delta Airlines, came out preemptively and said, yo, we did so well, we're just going to front run our earnings and tell you about it now. For whatever reason, anyway, DAL basically saying the consumer is continuing to spend and spend aggressively when it comes to travel and leisure. Not so with goods. It's just a matter about the same money being spent elsewhere. And apparently, you know, they're opting for a lot of upgrades, whether it's, you know, business class or whatever other upgrades are offered, that's where the margins are at, and they're spending on that. So they're talking about, you know, 17, 18% growth year on year, and basically their growth being restricted only by the amount of deliveries that they get from the airline manufacturers like Boeing and Airbus and the other group. Anyway, futures close to 15,000 here on the NQ. We're also very close to 4,400. I can't believe I neglected that level on the ES because we're right there. We're 2 points off that. So interesting resistance levels coming in here on both indexes. You feel like this could be like Huadong Central, where the shorts could be in at this level, but who knows? 43.98, 14.997, important levels.
Yeah, I tried a couple shorts on Tesla there. Looked like it wanted to fade the high, but then just instantly rebids back above that 245.50. So got out little small losses trying to get that big move if we do fade these levels. I mean, didn't quite get to 15K. Maybe it's like a 245 breakdown back through, and then you can get some lower levels. What did Apple do? Apple's still sitting at that 187, so
Exactly.
I don't know. I think maybe you have to wait for like a wick above that 15K before trying to short something, as we're just kind of like cruising up on ultra light volume, it feels like, on all of these names. So yeah, let's see I mean, 246 was a clean reject before, but I think if you get back up there, we're probably breaking out.
Yeah, we'll see how this resolves.
BDTX coming back to VWAP too, so this
Okay.
will be the spot that we decide.
Interesting.
If we bid right back up here, back above 375, that should be a move to the upside, and then the 4 break could then be good. There's 375 on the offer. Can we get it on the bid? See if those shorts get squeezed out here, back above 385, 390 kind of area. I'm still just waiting on this one for the 4 break. I think 4 is the key kind of decision point on this one. Don't really want to get in too early at the moment. But yeah, volume kind of dead below that 375
Someone's saying,
price.
I love IWM today. The Russell Max?
IWN?
Yeah, the Russell ETF. IWM. So apparently small caps are doing well again relative to large caps. That was not the case earlier this year. You're seeing a nice run up in small caps in late May, starting around early June, kind of ran all the way to about mid-June. We're giving back up a lot of the move, but we're holding former resistance levels, actually holding a support. That's kind of what you want to see for a breakout. So good look here on the IWM. A lot of people have been talking about, the small caps catching up a little bit here. And this is definitely the way to play it. You could also play the Russell Futures, the RUT. Otherwise, IWM, another good option, less leverage on this one. I don't know if there are other ones. Chat, educate me on that. But yeah, good look for small caps in general lately, Max.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching Tesla here at this 245. Feels like that could be a decision price, and it looks like it wicked that and is trading back up. So you'd have to get back above 245.50 probably. On this one, I just want to see that 15K break or fail.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think got to just sit on the hands for now. As,
And 4,400, bro. That's important too.
Yeah,
man.
4,400 important too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Although, like, it feels these days that NASDAQ
it
has
does,
been kind of leading the charge.
It does.
That BDTX still at VWAP, but it's not breaking down on that BDTX.
Carvana
so,
apparently is moving?
Yeah, Carvana is moving today.
Okay.
I'm not really interested in Carvana until we get back above like 27. So
Okay.
I think it's at 22.50, $23 today.
Good volume so far.
Yeah.
Almost 8 million shares, 7 2/3. 22.75 high on our friend Carvana. That's a nice bull flag kind of ish pattern there. Reclaiming the 200, then rejecting, but definitely creating higher highs and higher lows. That's what you're looking for a trend change. Up 8 1/3 today. What's the intraday look like? Several opportunities, I guess. Yeah, the opening range breakout I wouldn't have had any involvement in. It would have been more around this area here. This is CVNA. Let me just put in the tickers. CVNA. Yeah, this hold above 22, you would probably have to front run that a little bit. Nice continuation. Where is the resistance going to be found? Let's go to the 30-minute. Yeah, encountering resistance likely at around that.
15K.
Pardon me?
We got 15K.
We got 15K. Well, I'm involved in this Apple long, so I'm trying not to pay attention to that and let it resolve. But 15,003 HOD rejection at the moment. Let's see. No continuation quite yet. No 44 touch either on the ES has to be said. Still the same HOD on the ES. Do we get continuation? What's boosting the NQ at the moment? It looks like Amazon strong, and so is Meta. Google also curling back up. We're talking about that. That one's going to go green.
AMD going for the high too today.
AMD,
So,
eh?
Yeah,
Okay.
AMD positive today. Been a very weak stock recently, but up that 1.5% today and making new highs above that 109. Interesting consolidation break. Didn't really work. You'd have to give it, 50 cents instead of my usual preferred like 15 to 20 on AMD, but higher lows all day on this one, starting to make its move back up. What was yesterday's high here? 112. I'm assuming that is correct. So 112 being like a breakout price on the daily for AMD.
What a move, man.
Not likely that we get there today, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe some crazy short squeeze happens today. And that BDTX is holding VWAP. So I am still interested in this $4 breakout on this one, holding below the consolidation low here of 375. I think once we get back above that, if it holds above that for like, I don't know, 30 seconds, then it probably blasts off through $4. But just waiting on this one. I thought that this $4 break would have happened a long time ago. I was kind of expecting to put in the order and then it would go and break it almost right away. Didn't expect to be sitting here, but I guess sometimes that's a good thing because it means that more people have placed their bets below the level.
Right.
And then, you know, those that are offside end up having a punch out above. Tesla just wicked 245 again as the market goes up. I kind of want to be involved.
I feel like we're setting up to reject. I don't know. I'm in this. We'll see how this goes. I feel like I'm getting in at the wrong areas, getting in at the extremes, not getting in at the dips, despite like you and I openly saying it's a dip trade type of day.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just go against your better judgment. Just looking, I don't know.
There's kind of a weird like iceberg offer on Apple right now at that 187. I'm
yeah,
wondering,
clearly.
like,
There's obviously that kind of resistance, and it has a lot to do with the 15,000 level. You feel like if one resolves, and then so does the other. They don't move independently here, I don't think. So we'll see. Meta at highs, that's continuing to move up. Microsoft pulling back just a smidge at the moment as it tried to go up into 333, now up 1.15%. NVIDIA continuing to curl. It's above 411, looking to take 411.5. It's got a 412.99 high. It got as low as 404.48. So what a move up again for NVIDIA. Went red, and then it's back up to green again, and a percent plus. So good move for the chip maker, much like AMD, also up 1.5%, breaking through 109, looking to take 109 and a third. 15,000 rejection, question mark. So far, it looks like, yeah, it was rejected at the moment. So is this Apple long in jeopardy?
I'm thinking Apple 187 breakout if that comes, based on all of these those highs there on the Apple chart at that 187 price. It looks like, you know, there's some reserve seller up there. This wick is not real on my other platform, so I'm thinking 187 could be a decent breakout if the market decides to, you know, trust the teal here and bounce right back up to 15K.
15K reject.
But again, like not getting in unless it breaks. Same thing with that BDTX. If it breaks, I get in. Otherwise, there's no trade. So
there's no trade.
You know, you sit, wait for your levels, wait for what you need to see, and then you execute. Tesla rolling over, so right idea there on Tesla. Probably should have given that one a little more room, but I mean, if my idea is that 15K is going to break,
yeah.
I don't know what my idea is. Sharif? I have...
So interesting, another name today that we didn't talk about, but which has also been a rocket. Vana at day's high, by the way. A $23 incoming here on Vana. But the one I want to talk about quickly is Unity. We told you about this one in the morning with its new headline. 41.26, looking fantastic, up 12.17%. And it's been, you know, I don't want to say a safe trade, but if you punched in, you're probably rewarded quite quickly, as it's been quite aggressively up. Yeah, essentially right off that $39 area. We kind of started the pre-market around below 39. In fact, the low of day is 38.81. Apple tried, I haven't even been looking. Apple is doing its thing. Let's go over here, 187. I'm seeing 01, 01 prints, 02, 03.
Here we go. Come on.
Well, it's still not past, man. I mean,
Get
we
up.
need to really go. 15K's got to go.
There we go. There we go.
I
Apple.
don't buy it.
All
Let's
right.
see. Let's see.
Apple's going to drag the market itself. Let's go, Apple. There's some size on 12 there, 400 lots. So we'll see if that gets filled. If that doesn't,
yeah, I
we
see
probably
that.
go back down. But yeah, I'm looking for much higher on this. Maybe like 40s first, and then what did I have on the day? Yeah, like 45-ish, and then we'll see if we can get to 188 today. If the market does indeed take 15K, Apple will
Big
fly.
size.
So yeah, let's see if this seller can get filled on this one.
Iceberg at 11. Clearly, there was something there afoot at 11. It was doing the little equilibrium dance, I call it, where it's like up, down, up, down, up, down. There we go. Here comes 11 again. Let's see if we even touch 44's accumulation there. But 15,000 not yet achieved on the NQ as we curl back up though. But the dip into the 87-ish area got bought back up. We're seeing high a day on Meta. The ES is also curling back up close into highs. You wonder if that 44 comes into question soon. So we'll see. We're riding the trend. Let's see what happens here. Resistance clearly at 187 to be expected just by the mere fact that it coincides with 15,000 and 4,400. It's a risk at these levels going long. No question about it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Risk
JJW
always.
say FedEx also up 4% today. Shout out to JJ. Sean is here for risks, and if you're not here for risks, you're into the wrong channel, network. What are we, right? We're stream, so good for us.
Day trading, always a risk.
The
Buying high of day,
NQ
always a
Max
risk.
is pumping to the high side, baby, and so is this Apple.
Let's go, Apple. Come on, through that 11, through the 12. I'm fully expecting this to break. If the market's going to go up, somebody's going to take that size on Apple. We were just at 188. Was that yesterday? That was yesterday. We were just at 188, so expecting this to break. Expecting 187.80 and then 188. So we shall see how this one goes. Tesla back above 245, so everything's starting to wake up. Just need that ES move back above.
Oh, rejection right at 12s. Yeah, someone's really stepping in with a lot of size. It's being traded aggressively there. Excuse me.
Is this a level for whatever reason? No.
Yeah, well, 187,
Just
remember
random.
that used to be all-time highs. It was a level that we've always been kind of looking
Yeah,
at. Here
I'm
we go
wondering
again.
if like the 12 is some kind of closing price, but I don't see that. Kind of random.
Sean's covering here. Pardon me?
Oh, that's Sean's 12.
That's okay. There he goes. No,
Yeah,
of
yeah,
course,
if you
when
don't mind.
say, I believe you don't have to show me. Are you kidding me? 15012 HOD on the NQ, but still continuing here. No 44 touch again. Someone saying Neo ready to go. Rich, didn't look at that. We know the ADR is super strong today on the back of more quantitative easing.
There we go. Apple size
Oh,
taken.
baby.
A little volume spike there, so looking for this to kind of bid above that 12 price and then start to move. NASDAQ kind of pulling back a little bit, so we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I think that
this
this
is
has the
not
juice to
trade.
go. I mean, Apple keeps filling size on the offer, so when that is happening,
You know that the buyers are there.
the buyers are there. They're willing to pay up for it.
Yeah.
So let's just see this get through that new high of day, which is 14, and you know, make the big move. I'm not looking to take any profit on this
move.
trade until the 40s.
Yeah, look, this is look. I'm not looking to scalp here as we
we
move
go.
up. I'm looking
Here
for
we
a
go.
dollar plus. So there, the Katina man is loving it as we knock on the door of 20s. We're nicely in the money on this one, but this is not my trade. I'm looking for continuation here. Let's let
yeah.
it go. 15012 NQ high, 43.98 ES high. We'll knock on the door 44, baby. Let's rise, bulls. Do we have the bulls over there? Are they bullish? There it is. Oh, rejection by, I'll get that after. Rejection by the camera. Thank you, Sean. There it is. It is the bull. There
Oh,
you go,
yeah.
baby. Let's go. We're looking for continuation here, Max.
We indeed are. I've got my offer out at 187.38 to take like 10% of
Stop
this
it.
trade off, and then we'll be looking for 187.50 to break or hold on the offer. If it holds on the offer, I'll probably bail out of the trade. I'm expecting that 188 price to break today and continue this move to new all-time highs on Apple. I mean, the all-time high
Where are we?
before was 183.50.
So where are we all-time highs for Apple? Like where
188.05 yesterday.
188.05. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yesterday we made a new all-time high.
Right, okay.
Today, looking to continue the trend. I think we can do it.
Okay.
Apple
Well,
individually strong.
well, just because he's here, I got to mention it. You know what happens if Apple hits 190.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know. You're a
190 today. Platinum Prad incoming, people. Platinum Prad
And then
incoming.
the chat already knows. They're already saying it before we even got to it. They're writing Platinum Pride incoming. That's going to set him
187.20.
back $350 Canadian plus. I say plus because I say
Brad,
that's probably
I'll dye your hair for
inflationary there.
200 flat, man.
There we go. New highs on Apple as we make 22s. No continuation though. New highs on the ES. New highs on the NQ. But we're not really out of the woods yet above 15,000. If we're really going to continue, I want to get away from 15,000. You never know where the selling could come in around here. Let's look for a decisive take of this level, baby. Let's ride this Apple trade. We're seeing good strength on most other mega cap names. They're mostly up. Yeah, I got to say they're all up except Google, essentially. Google's down 0.19, really close to going green, though. So you got to say the trend for these mega tech cap names, so many like little acronyms there, but to the high side at the moment, Max.
Oh, yeah. There's another seller on 187.25. So if anybody needs some liquidity on Apple, you can get it at 187.25 there, about 50,000 shares. If you don't get it there, where are you getting it? 190? You should just go get it now. Just take it now, and then let's send this thing up. That other offer got crushed, so expecting this one to get crushed too. Size on Apple just tends to get filled.
Question.
Right? Yeah.
187 dip. Are you buying?
Maybe, yeah. I haven't taken anything out yet, though. So if I had taken something out, I would probably add back to full size at 187 dip.
With such a resistance level.
Yeah. If it holds or does like a little wick thing, then you could add for sure. And now you
don't
got
have
like
anything
5
resting.
cents of risk or something instead of instead of whatever risking it down to this 89 level. But yeah, let's see what happens here. As the NASDAQ needs to hold this 15K, it did indeed trust the teal. As we were talking about, NASDAQ on the 1-minute chart, trust the teal to the penny, and then blast up. So see if we do that again, and keep moving. Apple now below that offer of 187.12. So that person or whatever algo now in the money.
Yeah, whatever it is.
But, entity, as we like to say.
Who knows what it is.
Yeah, let's see if we can catch some support around there. I'm expecting that to hold, expecting this to go above the high. We should go and test that.
Pack your patience here.
That seller at 25 as Brad gets prepared to come on here.
So you need time to sign off. Said we'll send off our regards. Are you good to go, or are you in a trade, or?
Yeah, I just got to set a stop here and get a couple things sorted out.
Yeah, take your time.
Cancel that small cap order.
Yeah, the BDTX up, small capper. I almost got you there. The de jour had a big, nice move up in the pre-market. We watched that one blow through 3 and then make a 450 high in the pre. Neil and I having a look at that one. I'm telling you that these small cappers, their look is in the pre-market, and then it seems to be a sellout thereafter. I hate to simplify it so much, but that's what it seems to be like lately. So where are we here on the NQ? This is what we're talking about, really wanting the dips into 15,000 to be bought up when and if they do occur. Kind of gives you confidence in the level. That's what you want to see. So continue to watch how we trade in and around here. No 4,400 yet. What else is moving? Carvana, real close to that $23 area. That one's been very strong today as some of these car names really caught analysts' attention. I don't know if it was Bernstein, but there were several upgrades today for cars.com. There was cargurus.com. There were several car-related names today that were upgraded. So we'll have a look today at Vana, definitely benefiting from that. Now up 9 1/4, up into the right, baby. That 22.10 level held like a glove. And 23 incoming. You know, Max says he's not going to involve himself in this one until we get to that $27 level. That would kind of be the break of the June 22nd, 23rd tops there when we were trading around 26.5. So we shall see. We're still continuing to hold this Apple along as we dance near these highs. And there we go. Now we're having the 15,000 bought up here on the future. Let's make higher highs. We just printed a new higher high through 15s, but the bamboozlement could be fast and it could be furious. We need continuity. And Apple has not partaken in this new high here on the NQ as it dances the lower end of the 10s, 187 10s right now, only up 1%, 0.99 exactly. As Stradamus sets up next to me, he brings all his equipment, wireless and all, baby. The man is ready. He is set. I'm going to talk to him in a moment. How you doing, Bradley? Hope everything is good, my friend.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Hope you've been having a wonderful day. I know it's a rainy day out there, isn't it? It's stopped raining? It has been very rainy when I was out there. Really? It's very rainy when I was out there. Yeah, so, yeah, we definitely need that around here. We know that there's a lot of forest fires in northern Quebec, so I hope some of this rain is getting to them. Not sure what's going on there, but, yeah, a lot of not so great air here, probably.
Yeah, I'm still logging in over here.
Yeah,
Hopefully everyone over there is having a wonderful day on the market. Just need to open up the YouTube chats and all that.
We'll let Bradley get
give
set
me
up.
a couple moments
Yeah, we'll let
here,
him get
and
set
we'll
up
be
there.
ready to go.
Let's see what else is moving up. Meta does not care about anybody's levels. It is headed to 287. Could we see another 290 touch? I was told this one hit 290 yesterday. I'm looking back, and oh, baby, did it. But then the big boy Huadunk came in there right at the bell, and we made our way all the way down to 277. So the bamboozlement coming in fast and furious, but that level holding. And now we are almost at 287, 286.77 HOD. Pardon me, HOD on Meta today, almost up 3%. I mean, we don't really need to say it. The level to be looking at, obviously, is the trading range from yesterday and the day prior, which is going to be that 289.50, 290 level, right? So that's where we're going to encounter resistance. Otherwise, there's really not much to be concerned about. There's a little bit of price action where we're at right now, going back to the, what is that? At the 23rd. We were around this 287 level. 287 was a bit of a top. So there might be a little bit of resistance here, but the real level to look at is yesterday. So having a look there, what is the situation here with Apple? We're right back down in the teens again. So nothing really to report on there as 15K incoming again on the NQ. Do we get bought up? You want to see the buy-ups? I want to see them if you're long, but we'll have to let this one resolve. 15K, Max and I talking about this one as a possible short area. Carvana just broke 23, made a 23.01 high. So Carvana continuing to go here. Bit of a top right now. It hasn't really taken 23. It's dancing with it. What's the spread on Vana? I don't even have the tape up. Just look quickly here at the bid ask. What do we got? Yeah, it's a penny. It's not bad. Yeah, a couple of pennies at times. Not too bad. 23.01, not bad. The volume. AMD apparently is Pump City. Is it Pump City or Flush City? It's Pump City, baby. Headed to the high side. 109.59 incoming on your friend AMD, the Katina man hitting the bang as he's long that name. 110 incoming, question? 109.25, nicely in the money on that one. Almost 50 pennies to the good as we come back higher on the fuge today. I mean, right now, that dip into 15,000 does get bought up, at least for the moment. Continuity, that's what we're looking for, especially for this Apple long. We're back into the $0.25 on Apple. I know the position board is empty. I am long Apple. That will update once Bradley or I take a position, but we're looking for a new high day on Apple here and a continuation to the high side on the NQ. Bradley.
Yeah, beautiful move back up to, yeah, thank you, man. Always a great time to be on the show. Welcome, everyone. Well, not welcome. Welcome to myself. You guys have been here for a while. Hopefully, you guys have had a great time today.
Welcome to myself. I love it. Welcome. Always love to have you on, bro.
Oh, let me fix my shirt here. Okay. Yeah, so just looking for some opportunities right now. Randomly, as soon as I log in, apparently I had FTX open here on my second screen, and I noticed that FTX is up 4.5% today. So I'm now trying to find out what the catalyst is, if there's any reason for FTX to even be up to the north side over here. We've previously seen FTX reject one of these resistances around 234, 240s. But here we go at 245, up 5% on the day today, without any real news that I heard about on the day to the start FTX. But look at the stock, man. Monster move from the open till now. 234, was that the low? Monster move. I mean, insane. Now, I'm expecting, maybe some rejections to come in around these 246 areas and a retracement to VWAP, but with the strength that the stock has had and with the move that this market's going through, 15K being reclaimed, I want to give a quick little shout out to our friend Michael Noss over there from Trade Ideas, because he posted something on Twitter yesterday, which was, here, let me just try to find that tweet real quick. He posted something on Twitter yesterday. Slow, low volume pullback continues on the S&P 500. So, I'm just having some jokes with them back and forth. But what that basically indicates is that if this market is pulling back with lower volume, that's a weak short covering from the long. So whoever took longs anywhere in these areas didn't really cover too hard, and there weren't really, an overbearing new entries of shorts with that lower volume move down in the market. So my overall thesis that I'm still saying this week might close red. Last week closed red. Maybe we'll have a couple red weeks. This kind of makes me, question that thesis a little bit. So that's why I'm having these little jokes over here back and forth with our friend Michael Noss. But thank you for, his expertise, his knowledge, him being a CMT, throwing out those, absolute gold nuggets out there every single day. That makes me step back from the shorts today. I traded the stock market today, obviously, like every single day. I took some shorts on AMD. I took some shorts on a couple other stocks across the board. I actually had a decent winner on AMD to start off the day, but then later on got stopped out. I'll actually tell you how much I'm down. I'm down 30 bucks, so I'm absolutely flat on the day. It's nothing at all for me. But I was so ready to short the crap out of the market today, and with this move that came in, my levels weren't really in play, so I just stayed out in the sidelines. But now, 15K coming back into play. Let's dance. Let's look for those levels that I've been waiting for. Let's look for those plays that the market might give to me, and let's ride them.
Yep, 15K, definitely a level I got to agree with Bradley on that. Definitely look for the rejection of 15K. But what I would say is just let's see how it trades around here. Let's not make a decision either way. Rejects, take it, baby. I mean, I'd love to ride that down. We've got so much room. We've got 100 points. I mean, like, look at the movement today. 14.9 gets bought up so many times. What's to say if 15K doesn't reject much in the same way that 14.9 gets bought up? I mean, we've been having a little bit of a downtrend lately. Let's look at the daily on the NQ here. Yeah, we're off highs, 15.50. Yeah, it's a retracement. So short-term pullback, obviously, on what I would agree the NOS boss on lower volume. No question about it. Gotta agree with everything that was just said there. But here we come. 15,000 again incoming. 15,090. Do we get bought up or do we continue? Let's see what the chat is up to here. Big SPY puts coming in, says Kenny D. All right, that's interesting. Dan, NQF, from today's IB low up to yesterday's 30-second OR RTH. Dan, that's a whole lot of acronyms and short forms. You're killing me with those. There's a lot of technical stuff that you know that I don't, my friend. Dumb it down for me, just so that I can kind of understand and regurgitate that to everybody. 15K incoming again, baby. Are the shorts in? Baby.
So I'm just going through our watch list over here to see if anything is on FTX or not. Brendo is at his desk, so I'm just going to put it in the work chat over there. If he can find anything, that would be very, very appreciated, because this stock just took out the high a day again. With the market retracing a little bit, after making the new high past 15K, you would expect maybe FTX to return back to the south side, back below 245, but a new high a day coming in, 246 breaking now. I am just waiting for when I can get that opportunity to time that short on FTX over here. I know, Prad, why are you looking to short the stock that is the strongest on the day that you just identified how strong it is? and now you're trying to short it. I'm looking for that, retracement to VWAP type of setup. Maybe not truly back to VWAP, but maybe it even goes back to the 50-period EMA. That's $2-3 to the downside. And if this shows me a fail break of 246 by putting in a high a day around 246.50s, that's about a 50-cent risk if I get in, from 246 to 246.50 area, and then just ride it to the downside. Brendan in the chat coming in, helping us out, telling us that nothing new on FTX. So there is absolutely zilch coming out. Whatever the old catalyst was, I believe the old catalyst was the
They
earnings.
had earnings, yeah.
The earnings catalyst kind of actually hurt them because UPS came down with them too. So this over here now, taking out those levels after dropping down on the earnings is kind of confusing to me. But on a monster rally for FTX, I would also look at UPS for a sympathy trade over here. You guys know how I love sympathy trades. UPS right now hanging around actually near the 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart. With the way that FTX is breaking out to the north side, maybe, just maybe, we could look for a possible long here if this continues its rally up there, or we could look for a short on FTX alone and just leave UPS by itself. UPS, though, on a monster rally along with FTX over here. FTX 52-week high, 248.76, says Neil in the chat. Now I know the number to wait for. Thank you, Neil.
And the look there, too, is even though they didn't beat on the top and the bottom line, they didn't beat on EPS, the cost cutting there, the market is loving. So that's the second time around they came cost cutting. They're able to react really quickly to a downturn in the business, so they don't have as many deliveries because the e-commerce is down. Also, they kind of they hired a little bit too much, so they had to do a lot of cost cutting with respect to that. They're able to adjust really quickly. They're able to ground planes, sell off planes. They're sadly able to lay off people. So the market reacting well, it looks like, after the fact, even though they were able to miss on some of those numbers there by analysts. Here we are at highs again on Apple. How does this resolve? Right, we're kind of topping here, finding a bit of a top at that 187.25. That 15,000 level, still a question mark. Does it hold? Does it break down? I think, it's the tail and the dog who's wagging, who's the one responsible for the movement. Is Apple lifting the NQ or the NQ lifting Apple? Anyway, right back at highs. We'll see how this one resolves as we continue to watch that. NVIDIA also right back into highs, 413.19. The high, we're at 412.60 something at the moment. So that V-shaped recovery continues to unfold on NVIDIA, now up 1.5%. It's actually up more than Apple, which is only 1%. Meta, the rocket ship, though, 287.11. That's the high a day now, baby. The Katina man hitting the bang, because I'm assuming he is long, and he has been long. This one, I know he was in the morning. What's your cost basis on that now? 283.30, baby. We're at 287. You do the math. Meta continuing to be real strong, and that 290 level has been, in our sights, I would say, especially after yesterday's dance with that level in the morning. So we continue to watch and see here as Apple curls back down for the moment into the teens. 4,400 and 4,400.50, new high a day on the ES now, as it's up 2/3 of a percentage point. Let's see if the NQ can continue to make its ascent. Carvana claiming 23 now. It got to that level, dipped below. Now it looks as if the level is going to be taken here as we get bought back up on the dip. Now it's above 10% on the day, 10.25. The dips have been bought up. That's been repeated throughout this move up. Let's see what 23 gets. We talked about the trading level on here going back to a couple of days. We're looking at that 26-ish area, the top from June 22nd and June 23rd. So see that proudly. What do you got?
Shout out to everyone who actually tunes into the After Hours show, because I want to go through a couple of these traits that I pointed out last night after 4 o'clock. Home Depot being at the top of the list. I remember, saying the 310 breakout, the 308 to 310 area might be something to look into, as we might just push into this gap close area. And look what the stock just did today. We're up 2%. This stock popped up on our radar yesterday with a monster move in itself coming into this 308, 310 area. And the high yesterday, 309.30s, 309.40s. But then we closed right under one of these lines that I threw out. So I said, if we get the opportunity to get long 308 to 310, you can get that move to 315. Look what the high today is, 314.54. Shout out to all the Patty Daddy fans over there, the Pressure Domus call out. Home Depot, man, monster move today. Look at this stock, insane. Holding that 50-period EMA all the way to the north side. Another stock that I did say was Tesla. We were looking for that gap fill trade, kind of like HD. But the factors that we needed, which was, yesterday's low breakout, the continuation for that breakout to the downside. And if those breakouts didn't come, the only other possible trade would have been the long. And that long would have worked too. I just wasn't ready for the longs. That's why I stayed on the sidelines. I was a bench warmer, and I'm okay with it, because if tomorrow my opportunity comes for that gap close to the downside, I'll be there to take part in that play. But look, the opportunities were there. You got a good $7 move from the low to the high today. So congratulations to anyone who took either of those plays. The short was clearly not the move on that one. And the next one that I really want to look at over here, I believe was Snowflake. No, it wasn't Snowflake. Maybe it was Mara. Maybe it was Mara. There we go. Mara around these highs to the north side. I can't, maybe it wasn't Mara. I can't forget. I'm actually forgetting what stock it is. I do remember HD and Tesla were the top two stocks that I was very confident about. And then the other stocks that I have on my list there, I don't think they were any of those ones.
Yeah.
NVIDIA FTX pulling back. Damn, I wanted that short. Yeah, FTX, I wanted that short. I told you that high around 246. 50s might be getting put in on that position, and that back through short is exactly what I was looking for. Now, I mean, I could still get in, but that would be giving it a whole dollar. And is there a whole dollar move to the downside? The stock could easily find support at 245, 244, right around these areas. So I'm not really, risking a dollar to maybe make a dollar or maybe make 50 cents. That's not good risk reward setups over there. As you've heard Sean say not too long ago, that trading is all about risk to reward. How much can you risk for how much the reward potential can be? And I'm not seeing that trade show up for now at the moment. The back through of 246 would have been probably the trade. You heard Neil call out the 52-week high around 248. That would have been a better trade. This would just be chasing it. I think we can wait on the sidelines.
Yeah, 414 just wicked in real quick here on NVIDIA. It was a bit of an odd one. A lot of volume came in. Look at that. We're right back down to 413. Okay. So let's go to the 1 minute, because it kind of shows it a little bit better. Yeah, see a bit more a bit less of a topping tail candle. 414.25, right back down to 413 as the NQ retraces right back down into 15,000. Let's see how we resolve around here, but NVIDIA definitely not helping. It's coming down. Apple continues to print newer highs, baby, in the face of the NQ going down. Apple pumping to the high side. We're well in the money on this one, but not ringing the profit bell yet. The Katina, man, along this one as well and smashing those bangs. But 15,000 incoming again. We need to get dip bought around here. You want to see the buying stepping in around 15,000. Otherwise, I don't believe in this Apple long. I'm not going to take this on a secular ride. It's it's just too much of an emotional roller coaster to have the index and Apple go in two separate directions here. But yeah, let's see what we get. 4,400 top still intact on the ES, curling off that at the moment. That's acting as an area of resistance. So Zion Lala, Sharif, Prad, where would you short Netflix right now? That's contingent upon either of us wanting to short Netflix. I think this one is quite strong at the moment. It just made a new high off the retracement. I don't know if I'd be shorting Netflix, but look, the level that I'm seeing here, 420 and a third. That's the high a day. Put this quickly here. There we go. Let's zoom out a little bit more to see what the more macro levels are. A lot of consolidation, obviously, at that 420 area, going back from the second and the 22nd and 23rd. So But yeah, I mean, I'm not shorting Netflix. It's at highs right now. Why would, that's not my look at the moment. But if you're looking at those levels, yeah, high a day today corresponds to the consolidation range of the 22nd and 23rd, 420. So essentially look around there. Apple continuing to print highs. What do we do here, Proudly? What's the look? What are you looking at? You still on FDX?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my positions to show up, what's going to happen, you know, and then I hear you guys talking about Netflix up 0.5% on the day. How is that strong? What? Okay, let's go check out where can we get the short. Yeah, I'm actually going to get ready to short this one.
Right now?
I mean, market's not really trying to push too much to the north side. This just looks like a little retracement. That's for sure. I mean, that's a monster move from where it went down from the lower days to where it is. One of my charts just crashed. Ooh, I'm going to quickly open that back up. Let's open that bad boy. But look, this move is already trying to break back below 418 over here. We did break 418, no doubt about it. Here's all my EMAs and VWAP showing you a change in the 1-minute trend chart. Which is, you know, curling back to the upside. There's some buying coming in. So let's look for that possible spot over here. We have a head and shoulders coming in around 419.
Oh,
that brought in the move to the downside. You know, 1-minute patterns, I'm not a big fan of it. Patterns at all, I'm not a big fan of it to begin with. But 1-minute patterns, even more not a fan of that one. But we did see that pattern playing out. Now let's see if we got a triple top coming in around 419 or a double top coming in around 420. We could get possible shorts coming over here. The market's, you know, up 1%, NASDAQ up 1%, S&P 500 up 0.65%. Could easily see the market maybe come back below 15K later on in the day. But right now you're seeing this bad boy, you know, stay around 15K, pushing it to the north side, trying to stay green. Let's not fight the trend just yet. Wait for the market to dry up a little bit. Let it show you where the weakness. Let it show you the hands, and then we take advantage of it. Look at this one now heading to where's that triple top that we're looking for? Can that triple top show us any weakness on the tape? Can it show us, you know, lots of reds and blues on the time of sales? Is there any size on the ask that we can lean on? Maybe it breaks 419 and then gets back below 419 and you see size chasing it down. Any kind of indication that shows us that the selling is now on and the buying has ceased, then we want to step into it. Those indications are not in just yet. We can also filter the tape over here for 199 shares on $400 stock, especially Netflix. That's basically filtering where all like the middle ground players and the big players are. So let's see where the money is being really put in. What type of ideas people have on the stock today, and where they're executing, and how can we try to leech off, for lack of a better word.
Yeah. Let's have a look, guys. Short Marvell, says Carlos Felipe Grez. Let's have a look at that. Haven't looked at Marvell in a while. Let's see over here, MRVL. What has this name been up to? What a rocket ship this one looks like today. Breaking out through a range here that we've been in since the 22nd, you want to say, that 59.50 area. Bit of a top, making new highs. Knock on the door of 60. Zoom out a little bit more. See what we get here when we talk about highs. Okay, so definitely local highs. We're looking at that 63.50 area. That's the local high, but that's, you know, far removed from the area. A bit of a gap, I would say. You're not going to encounter too many resistance levels until that top. That's how I see it. But good news. Is there news on this? No, not seeing any news, but up 4%. Chips in general are strong today. So Marvell looks good. What's the intraday look like? The 5-minute. I mean, where would you even get in here? You'd have to get in any random dip. Yeah, you had an initial VWAP dip here. This came in around 11:10. You could have been sitting there, but I mean, I don't know. Very strong, breaking 60 at the moment. Looking to hold at that level. Marvell looks good. Not really sure what the catalyst is there. On Apple, we are at actually 187.40. So continuing to make newer highs on Apple as the future holds for now. Not going to take any profit just yet. Let's let this run a little bit. You know, if we get a 15,000 breakdown, we've got enough of a buffer zone between the current price action and our entry to kind of protect ourselves here. So the Schmering, say Marvell through 60. Yeah, just talked about that. What else? 4,400. just took that level, 4401.75. Here goes the ES. The ES reclaiming 4,400 here. The NQ already reclaimed 15,000, holding above it. The dip's getting bought, 15,021. The Katina, man, hitting that bang, 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 and I couldn't be happier myself embroiled in this Apple long, but let's just let it continue to print. Let's not get too excited here. Let's allow the position to develop. If 15,000 is going to hold, you think we move up to another resistance level here. We'll have a look there, 15,025, 026. Fast and furious. Here comes the squeeze, question mark. 187.50, well, not 50, 48 technically. High a day on Apple. Good squeeze on the markets. Let's look for continuation. Not taking profits yet.
Netflix had a pretty nice pullback over there, so I'm trying to study the volume profile, trying to see if I miss a short somewhere at the top over here, because that was a nasty pullback on Netflix. I mean, they did pop back up there. I mean, it was a straight dollar instantly in the money. Missed out on that move, and now we're making a lower low, so maybe Netflix is getting ready to really push back down over here. I might have missed something on the tape that I was waiting for my signal, and my 5-minute chart now also confirming that we are pulling in much deeper to the downside. The volume profile showing in a little bit more selling coming in, possibly moving back to this 415, 416 area where the volume point of control is for this one-day chart. Whoa, what happened to the charts? For this 5-minute chart, though, let's ignore that. Let's just go to the one-day chart, which is everything that we see, everything that happened today so far. Most of the volume transacted around $416, so we could see a pullback coming back to there apparently. But as you guys just saw not too long ago, the market took out the high day, but pulling back down over here. A couple of the people on the floor are in long, so congratulations to everyone in those longs helping them out. UVXY, I'm just now noticing this. UVXY is down 5.78%. So volatility ETF getting beat up. What does that mean for the overall volatility itself? Volatility itself is also down 4% on the day, getting back down to 13.66. I think yesterday we were at 14. Yeah, let's go check out. Maybe I think we were yesterday at 14. There you go. Around 14.27, 14.40. Obviously, markets were going down, so you would expect the volatility to go up a little bit. But now that the markets are going back up, NASDAQ with a beautiful 1% in the money to the north side for anyone who's long. Not in the money for the shorts. Money in the long side for 1% on the NASDAQ, giving the volatility a monster push back to that $13 area. Sadly, volatility getting taken out for day traders. That's not a good indication. S&P 500 taken out properly, 4,400. And instead of being stuck in that ugly 5-point, 10-point range we had off the open that was really boring, now we are getting a much greater extension to the north side over here on the S&P 500, and even NASDAQ giving you that move. So congratulations to the longs. My FDX position, for anyone who is wondering, I was about 70 cents in the money on that. We did get that push back to 245 and slightly below 245. Let's see if we can hold the stock to see if it can get a bigger move down, or is it going to come back, take out the high day, stop us out, and then burn us on the short, show us a new 52-week high, because the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are already showing us a new break of the day on the highs.
I just consulted with the Mad One, and I asked him, I'm like, did you take the BDTX break? Because, oh baby, did it come fast and furious. Look at that. There was no bamboozlement there. I gotta tell you, Max, you were right and I was wrong on this one. Silently, I was thinking, man, this is gonna make a new high, and then you're gonna have an immediate rejection of the highs, and it's gonna huadunk, and that's what these small cappers have been doing midday lately. No such thing. BDTX pumping to the high side, 550, now at 5 1/3. Good accumulation above the 5 level, holding for the moment. Now up a measly 189%. That's it? No, I'm kidding, of course. What is the high a day on this bad boy here? Let's have a look. $5.50 exactly is the aftermarket high. Did we get above there in the pre? Let me have a look quick. No, we did not. This is the day high. So, also, more stuff to talk about. 187.50. A distant memory on your friend Apple as we continue to pump through the high side there on our friend Apple as we make new highs on the NQ 15033 as we continue to head higher here. Had to wet our beak on a little bit of profit, not going to lie. Took some out in the 40s, but now we're trending through high 50s here as we knock on the door of 58s and 59s. Apple very strong at the moment. Got to say the strongest of the bunch, it looks like. You know, they take turns here. NVIDIA stronger than, you know, Amazon stronger. No, right now I'd say it's Apple 50 coming back into, though. We'll see if this holds. Let's not forget Meta, very close to day's high as well. 286, looking to go back above 287. 286 dip got bought up quite aggressively on Meta, so now it's up 2.9%. But yeah, like Pradley says, man, keep your eye because we could flush off these levels. We know 15,000 is a level, and if we come right back down there, I'm going to see how we trade. What else is moving here? Unity. This one continues to go up. That $40.75 area on Unity got bought up and got bought up quite nicely. Look at that bottom forming there. There was definitely a buyer at that 40 3/4 now, moving through 41 1/3, 41.50 incoming on Unity. Oh, baby. Strong day for Unity.
Man, I really missed that short on Netflix. Netflix is really pushing down over here. That triple top 419s pulling just before that triple top playing out near 419s. I think the high of that move was around 418.70s, 418.80s. So rejection coming in before I wanted it to show me the game over there. I wanted to take part in that short. I told you, you know, I didn't think that the stock was only up 0.5%. I mean, the move from low Odessa thing is obviously strong, but only 0.5% when the market's up 1%. That's possible short chances for me over there. So missing out on that trade makes me a little upset. But we could possibly see some buying opportunities coming in now. If you were to draw some trend lines over here to see where the bounces could come in and then study the tape around those areas to now flip on the other side of the trade. You know, markets pushing to the north side. We missed the short. So now how can we get back into the overall trend of the stock over here and then ride it back to the upside? The short would have just been a quick little scalp. Right, that's all of it. You're risking the high, you're risking the move real quick to the north side. Maybe on a stock like Netflix, especially with the spread right now with the 20-cent spread on it, you might end up risking, you know, 50 cents, sometimes $1 on that short, and instantly it gave you $2, $3 to the downside on that move over there. So those are the type of risk to rewards we always try to look for. You know, risk 50 cents, make $2, risk 50 cents, make $3 on the position. So not being able to take some advantage of that move. Hopefully some of you were able to. Whoever asked that question about Netflix short now, question mark, hopefully you took that trade because, man, monster move down over here on NFLX. We're still holding our FDX trade, which is once again 50 cents in the money right now. I'm not ready to take any profits on it. I believe I was risking about 50 cents on that position. So taking a 1:1 trade doesn't make any sense. I'm going to wait for, you know, $1 or more per share to show up on that profit. Then only will I be looking to see what I can do. Pratt is good. He comes from SMB Capital. Neil, did you hear that? Pratt is good. He comes from SMB Capital. They really think I'm an SMB Capital trader here? I don't know what's going on with the chat over there. Chat's smoking on that Zaza if that's what they're thinking. I'm nowhere at the SMB GOATS levels, but maybe one day we can get there, and we're trying to turn this office right behind us to a better office than our competitors out in New York. So we are going to be better than them, Neil. No, I'm talking about the trade floor, not SMB and Day Trade the World, the trade floor that we have behind us. Man, but yeah, you guys hear what we're going to do. We're going to kill it and take over the trading space. So Trader TV Live, you heard it over here. I know, Adrian, I was just joking. I appreciate the compliment. I do appreciate the compliment. But the overall move over here now on Netflix is down. FedEx is trying to see what it can do. You guys already saw the market breakout. Let's go check out Apple, as you guys probably saw Apple today. I mean, I did have a short off the off the 187 earlier in the day, and I did catch the move down to 186 on Apple. I enjoyed that ride to the downside. I think it was one of my most profitable trades on the day today, and then I just stopped trading it because look at the stock today now. It's at 187.55. Multiple times you had the chance to short 187. Another trader on the floor was talking about it with me too. They're like, you know, how easy the 187 shorts were all day, but this move at the double bottom near 186, 186.50s, coming in, pushing the stock right back to the north side. Is 188 a possibility today is the question that everyone's really probably asking. And you know, I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to say no, 188's not in any realm of possibilities for today. It is very much possible, but I would hope that it's not, because obviously if it goes to 190, then I'm out of $200 out of my pocket because I have to give it to Max to dye my hair. So that's just my personal vendetta against the stock. Hopefully you guys don't get hurt by that vendetta. NASDAQ though, still holding that 15K, getting back above 15K. We're still in an inside day range, I believe, on the overall market over here. I mean, yesterday we broke down the inside day range a little bit, and then we held it. Let's actually go confirm this. Yeah, right there. So we were holding that inside day range for the most part, which is holding above 15K on the NASDAQ futures. Then we broke the inside day, but look at the candle today. Today's day is a complete inside day of yesterday's candle. So that basically means that, you know, most stocks are probably inside their yesterday's range or their last week's range. It's really going to be a stock picker's day like today. Like FTX, who had FTX on their radar? I'm still so like you know, glued to this position, and you guys are probably like, oh my god, he's not shutting up about FTX. I apologize, because it is absolutely crazy for me to miss a stock like this, which has recently showed us rejection around these levels on earnings moves, but now we're getting breakouts of those levels, and we're actually, you know, multiple dollars higher than that. So it's upsetting for me to see that one do that and not have it on the radar. Better scanners. I need to contact Michael Noss to fix my scanners for me, because my scanner didn't catch that. But hey, everyone, go get your scanners from Trade Ideas. Use code tradertv20 to get 20% off on your brand new Trade Ideas subscription or a renewal to a higher tier subscription. So thank you, Trade Ideas, and thank you, Michael Noss, who I do need to contact for a new layout for the After Hours show, and I need to get fixed on this morning layout also.
Yeah, speaking of layouts, let's go to mine. The NOS boss helping me make this one when he was here. These basically are, on the left, are all my watch lists, right? So I had to kind of narrow it down here. I have more on my other platform, but this I could only fit so much. So, you know, you keep what's hot, big tech, chips, crypto, ADRs, and then this center one is my scanner, biggest gainers on the day, and you can flip between whatever you want. Biggest losers on the day, it's a scanner. And then whatever you click on here, the chart changes, and this is the kind of the stock window and the news associated with that. So if you want to get this layout and the others that I have associated with this one, you go and you sign up, and then all our layouts, I think Neil's, Sean's, Brendan's, and my own, I don't know if they put Pradley's on there, but yeah, they're all on the website. And you can kind of go through those, see who's you like, take a little bit from here, take a little bit from there. So shout out to the NOS boss and his crew. Wow, NQ, Apple, we're continuing to go, baby. We're long 92s. We just printed 63s. We're moving up here. Good, solid move for big tech, and I think Apple definitely the leader of the bunch, no question. The chart pattern is by far the most bullish, despite the fact that Meta is up almost 3%. Apple looks uber strong as we move here into 15.038, high a day on the NQ, now up 1 1/4. The ES, no slouch, 44.06 3/4, up 0.83. It's been a good look today. Let's check the other sectors of the market. Oil, funny enough, is down 1.5%. The CL, I think it's August. Yeah, CL August contract, 69.40 was yesterday's close. A bit of a double top that formed around that level, just bouncing off lows. Airlines have been absolute rocket ship-ish. because HA Hawaiian up 16.5, having done 1 million shares on the day. Hawaiian doesn't usually do much. Everything is green for me in travel names, airlines, cruise lines. They're all green. They're all very positively green on the UAL report that they're seeing really above estimate gains on the year, with demand really spurring a lot of that, and the margin products that we talked about earlier really allowing them to maintain good revenues and good profits, baby. This one hella strong. UAL up 5.5. JetBlue is up 8.5. So very strong name. I think somebody in the chat was telling me to keep my eye on this earlier, so shout out to them. But yeah, 187.70 now the high a day on Apple Pride.
I had a trade on AAL to start the day off with also. I actually missed this whole move, but I caught it on my scanner that showed up around 1680. 1618 happened to be around this level. Sorry, that's not the level. Right here, the recent high on the stock was 1677, 1680. So I was like, okay, if I can punch in 1680 long, give it that risk of 1680 to the downside, I'm going to do it. So I punched in the long side. Then I added on the break of 17. But the stock started really showing me no buyers showing up on the upside of 17. So on the way back through 17, I just punch out for whatever profits that I had. Then on the way back through, I punch in for a short. Then I don't see the sellers coming in. I see the stock drying up. So I punch out for a tiny little winner on that short too. And then overall, later on, I guess I was with the right mindset, because the stock does rip to 1740. So it's a monster move over there that I missed out, because I was not happy with the initial drive on the stock. But I should also be considering, you know, the overall move on the stock itself to begin with was monstrous. I should have probably just held to my stop or add to my position in those areas where my stops were, and then ride it. Hindsight's 20/20. I don't know how the stock would have actually played out at that moment. I was happy taking my profits. It was actually one of my profitable stocks also. But overall, yeah, missed out on the move over here. A couple other positions that I traded or thought about trading were CCL. CCL, I thought about shorting 15. We break 15, and now we're almost at 16 on this position. So thankfully, we stayed away from this stock. But now that 16 is back into play. If you guys remember how the stock played around that $16 level yesterday, maybe we get some opportunities to short this position. But keep in mind, SSR is still in play today. That mechanic that triggers when a stock goes down 10% or more, the stock actually triggered that yesterday. So it triggers for 2 days in a row. The day that it drops down 10%, and the next consequent, is that how I say that word? The next consecutive trading day, thank you, trading day coming in today. So CCL still on SSR. The shorts, harder to get their positions, new shorts that is, and only people who can smash the bids are the longs trying to take out their profits. So CCL having a monster ride on SSR day 2 longs. Congratulations on that play too. I believe we were talking about this on the show. We were talking about how I'll be looking for an SSR long on this one. I don't know why I started looking for shorts instead. So, but now that 16 is back into play, we can look for shorts.
The rocket ship that BDTX is just went through 6, dancing with 6 now, up a measly 225%. Holy cow, man. BDTX, very, very strong. Today, that break that the Mad One was talking about would have been absolute money. But the other trade that is absolute money is this Apple long. As we continue to print new higher a days, we just got up to 76. 15,050 incoming, or actually outgoing right now on the NQ. We got up to 5.5, but again, you know, strength. Where does it end here? Up now 1 1/3 on the NQ. I'm pumped. I'm holding. Let's see what we do here. I want to get involved in something else, but I'm not just going to punch for the sake of punching. Amazon absolutely breaking out at the moment as well. Tesla breaking out. Everything's curling up, guys, in big tech land. All of the guys here curling up. Amazon looking to be the leader at the moment, but Meta right back up to 287 1/3. It just got above 287 again. What's that? Sean is out of his meta, so the 287s were good enough for him. I guess the 282 or 283 that he had there, I don't know. Several dollars in the money. Chimps, nice trade, thank you. It's not over yet. 187.80, baby. HOD on our friend Apple.
Money.
We'll let this
Oh my
one
God.
go. Where are we going to see the high of day here, Sean? Where are we cashing out on Apple? What's question mark? 189.99, and there's a reason for that. For Pratt, we want the man to win the bet, and so we're gonna root for him here, and I gotta agree with that, Bradley.
Appreciate it, but I don't appreciate lies, so keep that lies to yourself.
Okay.
And we all know that you
What do you
guys
got?
are all. You know, I think you look better with it. And we all know you're all rooting for that 190, more than making that money for yourself.
Jeez.
Let's be real.
Whoa.
No, more than making
The
money, you're
Katina,
rooting
man.
for that platinum Prad. Yes. That's what I'm saying. So don't be lying to me or the chat over here about how you don't want me to win the bet. You want to win the bet. If I win the bet, that means I get to keep my black hair.
The ladies love Platinum Prad, says Neil. Everybody loves Platinum Prad. Neil.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the support.
129.50 Pradley. Amazon 287.41. New high a day on Meta. Not quite yet there on Apple. We got to 187.84. Finding a bit of a top now, to be expected, man. It has been up and to the right ever since we broke that 187. Very aggressive move up. 44.09 here on the ES. Everything really printing to the high side. I mean, mean reversion traders must be salivating right now, thinking, here it comes. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, very extended. You count multiple green candles in a row on most of my 5-minute charts here on these bad boys. So we'll see what kind of continuity we're getting. I'm also keeping my eye on BDTX. That's a small cap capper we've had our eye on. It's been very strong. I got to say, it's really surprised me. It's kind of making a bit of a bull flag or sorts here at $6. Do we get continuation? 550 there, the low end of the range. That was the dip trade, but you got to think 575. That's where the majority of the closing prints are. So a bit of a range trade between 6 1/4 and 5 3/4. Let's see how this resolves. Meta continues to pump to the high side, man. Amazon now, Tesla, everything, Microsoft. It's all printing to the high side.
Netflix over here did bounce off that 50-period EMA, but now giving you a lower low after the market's ripping up to the north side. So it's like, what is going on? I thought it would actually march back towards that at least 419s and give me an opportunity to take that 419 break out to 420, make a quick dollar for risking, barely any money over there, or even maybe get short on the back through a 419. But no, we're getting a lower high right now with the higher low coming in right previously too. So not sure what's going on with Netflix over here. We are still up 0.4% on the day though. Missing out on the shorts, missing out on the longs because I'm doing a bunch of other stuff too. That is just the name of the game today for me, sadly. But I was going to talk about Lucid, which is what I was preparing for while Sharif was talking about. I mean, Lucid with the monster move back up to the north side. Wow, and as we're talking about Lucid, it just took out all the size on the bid and just popped up to the north side for some reason. Look at that big volume spike coming in on Lucid, and all of these yellow orders are basically being punched above the bid. So the bid was 591, and all of a sudden you're seeing liquid orders, and that's a lot of size just being punched in randomly on 590, 521 over here, taking out multiple levels to the north side. So let's see if that momentum still continues over here. If we see buyers stepping in like that, exactly, if buyers are stepping in, and if there is a big buyer, let's see if we can ride the stock to the north side. Wow, yeah, volume is coming into LCID. Not sure if there's any other catalyst other than the one I was going to talk about. The catalyst that I was going to talk about comes from our watch list. You know, Aston Martin CEO Lance Stroll, a very big character from the F1 series on Netflix. Surprisingly enough, we were also looking at Netflix not too long ago. Very big character from the Netflix series, Formula One, Drive to Survive over there. You know, we see how ruthless of a businessman he is. Recently concluded a deal with Lucid for where Lucid ends up having about a 3-point-some-odd% in Aston Martin and provides them with their exceptional car technology that they have for their power and electrical technology and so on. I mean, Lucid already struggling to make sales as it is. Aston Martin, who makes 10,000 to 15,000 sales a year annually, if they're able to make 17,000 sales a year, and if Lucid is able to make a percentage of it, maybe Lucid, having that ominous number right now of 6.66% to the north side, could leech off that catalyst. I mean, they tried yesterday. They tried to leech off said catalyst. They tried to pump up to the north side and take out that 620 level. I was long off of 6. I wanted the 620 break. I didn't get it. It sucked to be trapped in that 620 break. But today, up 6.66% here once again, trying to get back to the $6 area. Let's see if we can reclaim that 6 and actually close above 6 today. If that's the case, then I would love for a possible long tomorrow on Lucid. Actually, shout out to one of our viewers, Saint Lion, the one champion fighter who's you know, going to be fighting soon, hopefully. Recovery process right now. Shout out to my homie. Said he got Lucid calls. Yeah, he said he got Lucid calls on I think today or yesterday for the $6 or something. So he's obviously printing right now. Congratulations to that man on that call out. We had a good talk about Lucid last night, actually, after the 4-hour stream. So if you're not watching the 4-hour stream, you're missing out. And yeah, he trades.
Nice.
He teaches other fighters to manage their money and also trade and so on, because obviously fighters don't get paid a lot in that realm of the fighting world. It's not like boxing. UFC fighters and MMA fighters get paid a lot less.
Interesting. I wonder if any fight. It's raining now, says Sean. I wonder if any of these fighting contracts would end up giving any of these like originating guys market share. You know what I mean? Like you're an originating fighter with a branch out organization. Instead of getting paid in dollars, obviously I know a lot of the guys want to put food on the plate. You get paid in a little bit of ownership percentage. Remember that's like the Jordan move, right? Where he basically wanted a little bit of that Jordan brand, and that seems to be the move here, to own a little bit of the rights to your own brand. Whether you're a fighter, you're a basketball player, it doesn't really matter, does it? Dancing at highs here on Apple as we continue to head up on the NQNES. Really not much else to report other than just to hold on to your longs until it shows you otherwise. Microsoft moving up, Amazon moving up. Not much else to report. What's the look for you, brother?
Yeah, I'm just watching a couple positions that I was just looking at not too long ago. If you guys have anything in the chat over there, feel free to shout it out, ladies and gentlemen. We are at your service. So call it out. We did see Lucid not too long ago break out the high day and make a new high day, but here comes the return back to reality. We are pushing back outside right now on LCID. We've seen that 620 area that Sean and Neil actually shorted coming out as a beautiful short yesterday. Can we see that $6 area being a barrier, or will my idea of $6 and closing above 6 actually play out and we can actually have some fun over there on this position? People saying in the chat, please check out AI. Why not? Why not check out AI? Let's go to AI. I think I was talking about this position on the stream last night too, so let's go see if I have any levels on this position over here. Yeah, we did throw out some levels. I think we were basically looking for that $30 area, if I remember, for a dip buy opportunity, and since we didn't get that $30 area, I mean, you had to risk $1.50 to get long, because that's where my stop would have been. My stop would have been somewhere around 30, so no opportunity to get that $30 long. However, since today is already an inside day on the stock market, maybe it's actually breaking out of the inside day right now. Let's quickly go confirm.
Bro, inside day. You looking
No,
at these
but yeah,
charts?
15 broke yesterday too.
It's not an inside
But 15,000 was the low yesterday. You're basically holding yesterday's low.
You're up 1% in the third.
Sorry. Yesterday's high was 15,136. So we're still an inside day, basically. We're not really breaking it.
New definition
and
for
we're holding
inside
it.
day, baby. If you're up 1% in the third, you're inside.
We can't just be making
Webster's
definitions like that.
dictionary, take note.
Can't just be making up
All right,
definitions like that.
let's keep going, baby. 15068 HOD on the NQ. Where are we going to find resistance here? Let's go, baby. Let's find out. 15-minute chart. Where is most of the price action? You always have these 100-point areas that are areas of psychological resistance. There's no question about that. And you get a fair amount of action at 15.1 going back to the 21st. You go through that level the 21st, the 22nd, 23rd, 26th. A lot of price action around 15.1. The tops, though, the local tops. Where are the local tops? You have one at 15.150. You have another at 15.2 1/3. When was that? That was, yeah, okay, that was towards the end of trading on the 22nd into the 23rd. So 15.2 1/3, right? So essentially what I'm looking for is 15.1. Let's be real here. That's the first and foremost level if you're a bull looking for that key resistance level. I mean, it could stop anywhere before that. In fact, the area where we're trading right now is an area where we traded 9:10 a.m. yesterday on the 26th. So we're right back at those levels, just below 15,100. So we'll continue to see where we could move up to on this one. Apple, I think, directly related to these markets. So that directly affects the current trade we're in. What else we got? NVIDIA finding a bit of a top at that 415. Now it's up 2% on the day. Been a good trade there. Kind of went red to green there in the pre-market. I mean, in right after the bell. Big move down below that 405, and that was that $1 trillion level that we talked about on NVIDIA. It ends up holding, and big move up with the general market on NVIDIA. Everything looking strong, big tech world. Meta, the leader though, up 3%. Tesla up 2%. NVIDIA up 2%. What else? Small cap world, BDTX 5, trading at 580, not quite making it through 6. Let's go to BDTX. That's on the other chart over here. Yeah, still in that bull flag consolidation pattern. You look for that continuation north, but I don't know. The bamboozlement, I feel like, is going to come in any time on this. So enter this one at your own risk, but it looks good. It looks good. Holding levels proudly.
Yeah, I'm going to just let you guys read the sentence right here, highlighted real quick, and then, yeah, you know, read that sentence yourself. You know, I even zoomed it in really, really large for anyone who needs with that. And then look at yesterday's high and yesterday's low. Yeah, I could be wrong, I could be right. But S&P 500 actually breaking out of that level that we're talking about.
You're in a good mood
the
today,
diamonds, I'm always in a great mood.
You're in a great mood
The diamonds
today.
also breaking out of that one. And the IWM also breaking out of that one. So it looks like the NASDAQ is the only one right now stuck in that range that I was talking about. We got 3 markets actually breaking out of said ranges. I mean, I think diamonds were long. Green yesterday too, as much as I remember. I don't think I saw diamonds at the closing hours of the day, so I don't remember if they closed red or they closed positive. On my chart, I see the diamonds as green on the candles, but the TradingView candles always trip me out because even when the stock is ending red, sometimes they show me a green candle. I don't know how they calculate these over here, but from the candle color itself, looks like the diamonds did close green, and by the diamonds, I'm talking about the Dow Jones, but this chart says S&P 5, no, this is diamonds, yeah, DIA. So we are breaking out on multiple markets. Can we do that on the Qs is the question for me. The Qs are still in the ranges over there that I'm very interested in. I mean, look, Microsoft up, what does it say, 4%? No, that's $4. I was going to say, no way Microsoft is up 4%, and I don't know about that. Microsoft up $4 full, still in those bodies over here. We're still not, you know, back through these ranges lows. and we're still not even close to these ranges lows either. So lots of moves over here that I have to, as a trader who likes to, wait for the higher end of the ranges to see if there's a breakout, or to see if there's a rejection, or the lower end of the ranges to see if there's support or a breakdown to the downside. For me, when these type of days show up and these type of ranges show up, it's a sideline type of day. For me, it's better to just do nothing and make $0, lose $0, make $10, lose $10, because when these opportunities show up, then I'll be okay to make those multiple dollars per share positions on Microsofts, on AMDs, and so on. I mean, obviously, waiting for Apple over here to give me that breakout to the north side, that would be amazing. Maybe we do see that 190 today, but you know whose phone number I got on speed dial. So if we get anywhere close to that, I might just have to give the homeboy a call over there on that one. The economic calendar, from what we saw yesterday, didn't really look that exciting for tomorrow. So let's look take a quick look at it. We do have the oil numbers, so anyone who does like trading oil, I mean, the oil sector has been absolutely hot, bun fire, baby. But today, it was on fire literally to the downside and catching fire to the downside. Wait, this is Colgate, not crude futures. Never mind. There we go. Crude futures was hot fire to the downside, catching fire 1.74% down. If we just go check XLE, which would show you the overall idea of what's going on with CVX, CXV, CVX, XOM, OXY, the daddy Buffett stock over there, all of them most likely getting hurt on the day too. Oxy flat on the day. CVX, let's see what you're doing, down 0.4%, and XOM flat/down 0.5% on the day.
AC Immune, don't even know what this is. ACIU flying to the high side there through that 255 break. Don't see a catalyst, but now it's up over 57%, breaking through $3. Be suspect of the volume though, okay? The breakout was decent, but we'll see. Now it's done 24.5 million shares on the day, but it is a $2 stock, okay? So 312, let's see if it holds above 3. It's giving BDTX a run for its money about which one is higher since the bell. That's since the bell, not since the beginning of the day. BDTX. What's the news? In the chat, Neil says. Let's go and have a look over here. Move that over. Midday chat. Thanks for that, Neil. AC Immune. AC Immune's anti-amyloid beta active immunotherapy has been granted fast track. Oh, I saw this morning. A designation by the FDA for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. The company anticipates releasing interim safety and immunogenicity data for both. Okay, you guys get it. The point is, it was up already on the day, but this volume spike came in and you had a lot of price action. Don't know what kind of new headline possibly in there, but yeah, big move up. Keep your eye out on that. Nothing different for me here. Dan actually saying an interesting thing. It looks like bulls are losing steam. I'm like, I kind of agree a little bit. 15,068 is kind of where we topped off at, but I think a healthy retracement is in order. I mean, for these moves up, right? You got to have a 10, 15 minute retracement on these moves. And so if you break these key levels, I'd say 15,000 comes in. I'm definitely looking at that trades again, but we're a little far removed from that at the moment, but we'll see. This Apple trade hasn't printed a new high in a little bit, kind of dancing in the mid-60s. It has been for a little bit. We'll see if we get continuity, but yeah, Apple's the standout one for me. Amazon selling off, finding a bit of a top at 129.50. Meta as well, finding a bit of a top here at 287. Tried to take it, getting all the way up to 287.45. Dancing with 286.50 now, so a bit of dollar off the highs. But yeah, you're looking at that 290 level we talked about earlier on Meta. What else is moving here? Tesla not doing a whole lot, and Microsoft, even though it's up 1 1/4, not doing a whole lot either. What's Nvidia up to? Got down to 413. It looks like over here. So we'll have a. I think Powell talks
Palantirs tomorrow. I was like, what?
Mute your mic if you're gonna talk, bro.
Yo, what? I was like, you're coming out of nowhere with this news, bro.
414 is where we're at here on NVIDIA at the moment. And then 415 is kind of like the breakout area. That's where you're looking for. Otherwise, dip trade, baby. That's what I'm looking for. Not much else, really, to be honest with you here. AHI is another one we talked about, not doing a whole lot. The Katina man is short Stressla. Bit of a topping tail candle brewing there at 246. Now, sorry, 247 top. He's at 246.85, retracing back down into 249, baby. Let's see. The Powell speaks today and tomorrow. I think there's some European conference or something like that. We'll keep an eye out for you guys. But great day today for the longs, baby. It's been a good day.
A couple stocks that actually, talking about earnings, Sean. A couple stocks actually did have earnings today that I believe could have been traded. One of them was Walgreens, the Elizabeth Holmes partnership company. That's probably an old story now. Didn't she get recently sentenced or something for all that? Yeah. I think she recently got sentenced. Lighters. Oh, okay. But Walgreens actually had earnings today, and one of the traders on the floor caught a nice long on that position. Shout out to that trader. He's been building on that setup for so long, and it's paying off, man. Put in the hard work. You might have to go through some losses first. You might have to get beat up on it to the point where you're about to give up on the setup and give up on life at one point. But once that setup starts working out, you learn that setup and you hone into it. It pays off for all the times you fought for it. But so congratulations on the homie over there, catching that beautiful long on Walgreens, actually smashing that SSR bounce actually, and running it back to the north side. Missing on the earnings though, as you guys can see, a little bit of a mixed report over here. Missing on the earnings per share, but beating on the revenue very slightly. Most likely guided to the downside also. Another position that, as soon as I say the stock's name, we're going to have Sharif start talking about soccer. So get ready for that one. It's going to be Man U.
Oh, baby.
So Man U had earnings today. Let's go see how they did on earnings, Sharif. They did mix also. They did beat on revenue, but they did lose on earnings per share, and pretty badly on earnings per share. Almost an 85% surprise miss on earnings per share over here. So it looks like they still went up 5% on the day with the miss on earnings over there. So that's a little bit of But we know what's going on. The real game behind Man U is they're getting most likely bought out very soon by the Saudi Arabian prince.
Isn't it Qatar?
The Qatar prince, sorry?
Yeah, the Qatar investment fund of sorts. All these countries have their sovereign wealth funds, and they'd be doing a lot of buying lately. Neil was just telling me off camera right now. He's like, do you know who the second owner is in ownership percentage in Aston Martin? Surprise, surprise, it's the Saudi investment fund. So that marriage with Lucid was kind of a natural one. I didn't know that. So interesting to see how that one develops. Brendo and I talking off camera today about why this whole thing is happening, and it's essentially because Aston Martin didn't have a plan to electrify. At first they were with Mercedes, that didn't end up working out. Now they're looking to take on an EV directly with Lucid. So we'll see how that works out. We also know Ride has a plant now available for sale because they're in bankruptcy. So let's see if any of these EVs, or if it's going to be like Ford or GM that takes that plant, that will be available for sale. We know they took that plant over from GM. The previous administration had been kind of pressuring them to do that. So that will be another interesting look. Let's see if Ride ends up going for a pretty penny here, and if any of the other EV guys jump in. So interesting look. Not much else happening here on the future. And on this Apple trade, as we continue to dance near highs, the future dipping down off that high of 15.068. Now we're at 15.045. Let's see if this dip gets bought up or we continue to trend down. 15,000 maybe incoming. Jason Bullard saying Qatar. Yeah. Qatar Sheikh Jassim says Stevie B. Chelsea FC are Americans. Yes, they are. They got bought from the Russian oligarch Abramovich when the war started going down. First, they didn't take it away from him, but then eventually he had to sell that bad boy Chelsea essentially offloading almost their entire squad this summer. They sold off, I think, 5 or 6 players to the Saudis, a couple of more to Italy, Arsenal obviously taking Kai Havertz, City taking Mason Mount. What? Don't worry about Italy, says the Katina man.
Did they win volleyball yesterday?
Yeah. What did you guys do in volleyball yesterday? I know. Yeah, so anyway, it looks like Chelsea looking to build an entirely new squad. They got rid of a lot of players, I call them haters. Arsenal will be getting Rice, says Max Ems. Yeah, that's the hope. So City's bid for 90, was it 80 plus add-ons? 80 million quid plus add-ons, something like that, got rejected. Arsenal supposedly coming in with £100 million bid incoming for Declan Rice. Apparently, he's made his intentions clear to West Ham. He wants to stay in London. Therefore, he wants to go to Arsenal. I guess he likes what Arteta's brewing over there, and we could not be happier to have him, let me tell you. A good attacking midfield player. Will be interesting to see whether we can get that secured or not. Ziyech going to Saudi. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hakim Ziyech going to Saudi Arabia, former Chelsea player, now proudly at Saudi. I don't know if you realize this. I don't know if you follow soccer, but Saudi Arabia buying a ton of players. A lot of money.
Yeah, they got that moolah, Arab money. Why are you laughing at me, dog? All right.
He's doing his little Arab money dance.
We got the My Name is Jeff coming out with earnings today later on after hours. Jefferies 1.24% to the north side already, but the volume on this stock is so boring. The average 10-day volume is 1 million shares. Today volume is 400,000 shares. Like, is this even a bank? Do they even trade? Like, what's going on, man? XLF up like 1.5% today. So yeah, there is it. No, sorry, I think it's 0.7%. Yeah, 0.7% today. So it makes sense why Jefferies is like, you know, already up naturally with the earnings coming out today. We also have Nova Gold, gold stock. Tomorrow morning we have General Mills, and then tomorrow after close, you know what we have after close tomorrow, Sean? Hey, we already talked about that? No, we didn't. No. Micron tomorrow. He just knows. The man, the myth, the legend. Okay, do you know about the one after Micron, though? Neo? Think about Neo. Hey, we got BlackBerry coming out with the earnings report also. Good hint. Hey, we could play charades all day, baby. But yeah, is that what it is? I don't know, man. Charades? BlackBerry coming out with earnings tomorrow too. So we got a Canadian stock over there and Micron, a couple random no names that I don't really recognize or ever really traded, I think. So we're gonna stay away from that one, and can't wait for MU, because I think as long as I remember, MU actually sets the starts off, and then Netflix kind of sets the tone, or Tesla sets the tone for the overall earnings report. Usually if Tesla comes out good, you'll see a bunch of other stocks coming out good too, and then we have the big tech starting off soon. So earnings season starting up again, baby. And earnings season's pretty daddy season. So let's go have some fun.
187.84, guys. High a day on Apple. That was just a big bump up and a nice looking reversal candle here off the $0.50. Continuing to see strength on this bad boy. That reversal candle is what you want to see, that hammer candle. Let's get continuity, though. We need continuity on the futures. I don't think this one's going to move on its own. Looking for that dollar in the money print. That's what we're looking for there. We got to end this trade at 2 o'clock, because then we go back on the big desk, right? So we would want, ideally, Apple to reach its high day before we get up there. I mean, wouldn't that be nice, right? HOD, says Sean. Well, we're 10 pennies off HOD, baby. 84s, we're at 74s. So let's continue to watch and see what we do here. My chart, That's hilarious. What else we got? We had you at 41.50. That's up 13.5 points. This one's very much near highs on you. So this one looks good. Let's bring this in. 41.74. You have that dip bottom that got bought up over and over and over again here on the 5-minute chart at 41.50, knocking on the door of 41 3/4. Let's do a little charting on this one. didn't. Maybe I did, but I don't recall. Yeah, what's the level we're looking for here at? Okay. So this 42.50 looks interesting.
The X is falling asleep.
But I mean, what's the longer look here at the top? Obviously 45, no doubt about that. I want to say that 42.5 is probably an interesting level. Obviously the whole dollar level goes without saying, but 42.5, interesting price action level, not psychological level. 41.75 on you, man. This one, strong, 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 but we're not involved in that one, so you know, we could admire it from afar, but the one we want really to go is this Apple trade. I really lament not having gone long 14.900, excuse me. Look at the amount of dips that were bought into 14.9 today on the future. Like this big, okay, yeah, you guys can see it. This big candle right here represents the opening print. That's 9:30. You get the dip right back down below 14.9, gets bought up immediately. You have another 14.9 dip, bought immediately. Again and again and again, that level was bought up. Should give you so much more confidence in the level, but you know, was trigger shy today. Looks like the future giving up a little bit of the ghost now. 15.048 coming down now is 15.050. We were kind of holding a little bit there. Now starting to give lower highs as we print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 in a row. 5-minute candles to the red on the NQ, but you know, not really giving much of the move. Not getting out here. Let's continue to hold. Apple looks good. Still in the high 60s, low 70s, yada, yada, yada. You get the point. What's the chat up to? Coin going for high day, baby. Juan Hernandez, absolutely. Coin has been a rocket ship, 8.5%. For the 1.3% that Bitcoin is up, it's at 30,649. But Coinbase, much stronger, relatively speaking, on the day, $67.46, essentially a 67.5. Top on coin, number 60 was the absolute level on this one. Neil taking longs and shorts off that bad boy at 61 was the last one at 60. The Katina man involved in that, I'm assuming as well, hence the bag. But yeah, that 60 level, that came into play 23rd, 26th. Not so much today, though. Too much relative strength. We close out at 62 yesterday. We gap up, in fact, today at 63, a dollar gap for coin, and it's been up and to the right, baby. Newer highs, breaking yesterday's 66.20 high with a 67.46 HOD on Coinbase. Up we go again on the Future and on Apple. Let's go, baby. Looking for a dollar in the moolah, Bradley.
Since you're talking about Bitcoin, I was looking at Mara the whole time to see if Mara is doing anything around that $13 area that we've been watching for multiple days now. Looks like we're still finding that wall, that great wall of Bitcoin coming in around this 13 on MARA. Multiple days now. We've seen, though, the Bitcoin, Neil likes that, I like it too. Who repeated that? You repeated that, I thought Neil repeated that. But yeah, we are watching MARA, man. Beautiful 10% to the north side today, though. Wow, even cryptocurrencies, I mean, even Coinbase, not cryptocurrencies, even Coinbase had a monster move in itself. Could we see 70 today? I mean, that 66 area was pretty, 65 to 66 area was a solid wall before. And the fact that we're above it now, I wouldn't be surprised seeing 70, man. Look at the market here trying to take out the high day again. Up 1.3, 1.4% on the day. CCL, one more big win, and I might be able to buy a whole cruise, says Nick. Nick, if that's true, then please send me an invite because I've never been on a cruise liner before. So I would love to come on that cruise with you. But look at this stock at the moment. Yeah, 7% to the upside. Tomorrow it will not be on SSR, and if we see the 16 level coming back into play tomorrow, maybe we see a potential short setting up on it or a breakthrough off that 16 based on this positive earnings report they had today, or not today, yesterday. They had a positive earnings report. They still got sold off. They dropped down 10%. Then the SSR bounce. This is the day 2 of SSR bounce continuation, right back into that same price where the earnings dropped. Do we see a breakout of that price now for an extension to the north side, or is that price going to come in as a supply opening and then shove the position back down? Those are the expectations that I have on CCL, and hence that's how I will be looking to position myself when those numbers show up on the charts. Right now, we just wait. NASDAQ though, high day. S&P 500, very same, high day.
Yeah, sorry, just fixing this crazy wick here that came on the Apple chart. There we go. That makes things a little less convoluted as we continue to move up. So here we go. NQ back at highs. Tesla moving back up. Microsoft woke up here. 333 just got taken and a new high inputted here. So even though Microsoft's been, I don't want to call it a dud, but it's been, you know, not as aggressive as its counterparts here, looking to maybe possibly move in on that 334 high a day. It's at 333 and a quarter now, again with newer highs and higher lows throughout that kind of uptrend. Likewise with Amazon, we're possibly moving in to new highs here on Apple. That 84 top has been in place for a while. We're back into the low 80s again. Tesla waking up here. Tesla is looking at taking high days again. We're real close to that. 247.10 high a day. We're at 246 high 70s here. So few pennies, but it's been a kind of a consolidative move on Tesla after gapping up from yesterday's close. We closed in at 241 essentially, 240.98. But yeah, look at that intraday move, very sideways when you look at it more broadly. But yeah, that's the look on these bad boys now. New high a day on Apple as we continue to print to the north side on this trade. It has been a good one, almost $1 in the money. Now on this, I don't want to call it a slow mover because definitely wasn't a slow mover, but it's not the rocket ship that like the Teslas or the Nvidias are that give you the dollar instantly. This one's going to make you sweat. At least it has made for me anyway. 187.88 top simultaneously. 415.46 comes in for Nvidia. Another new high a day after coming down to that Trilly valuation at I think it's 405 or 406, something like that. B-shaped recovery up into the right, 415.5, baby.
Just looking at this watch list over here sent to my phone, not going to tell you who it is by because the greatest watch list is obviously Trader TV Live. Delta Airlines popping up over here. Apparently, they rose their full year forecast by $6 to $6 per share, which is a higher end of their range that they previously forecasted. Clearly, this was the travel stock to be in compared to American Airlines. I mean, what a monster breakout of the recent range over here, $43, $44 area, and just a monster rip to the north side ever since on DAL, Delta Airlines. Did I call it Dallas Airlines? It's Delta Airlines, sorry. As soon as you see DAL, my mind just goes to Dallas because of sports teams. But yeah, Delta Airlines making a double top right now, looks like, and pushing back on the 1-minute chart, even on the 5-minute chart. Let's see if we do break this range, get back below 44.40, 44.50. If that ends up playing out that way, then clearly that means we're breaking this trend line and then pushing back to the downside. Maybe 45 comes into play on that move to the downside. But with this trend on the stock and with the trend on this market, it would be hard to expect that, especially with them guiding and reaffirming and increasing their guidance, or at least giving it on the higher end of the range compared to what they previously guided on Delta Airlines. So wow, stock selection again, man. Yesterday you saw me, not really have the greatest of stock selection, but we still ended up fine on the day. But today, not the greatest of stock selection again, so not really being able to, put in the damage that we would like to on the market. We missed out on these opportunities such as Delta, such as even CCL. What a monster move on CCL. You guys saw that one ripping to the north side. Apparently, Roblox having a monster day today. Unity having a monster day too. Unity up 11% with the Wells Fargo coverage initiated. So let's quickly go check out Unity. Unity, what do you look like? 42 almost coming into play on Unity. Wowza, 14%. I know Unity is a pretty high short float stock. So the fact that this is getting absolutely slapped means the shorts are also getting slapped over there. So let's go quickly verify what the trading calendar is real quick. Where's my trading calendar? Trade calendar should be right here. And then we go to flow checker. Flow checker, type in Unity. Come on, process. Cloudflare, man. CLFR, I think CLFR is the ticker. Short them. But yeah, here we go. Not that big of a high short flow. Previously, they were a higher short float if I remember correctly, but now anywhere from 5.8 to 7 to 9.2. Sorry. The next short float numbers are going to get updated on tonight. So the numbers get updated for shorts tonight. Whatever numbers you see tomorrow morning for short floats across the board will be the brand new short floats for our stock. So I'm glad that I checked that calendar for us.
Yeah, that's good to know. That's actually good information to know. Yeah, we're rocking it up, man. 4413 ES 15083 NQ. I mean, 15.1 incoming. You see 15.1. I mean, same thing that you saw at 1500. You start salivating for those shorts, baby. 15.1, one of those levels again. The 100-point level, psychological level. We're $1 in the money now officially on our friend Apple, so we're going to let that one continue to run. Probably, you know, some resistance expected at the whole dollar here. We're talking about 188. That's incoming very soon. I believe the high day is 94. So, yeah, I'm expecting some resistance in and around there. BDTX, the monster, up 235%. That consolidation around 6 leads to a dip back into 550 and then a rocket ship ladder, not escalator, right back up to 640. I think it almost touched 660. Now curling back down as the bamboozlement is fast and furious on this one. $6 maybe incoming here. But you gotta think, you know, $6 was clearly the level as a resistance first time around. Does it act as support? You know, these small cap cappers don't always follow these rules. They march to the beat of their own drum, no question about that. So we'll keep an eye on BDTX. Very exciting name. It's nice to see these small cap cappers get continuation through the entire day. That they're not just one-hit wonders in the pre-market and then that's it. You know, it's nice. So continue to see these and maybe it'll give us more confidence to trade them. Tesla flying high, 247.50. HOD on TSLA. Very strong. Do we short around here, though? This was an interesting area. Let's bring in the Tesla chart. Well, I definitely won't be shorting anywhere around here in the face of this market. But the whole point is this was kind of the level that we danced around. This was, yes, yesterday. We kind of topped out in and around this area, and the breakdown level is not too far from here, around that 248.5. So interesting zone that we're in here on Tesla, but it's definitely been higher lows and higher highs throughout, maintaining the trend up 2.5 on that bad boy. Let's flip back to our friend Apple as it's having a bit of a time here at highs, not able to take 188 at the moment. We'll see if we get continuity. Adrian, Sharif made my day by holding. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching, Adrian. Thank you for being a viewer. And please, if you haven't already, smash that like button, baby. That's the only way we grow. We got to let YouTube know that you guys are about this program. So if you haven't already smashed it, smash that like button now.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bang.
I knew he was going to do that. I saw his hand go on the stream deck and I knew it was incoming. He doesn't like it, but we like it. So we're going to continue to pump that commercial here proudly as, yes, half an hour. It's horrible, bro. It's absolute dog water. Show that takes you into the heart of the market every day. Someone has a motor on my mouth or something. What's going on? Why am I rushing through that? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. What's up, Bradley?
Yeah, just watching the market move around and be wonderful right now, man. Beautiful moves to the north side on the market over here. And Apple, 188.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. You didn't put in the call, bro.
But we'll see what happens.
You put in the call. He put in the call, bro. No, I'm shutting down. I'm shutting down. Here, how do I shut down? Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Someone got the call. And Bradley really wants to turn this market around as Apple is coming down. As the call came in, Apple finding the top. Dang it, Bradley.
Dump it. No, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see what happens. Look, this is a monster move on the market. Maybe a little bit of a pullback over here to 15,040, and then we could have another rally back up to the north side. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Apple with a 1.3% up today. FDX absolutely putting me to sleep over here. Not doing anything, not stopping me out. At least stop me out. Not stopping me out, not making me money, just hanging out over here. Keeps on grinding on this 50-period EMA on this 1-minute chart. As you guys can see, the red, maroon red EMA on the chart, on the 1-minute chart up here. Just grinding on it and just staying above 247. Not really doing what I needed to do, but we'll just play the setup. The setup is high day fail through, or even dollar fail through high day risk. We'll just stick to that one, and we'll let the trade play out exactly that way. The kiss of death, there is always one on the floor. Well, what is
The Brogdonov, the kiss of death. Yeah.
Okay.
ACIU making a curl here, guys. This one was strong earlier. It was a small cap capper that we had our eye on. Let me load the 1 minute here so you can get a better look. Yeah, it makes that big move we were talking about early on. Then we have that other move again at 1 o'clock that we really don't know what the reason was, because the headline came in earlier. The curl coming in off that 260, testing 275. Suspect volume, though, has to be said. The volume doesn't even come to half the original breakout. So to be treated with suspicion, though. Yeah, here, BDTX. Oh, my goodness. Small cap cappers are in today. BDTX new high day. 676 up 260%. But here comes the bamboozlement. The tape flying fast and furious here. How do we resolve? Do we resolve to the high side? A lot of selling coming in at this level. Nothing really reflected on the book, though. It has to be said. No size sitting there. It's all coming in live on the moment. Again, rejecting after making that new high. That bamboozlement coming in fast and furious. Is 6 going to be a level? Last time around, we kind of got a bottom there, so there was a seller at 10. I mean, a buyer, excuse me, at 10. We're right back at those levels at 12s. Do we get bought up here? What's going to happen here? No, we don't. We right back into 6 and 6 flushes, so it's a fake out breakout. That's why these small cap crappers are just so risky. The bamboozlement comes in fast and furious unless you're super quick with your entries and exits. It is that kind of trade. But back to Apple we go as the future trickles up again into 15,088. Corresponding level. Sean, get a hold of this one. The Katina man has now covered his position long and has initiated a short on our friend Apple.
Who do you think Bogdanov was, bro?
The identity of Brogdonov. Oh, let's do it now. Okay. So maybe there's several Brogdanovs.
The market's actually ripping to the north side now.
What's going on? Yeah, but we are at these levels. There's no question about it, Bradley. We are at critical levels where we could find a lot of resistance. 15-1 incoming.
I think yesterday's high on NASDAQ, what was that? We were looking at it on this chart over here. NASDAQ futures, yesterday's high comes in at comes in at 15,152. So in that case, there's another 50-ish points to the north side on the NASDAQ market. Is that possible? We're already up 1.5%, man. Tesla is now playing around with that 248 area. Already had Tesla open. I was going to open Tesla up for you guys. New high a day coming in for Tesla, 248 now. There is some size, not too much size, about 600 lots over there, 640 lots, 650 lots. And as you guys can see, the size is being tested, and some of the size is being pulled off as those short sellers might be getting scared because they're wondering if this is going to break that level and burn them on that position. So 248, wow. I mean, I believe I had a trade on Tesla today. I can't remember if I did, but I don't think I did actually. But overall, man, what a move over here on this position. I mean, we were talking about that possible gap close yesterday on that move through 240 to the downside, and here we are actually doing the opposite of it, reversing the whole trade. trade. And can we see that 248 break? Now there's about 500 lots in there. There we go. Just easily chewed through that size. But now do the buyers punch in above that 248, and do they fight for price? That's what you want to see. You want to see buyers fighting for price and being greedy, and sellers being scared, because now that means sellers are, oh, there you go. Oh, 1,000 lots showing up on Tesla on the bids right now. That's what we want to see. 1,000 lots randomly. There you go, guys. Confirmation buyers. If that 1,000 lots disappears and if they're not real, we take that quick little loss and disappear. That size is real. 900 lots now. So easy, right? You wait for these real signs to show up, and then you trade off of those signs. If the signs are not there, sit on your hands. There's no reason to do nothing else. Look at this trade right now, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen me be quiet all day, not do, whoa, I got wiped out. Whoa, almost got wiped out on that one. I ended up making only $10 on that trade. Wow, Sag, but I almost got wiped out on that one. Woo-wee.
Tesla is, it's a monster, man. 3%.
I need to go to the washroom after that one. I'll be back.
The Stressla giving proudly the stress, maybe 248.82 high. We're at 248.5 now. Oh, baby. Yeah, well, look, it's still in the direction of the trend, despite the fact that you have these kind of outlying moves where there's a lot of aggression instantly like that. You know, it's still going in the direction of the trend. You're getting a good move in most of these big cappers. Let's ride this through as we move up on the NQ. 15.094 is where we're at now. We're looking for a 15-1 touch and a continuation above that. That's what I'm looking for. Pepto time, says James. Yeah, that'll get you nervous there. Ride, says Tobias. I haven't had a look at that one since the morning. That one obviously declaring bankruptcy, and Ride is pumping to the high side. What is going on here? Breaking out through that 185, now touching 210. It's only down a measly 24 points. What's a chart here look like? Let's put that bad boy in. RIDE. Yeah, so close on Ride, $2.77. That's where we would have to get back up to go break even on the day. $2.11, which is where we're at now. There's a bit of a peak around there. So this is a bit of a top right here, where we're at. So a bit of a gap between this area and the close, I'm going to have to say. So good move. Nice move up. You got to, I don't know, probably some short covering around here. Don't know. Haven't been watching it all day. Don't really know what the tape's been like. But yeah, I know that there's definitely going to be some EV companies salivating, looking to get their foot in the American EV market, maybe wanting to take over their plant. That's kind of what I'm looking for here. So if you're into the bankruptcy game, that might be something to have a look at. With respect to some highs, here are some big cappers. Microsoft, 334. It got right back up into that level. It hasn't quite made a new high at 334.11, but very much looking to retrace. Is this a short around here for Microsoft as it goes up 1.5%? What we talked about Tesla, obviously the rocket ship, that is Google also having trouble at these levels. Surprise, surprise. Well, this level here is yesterday's close, and it has been a bad few, I want to say few weeks, but I'll have a look at the chart in a second. For Google, 188 1/3, that's been the top. Several rejections off there. Are we going to accumulate and break through here? The daily has not looked good for Google, as they've been on the wrong end of the upgrades and downgrades list, catching several downgrades, and list basically saying that their dominance in the search game is really up in question at the moment. And that, you know, the sort of the new search coming through generative AI and LLMs really puts that whole dominance into question. You know, that's a bet I wouldn't take. But hey, they probably a lot more intelligent than me. So Google at those levels, 118 1/3. Apple right back. My Apple Watch is nuts, man. I'm convinced my Apple Watch spies on me. But yeah, 187.90 right back to the day here on Apple, as Aaron, the machine gun, gets those sneezes out there, baby, the machine gun. And yeah, we're pumping right back into HOD on AAPL, baby. 15-1 incoming, question mark?
Yeah, at this point, you know, Aaron sits next to me, and if he starts sneezing, I don't even bother because I have to say like 7 times in a row. I wait for him to finish all of them, and then I go, bless you.
I love it,
because
bro.
once I start saying bless you, I have to keep on going.
Gotta go down.
Yeah, go again and again.
again.
Poor guy, man, just
The
machine
machine
guns
gun.
it. Right now, I'm just trying to install our new software. We have a new update to our software. Surprisingly, it's called Taki, like the chips,
Oh, is it?
Takis.
I didn't know that.
And you're gonna love this one. You know how you
Okay.
always have issues with the, or we all have
fantastic.
issues. You just right-click on that candle, and there's a little box over here. You click on that little extra box. Instead of 3, there's 4 commands. So you
Okay.
click on the 4th command.
What does it say?
And then you just edit the value.
Fantastic.
Right? So new implementations
like
coming
that.
in over there to fix dark pools on our chart. So thank you,
Oh, baby.
developers in the back who are absolutely killing it. Now the
hard
next
work.
thing we want is anchored view up. So maybe if Sean can push that weight around a little
Let's go,
bit.
bro. We know
let's
you
get
got
that
the pull around
implemented.
here.
Some volume profile too. That would be good. Volume profile. He said it's coming next release, so hey, the big boss is already pushing that order around here, so let's get that going. Looks like Tesla bamboozled me by breaking that size to the downside and now is ripping back up to the upside. And wow, would that long have been monstrous? I think Maximus probably took that long off that size and is probably
Prime.
still holding it. So if he is, congratulations on that one. I got absolutely bamboozled. I mean, I had like decent size on it, so that's why I got, you know, when I saw that stock pushing down to that size and the size diminish even a little bit, I immediately hit Alt F1 on my keyboard, which is programmed to flatten 100% of my trades. So that ended up just filling me wherever the stock can fill me, and that was in the profit. So I thank you on that order type. But wow, did we miss out on that move over here, because that was instantly 70 cents in the money. Now 249 about to break, 250 incoming on Stressla. Can we see 249 break? I mean, look, that size already got wiped out without any problem. Now there's only 13 lots left on 249 with the S&P 500 and NASDAQ breaking the highs over here. As I said, 15,100 could be a level, but yesterday's high is 15,150. So there's still 50-ish points left to the upside that the market could go to, and if that's the case, Stressla could easily reclaim that 249, 250 zone, and Apple right now hanging around this 188 area with around 600 lots on itself too. Apple, however, 600 lots on this one could be a little too much of a weight, maybe. How much volume did Apple do today? Let's go quickly check this one. 23 million shares on the day, and 600 lots is about 60,000 shares. That's not much compared to a stock that's traded 23 million on the day.
Yeah, well, we're embroiled in this. We haven't exactly a 188 high, like Proudly said. Plenty.
It's 11 million notional, though.
$11 million notional. I mean, it's good size, but, you know, for Apple, you feel like there may be some big money that throws its weight around on this stock. So, yeah, definitely 180, a level we're looking at. Funny enough, that 180 level and that 15-1 level seem to be conflating here a little bit. There's some confluence going on between them. You like to see that, but you want to see continuity. Tesla finding a bit of a top at 249. I'm keeping my eye on that as a possible, you know, leading indicator here for market flush, where I'm expecting, I'm just speaking for myself, resistance at 15-1. I always expect there to be some sort of support or resistance at these 100-point levels, and even more so when it corresponds to an even dollar level here on an equity. So keeping an eye on our friend Stressla. We're back into 95. Yeah, let's keep going here. Meta. New high a day. This one looks like it really wants to take 290 again. 288.01. It's up 3 1/3 now. You got to look here. The 5-minute, we do have the obvious top at 290 that we talked about. $2 removed from that, so a bit of a gap there. Who knows how this runs tomorrow, or do we actually get that touch today? Who knows? But it's been a good day, and yeah, what else? What else? Tesla need to break that 48.65, says Adam Khalifa. Okay, yeah, that's another look. I also want to bring your attention to Microsoft. It's back at day's highs, a possible double top on our friend Microsoft over here, brewing at that 334. Not really saying that this, I mean, I wouldn't be looking for a short right now, but that 334, that's kind of where we topped off at last time. And yeah, right back at those highs. So 334.11 technically, the HOD on Microsoft.
Lucid, if you guys heard me laugh over there, was because Lucid has like a little bit of size on the ask, and it's like 1.2 million notional. Sean could easily wipe that level if we wanted.
Sean kills it.
It's Lucid, man. It's like 1.1 million notional on the ask. I don't know if I could lean on that.
Please, NVIDIA.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to short it off that level. I don't think I want to lean off it. Maybe we see the follow through on the backside of that level, and then we can think about it. There is some size, though. There's 2,200-ish lots right now on the $6 level on LCID. You've seen Sean short the 620 area yesterday, capitalize on the move to the downside. That was a monster move back down to 560s or so. So congratulations on that short. But right back to 6, right goes Lucid. You've heard, Sharif just not too long ago connect the dots about the Saudi fund, Aston Martin, and LCID, and how all three of them are basically in a partnership right now, cahoots working together over there. We'll see if Lucid can end up helping one of the car companies out there that I actually am a fan of. I'm not a fan of Aston cars for racing, but I like the way they look. I like the way they look.
I heard the owner of Aston Martin bought the brand so that he could
put his kid in the car.
Is that true?
That's exactly what happened.
Oh my goodness.
And I think
He's Canadian.
He's Canadian. I forget what companies he used to own before. He's just a business mogul. Ended up being a billionaire, and he bought Aston Martin. Put his kid in a kid who sucks at driving.
Does he?
Absolutely sucks at driving. He has the exact same car as someone who comes third every race, right? He has the exact same car, no difference.
But coming in last?
But comes in at the end of the pack.
It's not a good look. It's
not
a
at all.
good look.
Not at all.
What can you say to that? Anyway, yeah, he what's his name? Something Stroll?
Lance Stroll is the kid's name, and the dad's name is
something Stroll. Lawrence?
Lawrence Stroll, thank you. Yeah, Lance and Lawrence, yeah.
Yeah, he had the rights for Ralph Lauren and some other things. The Canadian rights. He had the rights for those brands in Canada. Made plenty of money, billionaire. Yeah, so good for him. 15-1, gone. 15-107, and how much? Let's see what the change is on this one. 75 HOD on the NQ. Let's see. 188 still intact.
Where's the love? I don't have to love Lance Stroll. No love. No love for Lance Stroll. But surprisingly enough, apparently there's a rumor floating around that one of the Ferrari drivers might end up going to Aston Martin. So if that ends up being the case, I'm wondering who it will be. And I think it might just be science, but Brendan thinks it might be Leclerc. So I think we might see 2 Spaniards on the same team. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but we'll wait and see.
This is how you feel when I talk about soccer, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I've all over my head, baby. But I know that what we did just do is create a new HOD on AAPL 188.07, 115. Sorry, 115. 107.75 HOD on the NQ, but Apple makes that 188.07, immediately comes down below 188 again, and hanging out at the mid to high 90s. Are the buyers going to step up and overwhelm us? Is there going to be a Platinum Prad? Oh, I just saw him lift up his hand. He put phone to ear, and you know what that means. Don't do it, Pradley. Don't do it, Sean. Sean's got his headset on. Sean's not even dialing. He just screwed up the order, said Sean.
He keystroked into long instead of short, man. Bog, what are you doing, Bog?
There you go.
Bog over here making keystrokes, screwing with my hairline. Not hairline, my hair color. Also my hairline, if I keep putting bleach in my hair.
Bro.
If I put bleach in my hair continuously, my hairline's about to get proceeding too. Man, just a simple fade costs $50 these days. Life is so expensive, dude. Life is so expensive. That's why we need to make these millions of dollars that we're not making. So let's go find the next $1 million trade, ladies and gentlemen.
We need to make these millions we ain't making, baby. Let's go. Apple 188.07.
Here comes Bog.
Go Bog.
Here, Boggy. Come on, Boggy. Where you at, Boggy? Show yourself. Maybe you know what's that? You say somebody's name 5 times in the mirror and he shows up. What's that?
Is it a Medusa or something like
what?
that? Yeah.
Bloody Mary.
That's
yeah,
it.
maybe you say Bog's name 5 times in the mirror and he shows up, and we just have to wait patiently over here.
Do you remember the Amazon? Yeah, do you remember the Amazon commercial with Medusa?
Yeah.
And she walks in with her glasses, and then the like a sleazy bartender hits on her. She takes off the glasses, turns them into stone.
Yeah.
Woman power, I guess, was the pitch there. But yeah, 188.07, the high on Apple. We're looking for continuation. I keep mentioning it because it's the only trade I got, baby. We're just trying to ride these longs. Did I forget the ES here? I didn't even shout the ES, man. The ES is up, baby. It reclaimed 4,400 like nobody's business. 44.18 and a quarter. Good day for the ES. What's oil look like right now? No, it's still down 1 2/3. Oil do bupkis. ES doing it all on its own. Apple can't really hold above 188 quite yet. Maybe because we really haven't decisively taken that 15-1. But anyway, let's continue to see what we get here. Google just went green. Now it's up 0.12, 118.51 HOD. Let's see if it can stay that way. Amazon also just created another high a day here, 129.81. This one's going here. Amazon finally getting strong, still below yesterday's range and high. So yeah, more room to go, possibly here 130 if this market can really get going. But Amazon curling. Meta's been strong all day, up 3 1/3 now at that 288 level. We've had multiple rejections off Meta, off 288, going back to about 20 minutes ago. So we'll see if this one can continue to move up. We know 290 is that level on Meta, and that double top that we talked about here on Microsoft doesn't look like it's going to do it at the moment, unless it's going to be a slanted upward double top, because 334 came and went. And now we're at 334.55 HOD on Microsoft. Shout out to the crew there. But Apple is an absolute rocket ship to the high side here, man. And this has been an all-day type trade. I'm pumped about this one. $1.20 in the money now on Apple. Bang.
Chill, 13 cents, not rocketed. Chill. Bog's
I know, I
gonna
get
show
excited.
up. Bog's gonna show up. Bog's gonna show up. Always believe in Bog. No, chill. Bog's gonna show up. Neil's in front of me putting on his makeup and singing, "We're at all-time high." No, chill. My FTX trade, ladies and gentlemen, the one I was most convinced was going to work because it was pushing down, is absolutely dead right now. And it is below the 50-period EMA at this moment. Maybe that drop comes in when the market is getting ready to really push to the downside. With the market ripping to the upside, not helping FTX go to make a new 52-week high, I would expect if the market comes back down, then FTX could pull back to view upward. So giving me that profits on that trade. But right now, look at NQ, ladies and gentlemen. NASDAQ still climbing up to the north side. As I said, that yesterday's high is, if I can quickly go back to this chart over here, the line is at 15,152. We're still 40-ish points away from that level, so I could see the market still climbing up there. I mean, Apple's only $2 away from Platinum Pride season, so come on, ladies and gentlemen. Where are the sellers at? Help your boy out. Help your boy out.
I think
At this point, I'm
Brogdon is
pleading.
probably at the gym, man. He's probably getting in his reps at the moment because the man, let's see here. Let's continue to go. Let's talk about some other stuff that's moving on the day. We've been talking plenty about these big tech names, but that kind of negates the fact that the airlines and the cruise industry today have had one hell of a day. It's been very green in that sector of the market, getting bounce up from a preemptive report from Delta Airlines saying that they're seeing all sorts of strength for travel and really raising the guidance for the full year look and giving more specifics as to what the consumer is spending on, and those were margin heavy products, and that's what the analysts want to hear. And I guess everything else really a sympathy play today, because I know that CCL got absolutely slapped yesterday, and it is up 8.5% today. What's changed since then? Obviously, a more macro trend, courtesy of our friends at DAL. Guys, I got to talk about Carvana. What a rocket Carvana is again. The heavily shorted name, up 14%, knocking on the door of 24. I love when things rhyme. We had a $21 start to the day. You want to say in and around that area, and now we are up almost $3 off that low. Carvana, very strong. I remember Max saying something to the effect that he's not going to get involved unless it's around 27-ish. We're a little bit removed from there. Quickly, I want to update you. Bradley was telling you guys earlier that the shorts data is going to update soon, I believe tomorrow. But currently, the trade ideas data says we have a short float of 57%. 57% of the outstanding shares of this stock are shorted by somebody or another. And that usually means squeeze potential. So yeah, keep your eye out for Vana, up 14% now as we close in on 5 minutes left on the show. Here, we're dancing above 15.1 on the NQ. We haven't claimed it with any vigor. We've got up to 15.114 3/4. That interests me because I'm in this Apple long and I'm seeing, is this the time? Do I hit the sell button here? Neil says yes. And then he said he's not sure. So, yeah, he doesn't even know what I'm talking about. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. But anyway, Apple showing a little bit of, you know, slowing down in its ascent here. So we'll continue to watch that. The other one we've been talking about is this BDTX. This one had a bit of a top here at $6 and almost 80 cents. Doesn't quite make it up there, but holding at 6 right now. It's been a lot of dancing at this level. Does this one continue to go? It's up 225%, coming off highs though. That is basically my look at the market. D-Loaf says same. We selling here. My longs from bottoms are juicy. Yes, sir. We are extended, no question about that. You need only count the amount of 5-minute candles that are green here on these futures, compare them to the amount that are red to get the idea that we are very much on an upward trajectory. And yeah, any final thoughts, Bradley?
Someone in the chat was talking about SoFi. Yeah, SoFi new high today, 6.3%, 2%, sorry, up on the day today. 871, wow, okay. SoFi moving up. Palantir, I saw, was also up 5.2% over here, and it's also trying to make a new high a day, trying to get back to that $15 area. You guys know that my average price on this position is 15, so I can't wait to see that stock move back up to that spot. Can Lucid break $6? My answer is going to be most likely a no. Based on how we rejected 620 yesterday. I would like the stock, however, to close above 6 or even close to 6 today. So if that ends up being a possibility, that's going to be a good trade for us tomorrow for the long side. Maybe we see 620 breaking tomorrow if tomorrow ends up being a green day on the market too. But anything can happen at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Anything is possible. This market is all over the spot. I think Powell was supposed to speak at ECB today about the same stuff that he's been speaking about for the last few days now. So market, I mean, he didn't change anything. I guess not. So I don't know what happened over here all of a sudden. Today, though, monster moves to the north side. As you guys saw not too long ago on the position board, most likely a new position showing up on the blotter over there for you. It's going to be the Bogdanov call.
Uh-oh. All right. Bradley basically telling me this is it. Sell, buddy.
I'm not telling you to do anything, bro. Trade your book. Trade your book.
Bro. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. It's just a joke. But 188.10, that's where we're at. So, like, there's not much time left on the show. I'm not going to let this position go while I'm up there. Can't manage the position up there. So, going to end it soon, but I got to tell you, Meta getting bought up, Amazon getting bought up. Likewise is Tesla, and so is Microsoft and Google, as they are getting the dips bought up. You can't convince me otherwise. They look good. It's the Apple that I'm worried about because it's just so extended to the high side here. But looking good on all these other futures-related positions. What else? Yeah, so let's go over the economic calendar for tomorrow while we have a few minutes here to kill. You heard Bradley say that Papa Powell was on the mic in Europe today. He's there for some sort of ECB related conference. I'll tell you guys in a second. I actually didn't show Papa Powell's talk today on the economic calendar. Tomorrow, what's on deck here? Yeah, Papa Powell speaks tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. sharp, to coincide with the opening bell. Surprise, surprise. So, Fed Chair Powell on the mic tomorrow at 9:30. At 10:30 tomorrow, we'll get crude oil inventories. That gets 3 bulls out of 3. Viewers of the show know exactly what I'm talking about. And then moving down here, seeing what else. Not much in the way of important stuff. We do have some note auctions at 1 o'clock. So that is the housekeeping for tomorrow as we continue to move up here on these futures. 15,116.25 on the NQ, 44.19.5 on the ES. We shall see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in 2 o'clock as we head through a very positive afternoon. Nice bounce coming off of what happened yesterday. Very volatile trade to kick things off on Monday. Here's how things are shaping up so far this afternoon.